boys are going to bring the heat today.
As the leader of the Booner Pack, I lead from the front.
All right, boys. Lock in.
It's our core foundation, man. Grit.
I'm fired up. I'm fired the up, boys.
It's bumping right now. It's got my juices pumping, boys.
Oh my goodness. What a day so far. Hold on. I gotta lock in here. We're going live. All right. I'm just, you know what? Instead of making these videos, I just want to be live. I just want to talk to you people. How are we feeling? DJ Reed, Detroit Lion. How do we feel? Sam Darnold just signed with the Seattle Seahawks. So there's that. We'll see. I think that would mean either Daniel Jones back to Minnesota, assuming that Aaron Rodgers goes to Pittsburgh. So we're live. How are we feeling? Carlton Davis signs a 3-year, $60 million deal with the Patriots. Whew. Patriots are spending money. I mean, Milton Williams was signing with the Panthers, and then the Patriots came in and said, hey, here's $26 million. He's like, yep. Actually, New England isn't that bad. So, good on him. I see people talking about Josh Sweat. That is, Twitter's going down. It's repeatedly going down all day. So, I'm trying to battle through everything. I see the Josh Sweat stuff. And I would be completely open to Josh Sweat. It just depends. I wonder what the price tag would be. Assuming the Lions are interested, it can't be that much. But he's a really good player. He's a really good player. So I am all for Josh Sweat. And just to get him from the Eagles too, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. And I wonder what kind of deal. I wonder what that deal would look like. That's probably my first question with that. It's like if you're signing Josh Sweat, what does that look like? I got Twitter up over here, so I am keyed in. I've been seeing a lot of stuff about DJ Reed, by the way. Like all this stuff coming out that I didn't know he was actually better than even I thought. Again, he's not one of the best corners in the league, but he's pretty solid. I mean, Dave Burkett was tweeting out some stats, some things about him, like passer rating allowed when targeted, forcing tight window throws, like all this stuff that you don't really think about. So it's awesome. Shiftgod says, so Jeff, what if we don't sign an edge? You think we could trade up for James Pierce or Mike Green? Well, do I think they should? Absolutely. Do I think Brad will? Probably not. But I still love those players. And you can technically do both. You sign an edge and you could still go. I mean, you can never have enough pass rushers, right? I mean, that's a big thing. You can never have enough. I mean, you're seeing the pass rusher market right now. I think Josh Sweat would be the obvious one because Khalil Mack signed a 1-year, what was it, $18 million guaranteed, fully guaranteed, 18 to stay with the Chargers. That's an overpay, but they love him. They love Khalil Mack, so can't hate it. And then you have Harold Landry already gone. Let me see what other edges. I mean, Judon's still out there, but Josh Sweat's he's the best edge available. So if you can get him, I am happy. I am happy. But if Khalil Mack got 18, what does Josh Sweat get? You know? And what's the length on that, right? Like Brad's never signed anyone longer than 2 years. So if you're going to sign a Josh Sweat, it's probably like a 2-year deal, like 2-year, $40-ish million deal, something like that. Darius Slayton of Pittsburgh. Hold on. Is it true? Darius Slayton of Pittsburgh? Oh, yep. Darius Slayton to Pittsburgh. I mean, hey, go get your money, man. I don't know how much the contract details haven't been released, but you know what this free agency has taught me? Do not listen to a single word any player says, right? Myles Garrett says it's all about winning, stays in Cleveland, gets a bag. Darius Slay, I'll only play for Detroit or Philly, goes to Pittsburgh. Like, just don't listen to any of this stuff, right? Just don't listen to any of it. Don't. That's the lesson I've learned. Don't look too much into what people say. Just go by what their actions tell you. And I don't think the Lions had interest in Darius Slayton. But you see this report too, and this is what everyone's referring to when they talk about Josh Sweat. And I have it right here. And Booner's been on top of all this stuff, man. So give him a follow. But here, I'll put it up on screen. Adam Schefter on the edge, Josh Sweat just now on ESPN. He says, I'm hearing Detroit. You're hearing what? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This would be, guys, like I said this morning, you don't cut Zadarius Smith unless there's a plan in place. And I know that seems obvious, but that's why I didn't overreact this weekend. It's like there has to be something. And I guess Josh Sweat would be that something. And Adam Schefter's, I would say, safely, pretty reliable. Pretty reliable. And if he's saying here's Detroit, well, I hear it too, actually, Adam. I'm hearing it as well. So make it fucking happen. Make it happen. You could follow us. If for anyone that has Twitter that's not following us, follow us at Official CT Sports. We're covering it all. Or Official CT Pod, excuse me. We're on top of it all. Booner's on top of it. So we're trying to. Twitter's been really difficult today. It's been really complicated. It's going down. Apparently, we're being cyber attacked in the middle of NFL free agency. So that's awesome. But if you're not following our Twitter, any of our social media, because Instagram's up and we've been posting on Instagram. So please go do that. But what's going on, everyone? Malik says, come on, Brad, let's get it done. Get it done. I see all of it. 40 Gumble says, so just wait until the Bengals announce a 3-year extension for Hendrickson. Yeah, that's, I mean, pretty much, right? Like, don't listen to anything. It's all fake news, I guess. It's all fake news, I guess. It doesn't matter, I guess. I don't know. Players say one thing, other things happen. Let me see. I haven't seen anything yet. Any more signings so far? I have all these notifications on for me. So I saw the Sam Darnold finalizing a 3-year, nearly $100 million deal with the Seahawks. I saw that was tweeted out as well. Here's that. I mean, Sam Darnold, 3 years, $100 million. Oh my goodness. Whew. All right. Reunites with his old OC. So there's another one. Interesting. But I'm scavenging. I really am. I just saw the Darius Slay stuff. I saw the Milton Williams stuff. I saw this comment. Yeah, I saw that too. Ball don't lie. Rams got Booner Ford. Yeah. I saw that as well. T. Higgins a Bill. Hold on. No. Hold on. Don't be throwing this stuff out there now. Is this true? Also, I saw Paulson Adebo sign with the Giants, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I wasn't live, but I crap myself. I'm sitting there going, oh god. 3 for 30. 3 for 30 with the Giants. I think it was noted he preferred to be in a big market. He wanted to be in the New York market. So it's like, okay, I get that. But $10 million a year for Paulson Adebo. And then the DJ Reed news dropped. And I was like, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Yeah, I don't see the T. Higgins to the Bills. Not saying it's not true. I have not seen that yet. So we yeah. And Malik says DJ Reed over Paulson Adebo. I mean, DJ Reed, man, people, he's not a guy, he's not like a big name as in like name recognition. But he's a very, very consistent, solid player. That's what he is, man. Just consistent, solid, does a lot of things well. That's what I love about DJ Reed is he's available, he's durable. He's just someone, I mean, you're never going to have to worry about him. He doesn't talk. Like, again, he's like a perfect, he's a Detroit Lion. It makes perfect sense why they signed him. He's a perfect fit. And you sign him for cheaper than Carlton Davis by like $4 million a year. Dank says, anything on Slay? Slay just signed with the Steelers. It was made official. So he is with the Steelers now. Let me see. I am like all over it. Klotzy will be joining us soon. And then Boon might hop on here at about 5 o'clock. So we'll see. We'll see how long we can go. I'm down to just stay live. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, free agency countdown is where Adam Schefter mentioned the "I'm hearing Detroit" from Josh Sweat. So there's obviously dialogue. There's obviously dialogue there. Bill's working on a sign and trade for T. Higgins, deal based around 2 seconds. Dude, that's a great oh my gosh. That's a great deal. That's a great deal. Not for Cincy, but for Buffalo. I don't know why you would give away T. Higgins to the Bills. I don't get it. There you go. Justin Fields reached an agreement on a 2-year, $40 million deal that includes 30 guaranteed with the Jets. There you go. Justin Fields is now a Jet. The man that gave Aaron Glenn problems now is going to play for him. And he gets a starting job, which like to me, I'm a little out. I'm out on Justin Fields, but hey, I'm happy for, $20 million in today's quarterback market. That's impressive. Still a pretty good deal. And they're probably going to stink anyway, so it's not really going to matter. Malik says, if we sign Sweat, we do not need to worry about an edge in the first round. We could take one in the 3rd to 6th round for depth purposes. I said, dude, I don't really care, to be honest, if they do or not. I would rather draft one in the first still. Malik, I would. And maybe I'm just greedy, but I just want a ton of pass rushers. I'm just greedy. And I want bodies. I want guys that can get to the quarterback. But I get your point. Like, if they can get Jahad Campbell, Malik, hear me out on that, because I'm with you on that. Okay, I'm with you. I'm starting to come to that side, because if you can get Jahad Campbell, come on in, Klotzy. If you can get Jahad Campbell, I'm on board.
Can you see me, Hefe?
Oh, sorry. It's my show, not you.
There we go. Okay, there we go. Bro, my computer's been tweaking. I thought it was like Twitter. I think it's just my whole computer. How are we, Hefe?
Hey.
Hey.
How we feeling?
I'm excited. As far as I made a video to recap and I just put it out, but kind of with the Carlton Davis and the DJ Reed thing. I'm happy for Carlton Davis that he got his money and that he got paid by the Patriots, but I'm even happier that Brad Holmes did not give him that money, because Carlton Davis, good player. No one's saying that Carlton Davis is not. When he's at his best, he's a top 10 to top 12 corner in the NFL, but he's not healthy pretty much the majority of the time throughout the season. He's consistently hurt. So for Brad to let him walk, let him go take $20 million. He's going to be the cornerback too with Christian Gonzalez. That's going to be a really good cornerback duo for New England. But then you bring in a guy like DJ Reed, 3 years, $48 million. It's perfect if you look at the rest of the fucking market right now, because DJ Reed, in my opinion, you're going to be asking him to play the same role that he was in New York. Like, he was the corner 2 to Sauce. You bring him to the Lions, everyone is expecting Terrion Arnold to take this cornerback 1 type of leap. And who better to help him out than the guy that was just with Sauce? Was in Seattle with Richard Sherman in that secondary. Was with the San Francisco 49ers and those type of defenses. So I'm not saying DJ Reed's going to be a lockdown Denzel Ward, Pat Surtain, one of those type of guys. But you bet your ass, like, if DJ Reed's on the outside, I'm confident. Like, I'm not like, oh, they're not moving, but DJ Reed's a very good corner in the NFL. Doesn't have that much injury history. I mean, he missed 3 games last year, 2 games the year before, but then 3 years ago, didn't miss a single game. And he's physical as hell. Like, he's kind of another Meek Robertson out there. And I guess that can be concerning when you look at, okay, Meek's undersized, DJ Reed's undersized. But both of those guys, they're both 5'9", but they play like they're 6'1", 6'2", and they come up and pop tight ends and running backs and wide receivers. And I mean, in my opinion, I don't care if you're 5'9" and you're doing that type of activity and production that he has. He's not a ball magnet, a turnover machine. He's only got 2 interceptions over the last 3 years, but it's kind of just like the perfect fit, especially for the money. And we were talking about it on the show. I'm happy that it's a multi-year deal because the Lions next offseason aren't going to be looking at, okay, DJ Reed, 1 year, $10 million. Who's next? Who's the next 1 year? Like, no, they're getting a cornerback too for the next 3 seasons. So, and again, not a lot of money. They don't got to worry about finding that next corner beyond Terrion for the next 3 off seasons. And you still got Ennis progressing. You still have a Meek there. So I think this is a great move. It's not selling the house whatsoever, but it's a great, smart move by Brad Holmes. So I'm all for it.
I love the move. I'm putting up a link right now, just so we can, and for all the people that are here, sorry, we're kind of all over the place because I told them, I'm like, we got to go live for this. There's so much stuff happening at once. I mean, Justin Fields is now a Jet. So
Crazy.
Yeah, that happened. Sam Darnold's now a Seahawk. And let me see. Okay, that's all. And Darius Slay, Steelers. So what I learned from this free agency period, Klotz, is don't listen to a single thing players say because all of it means nothing. Myles Garrett wants to win, stays in Cleveland. Darius Slay only wants Eagles or Lions, goes to Steelers. It's just
Colts just got Cam Bynum. That's huge for the Lions. Cam Bynum was good for the Vikings. I'm interested to see what happens with Byron Murphy because I'm interested to see what like your thoughts in the chats as well. But when I look at Tre'Davious Ward, who's about 29, going to be 30 soon, and I look at a guy like Byron Murphy, I'm signing Byron Murphy before too. So I think he's going to be the next corner to kind of break the bank a little bit. But I was thinking about it too between like the Tre'Davious Ward and the DJ Reed. I feel like Ward would command so much more money than a guy like DJ Reed. Like Ward has the resume to be like, I'm a cornerback 1 in the NFL. I just saw J.C. Horn get paid $25 a year. I just watched Carlton get paid $20 a year. Give me 22, 23. I wouldn't be surprised.
Let me see.
Same thing with Asante Samuel. The thing with Asante Samuel is I don't know as far as like a scheme fit how he'd be. Like I've always been a Asante Samuel fan, especially coming out of Florida State. And it's kind of surprising if the Chargers let him walk, but I don't think he'd be a bad ad. But as far as like you look at the scheme fit, I don't know how he'd fit, if it'd be as good as a fit as like a DJ Reed. But Samuel will get paid somewhere. I'm interested to see where he goes.
Yeah, I saw the Ward's going to get. I saw the Carlton Davis contract. I think Ward's going to get something around that number. I think he's probably going to get like $20 million, something around there. Like you got DJ Reed for a cheaper option, and he's the same age. He's again, I think Carlton, what he has going for him is the size. He's about 6'1". He's kind of fits that CB1 look. But listen, Taron Arnold, I said this in the video I made too. Like we expect him to be CB1, not this year. For a first round pick, he should, but realistically, like he probably won't be. But in the next year, the year after that, I think at that point, if you're not CB1, like what are we doing? Then DJ Reed would be a really good number 2, and then if Ennis can make some jumps, then great.
He's perfect for, especially with Ennis. Like, what's Ennis thing? He's undersized. He's physical. Like, you'd think he'd fit more of a nickel. That was kind of DJ Reed's whole thing when he's coming out of the draft. But he just kept making plays on the outside. And Seattle, they were kind of just looking for that second corner on the opposite side of Richard Sherman and those boys. And DJ Reed was that for a little bit. So he knows what it's all about. As far as Terrion, like, I think he should. Like, I'm not saying that it for sure will happen, but you need to see some cornerback 1 moments out of him this year. Like, I hope it'll be one of those things like when playoff time comes, like Terrion's really starting to find his rhythm within the season and turn into that lockdown guy. Because if we see Amik Robertson week 18 last year locking up Justin Jefferson, man, it's not a diss towards Terrion or Amik, but I expect a first round pick out of Bama for the size that he is in Terrion Arnold to do something similar to that because the defensive line wasn't a lot of help there. I get that it was a great game plan with AG, but if Amik Robertson's doing it to Justin Jefferson, I expect that Terrion Arnold, especially in year 2, could be able to do that as well. So I do think he needs to step up and make that cornerback 1 jump. Not that he's locking himself down as like a top 5 corner in the league. You're saying, okay, this Terrion Arnold kid, he can actually fucking play.
So here's look, check this out. This is huge, actually. And I don't know. Justin Rogers is pretty credible, but you see the tweet here. Justin says, I'm being patient with the Reed news. Haven't been able to independently confirm. The player deleted his Detroit tweet. Reed's agent hasn't shared on socials like he has for other agreements he negotiated today. Don't do this.
There could be a hunch here.
But like, it would have to be like something in the contract, like something like a small little detail maybe or something, right? I mean,
or some team it was just, hey, you want to go to Detroit? We could pay you X amount more.
This can't be real, dude. Is he going to pull a Milton Williams? Is he going to pull a Milton Williams?
That's what I'm saying. Like a Milton Williams, because he was supposed to go to Carolina, and what the Patriots just paid him like $26 a year or something like that.
Don't do this. Hey, DJ, don't do this to me. Okay, don't do this to me.
That's creating enemies in Detroit when they like. Why? Where else would you rather go? Like, there's a perfect fit for him.
It is. No, it actually is.
Because then Adebo signed 3 years, $30 million. That deal pissed me off. I would have loved to have the notification that Paulson Adebo signed with the Detroit Lions for 3 years, $30 million. We talked about Byron Murphy, Asante Samuel, Davis Ward. But outside of that, like as far as guys that like I'd be confident on the outside for the cornerback spot on the Super Bowl contenders, that's pretty much it in free agency.
So
DJ Reed's like, hey, I'm going to Green Bay. I'm making up teams. I'm going to Green Bay. I'm going to Chicago. I'm going here. I'm not going to the Lions.
So here's another one.
On the ride.
Josh Sweat, I have not confirmed yet, but the Bears are being aggressive. They signed defensive tackle / defensive end Deo Abayingbo. Odeyingbo.
Deo. We'll call him Deo. But he was solid. Like, I mean, he was one of those guys that came out of the scene his rookie year, made some noise, and then kind of just didn't get worse, but kind of just stayed at that level. There hasn't been that much development with him as after his rookie year, but he's solid.
Yeah, he had.
That's going to be a defensive tackle they can be cool with.
Yeah, he had 3 sacks last year, 8 the year prior, 5 the year prior. Yeah, he's kind of he's a pretty good depth piece. Odeyingbo. Whatever the hell. Hey, cool. They signed the really good center.
From
Dahlman.
Atlanta.
Yeah, he was the second best center I think available in free agency. So, I mean, they're
gotta make sure Ashton Gentry has good gaps to run through. Hefe.
Yeah,
building up that old line. Ashton Gentry at 10. Wait on it.
Yeah,
if the Raiders don't take
they'll
him.
still be third in the division, right?
Yeah. You act like me saying they'll be third. What was the Packers were third this year in the division? What was their record?
Leave it there.
Like, it's going to be one of the better divisions in football.
Hold on.
But I still think between just that offense with Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, like both of those guys need to learn to win in the NFL. Like in 2 years, they could be competing for second, first in the NFC North, but I don't think this year.
No, the Bears are making some pretty good moves. I mean, we can debate another time here, but they're making some pretty good moves. The Vikings signed your boy Isaiah Rodgers.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Sneaky.
Yeah, they haven't signed. They haven't re-signed Byron Murphy, right? Have they?
I don't know if they'll have the money, man. Like that Justin Jefferson contract, Van Ginkel, like they spent a lot of money last offseason. And
probably why they pivoted.
Where, yeah, like Byron Murphy, like he's always been really good, but like he went off this year in a contract year. And do they feel like they can find a corner in the draft that they can replace it with? Probably. But with Brown, they got another year of Flores, so defensively they'll be okay. That's the team. That's who will be fourth this year. But they won't be terrible. Vikings, they'll be solid. The one report that I was like, I don't like that is that Jonathan Allen was reportedly going there. Visit went well because that'd be a nasty front seven if you had Jonathan Allen.
Let's see. Yeah, the Patriots, I want to just show this while we're kind of waiting for the Lions to make moves. We'll kind of recap some things that happened around the NFL. The Patriots spent a shit load of money. Here's their official. Look at this. So 24 hours of the Patriots so far. Milton Williams, 4 for 100. That's crazy.
Insane.
Carlton Davis, 3 for 60. Harold Landry, 3 for 43.5. Robert, your boy Robert Spillane, 3 for 33. Morgan Moses, 2 for 24. And Austin Hooper got 5. Which is like, again, to me, that's a shit ton of money. But like what they spent, my boy Austin got 5.
Yeah. Hey, like, Austin Hooper's been nice for him. The one that kind of makes me think, just because of the draft, is the Morgan Moses one. Like they've been dishing out money, but when you look at Morgan Moses, offensive tackle, he's not going to be there for long. But I wonder if this is them saying, hey, we're going to try to make a defensive move here, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and then next year we'll draft that left tackle spot with Drake May. But they're going all in on defense. Like Vrabel, he's making sure that they're going to be solid. And you know how I feel about Spillane, Milton Williams, overpay for sure. But the Pats are in that spot right now where they got to add a lot of talent around a rookie quarterback. So you're going to have that money. Go and get that immediate help and take that step 2 of this rebuild. But
that's the thing about Milton, though. Like Milton was very good last year, but he was also playing alongside Jalen Carter, who was doubled every play. So like he's now going to be doubled, and you're about to find out if Milton's worth 26 a year, whatever the number is. So
I don't know if he'll ever could reach that. That's
how much is the league? Wasn't the Patriots? What was the Panthers? Wasn't it like a 2-year deal, or it was like a shorter deal?
I didn't really see the Panthers one. I was still at work, but then when I came home, I was like, oh, he's with the Patriots now. And then I saw the bag. I was like, holy fuck.
I think it was like I don't know the exact, but it wasn't like a long-term deal. I thought it was like a shorter-term deal, and the Patriots came in and was like, here's 4 for $100. It's like, okay.
I still think, like, I understand that Milton Williams. I still think that J.C. Horn is insane. Because isn't he now the highest paid corner in the NFL? Am I wrong?
Over Jalen by like $1 million. I mean, or like $1.5 million.
And Pat Surtain just got re-signed not too long ago either.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's David Tepper.
Yeah, that's
those players happy.
No, yeah, I mean that's why the Carlton Davis thing has gotten just a little crazy because I mean they made him the highest paid corner, and then of course at that point Carlton Davis is like, well, how much farther am I from J.C. Horn? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
not saying, but again, if Carlton's like, what would you say J.C. Horn is typically in the league, like top corner wise? You know, he's probably like
top 15. Like
he's around that range. Moment. Yeah, he's good. He's young. He was dealing with some injuries. But I say this a lot too. It's not always who's the best. It's who's up to get paid. Like sometimes it's that, like, you know, and they, especially in a free agency class, like Milton Williams, like he was one of the best free agents available. It's not really an insane class with all these stacked free agents. So guys are going to get overpaid. And Brad did the right thing by not paying Carlton Davis. He did the right thing. So I'm in full support of that. You don't cut Zadarius Smith unless you have a plan in place. And I think by reports, Klotzy, it may be Josh Sweat. It's trending that way for me.
How do you feel? Because I know we talked about it, but now that it's seeming more and more realistic, now that I would imagine if Zadarius would have re-signed, it would have happened already, so they could get the books quick. As far as if they were trying to be like, hey, we're going to cut you before the bonus. That way we can save some cap space, bring you back on a different deal. I would have envisioned that would have been like, hey, 12:05, Zadarius Smith is back with the Lions. I don't think Zadarius is coming back. So again, you have to get someone, whether you're planning to replace Zadarius as a starter through the draft or through free agency. He's got to pull the trigger, because if you have Marcus Davenport out there, you have issues going on as your starter again. You can't have that. I don't think that's going to be the case, but you got to get somebody that's like proven. So I don't hate Josh Sweat, but I don't really love the player Josh Sweat either. Just depends on the price, what you're paying.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I want to believe it. I think it makes sense fit-wise. Like he goes, and it would be awesome to pluck him from the Eagles. Like I got a good buddy of mine who's an Eagles fan. I would love to talk trash to him. But if Milton Williams is getting paid what he's paying, what is Josh Sweat going to get? He's got to make 20-something million, right? But I would. But if he's going to sign with the Lions, Brad has never he hasn't given an extension, a deal to a free agent longer than 2 years, and he just gave one to DJ Reed for 3. Yeah, so he's not like a long-term kind of guy. So I wonder if it's not like Josh is going to come here for like a 4-year deal. You know what I mean? It would probably be like a 2-year, 25 a year kind of deal, I would assume. So it lines up when like Hutch is due or something. Like he would structure it so it makes sense. I don't know. It's not really like a Brad move, but I would like it.
But I was literally going to make a video on Carlton and explain how DJ Reed's probably the best option out there, but DJ Reed probably just saw the market, and I think that's going to be priced out for Brad. And then literally 2 minutes later, DJ Reed signs with the Lions. So Josh Sweat, again, one of those things where he talked about how important winning a Super Bowl was for him in Philadelphia. Like he didn't need a bag. So maybe he's one of those guys where he's just like, I just want to win. Like he's making enough money. Not every NFL player, most NFL players, if I was an NFL player, I'd be trying to get paid a bag, especially if I'm coming off a Super Bowl ring. But there are guys like Kevin Zeitler, or not Kevin Zeitler, I just saw him in the comments, but like Josh Sweat, who were like, you know what, I just want to keep winning. If the money comes, great, but I just want to keep winning. I was just watching a video on James Harrison. He was saying the same thing. He's like, I really didn't care where I was playing. I just wanted to win. So
let me get to some of these guys. Tev Sauce. Thank you for the $5, brother. He says, Klotz, good on you for standing on business with Barnes. You were getting cooked, but good for you.
Yeah, that was something. That was something.
The Dern says, and I talked about this on the show today. I was this morning. I did a show, and TJ Lang. He said TJ Lang is an absolute punk ass for getting in the middle of that. I listen. We have never met TJ Lang, but I talked about it today. It's like, dude, you just gotta let the boys. You know what I mean? Just let them argue.
It's like one of those things where he was criticizing me for never playing in the NFL and talking about the NFL, but then I go on his Twitter and it's like 20 straight things in Red Wings tweets. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you've never played NHL before. Now you're giving input on what Steve Yzerman should be doing.
That's fair. Yeah.
So
that's fair.
Not looking to start more beef, but yeah.
No, it's just
Barnes. The thing is with like Derek Barnes, like I understood, like if I was Derek Barnes and I saw me saying that, like I would have been pissed too. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. So I got where he was coming from. So that's why I try to be respectful about it all. Like if any of it sounded like TJ Lang was saying that I sounded like pretentious or something like that, is like, no, man, I had this take before the offseason started. Derek Barnes signs. I'm going to keep the same take. I'm rooting for Derek Barnes' success, but I'm not just going to be like, oh, I'm backing down from what I said. I'm saying no. I can be wrong. I can be proven wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. No
I saw this Shift God the Shift God comment. Somebody said, if you're willing to pay that much for Sweat, why not go after Trey? Well, I think Trey, two things. One, he'll get paid. I think Trey will be in the 30s. And number two, I think it'll be probably a 4-year deal. So I think he wants a long-term extension. And you have to give up assets. So there's like multiple obstacles to kind of get over. Like Josh, you don't have to give up any assets. He'll be cheaper. And I don't know if he'll want a longer-term deal. Maybe it sounds like the Lions are interested. So by that metric, I don't think a long-term deal is something he wants right now. If it is, I don't know. Maybe the Lions just say, you know what? This guy's good. Let's bring him in. Why not?
I wouldn't be surprised if we got a notification in like the next 2 hours that Chase Young's a Detroit Lion either. Wouldn't be surprised
if they walk out of free agency with Josh Sweat and DJ Reed. I would say that's I said this this morning too. It's like, you know, releasing Zadarius Smith. It's like moving on to another. You just forget about your ex. You know what I mean? It's just like, all right, Zadarius isn't even a vocab word in my head.
Yeah,
it's over. Josh Sweat's better player. DJ Reed, he's a pretty good replacement for Carlton. So I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
I am happy. Patrick says, have you touched on Justin Rogers, DJ Reed news? Yes, I just showed the tweet. Again, don't know what to make of it. I hope that the Lions don't get piped out of that and someone else gets DJ Reed. That would be absolutely gut-wrenching. So when I get an update, I'll share it with the people.
Who was the original source of it?
Justin Rogers was looking to confirm it. And the source he hasn't confirmed it yet. And the agent that represents DJ Reed, who also represents Carlton Davis, hasn't posted he's posted every congrats to Carlton, he hasn't posted anything about DJ Reed. And DJ Reed posted a tweet saying Detroit, and he deleted it.
That's something.
So
yeah, then if it's like that, it's probably just some like nickel and dime, like incentive based. I'm sure the deal, like both parties want to sign it, but probably just it needs a little more ironing out than both sides thought. That'd be terrible, dude. I'd be so mad. So
mad. Let's see. I'm looking through Twitter right now. I haven't seen anything. Eric Murray, safety for the Texans, just signed with the Jags. Jags signed Jordan Lewis, another guy that you had some back and forth with on
yeah. On the back of my mind, I was really hoping he wasn't coming to Detroit, so I didn't have to relive that. Jordan Lewis, Derek Barnes.
Oh, by the way, Milton Williams is now the highest paid player in Patriots history. Oh, that's crazy.
That's insanity.
But it's like in context, $26 million.
No, I get what you. Yeah, but still, that's just like insane to read out loud.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
I'm trying to look because I feel like the Lions were gonna walk out. Booner said it to us earlier, but like a defensive tackle just for depth because didn't re-sign Levi. He's still out there, but you got to replace him, I'd think, unless you do it to the draft. Which good draft to do it.
Yeah,
it would be. I'd still think you want to add another body at least through free agency.
It would be. I mean, another defensive lineman I forgot to mention earlier. Malik says it right now. Hassan Reddick went to the Bucs. Good for him. I mean, he got a 1-year deal, $14 million. I think there's incentives in there. Has a good year with the Bucs. They always have a good front seven. He can hit free agency next year and get paid.
Yeah,
so
good for the Bucs too.
Yeah, the Bucs re-signed Chris Godwin. So they made some moves. Oh, this is, I mean, already the first day it's been hectic. I mean, there's so much stuff going on. Your boy Khalil Mack signed back with the Chargers, 1 year fully guaranteed deal, $18 million.
They weren't letting him walk out of that. I would have been okay with like Max for like 1 year, 15, given like seeing how these prices are right now. But
They gave him
Jim did not want Khalil Mack walking out of Los Angeles, obviously.
No.
Wouldn't it be Greg Gaines? That man has Detroit Lions written all over him from Tampa Bay. Like another Pat O'Connor. Was with the Rams when they won a bowl. Joe Tryon Sharinka, however you say that. I always mess up his name. He's a free agent.
That's, you know what? To comment on that, Lions, I forgot his Twitter handle. Lion King. Lions royalty on Twitter. He's got like 13K. He's does a great Lions content. He actually reached out to me, but shout out to him and was like, "Hey man, look out for Joe. What's his name?
Tryon Tarinka.
I
always mess up.
He said the Casey Rogers.
Exactly. Yes. And when he first got onto the scene with Tampa, like he looked like he was about to be a problem. And then again, never really developed after that rookie year. But Casey Rogers, like you put him in that Levi role, he's going to be cheaper and he's going to be more athletic and dynamic. I mean, the dude, like when you look at him, you wouldn't really, he looks like a defensive end or a linebacker, but he's somebody that can play kind of like that 3-5 tech, be a really good depth piece. And then like if something were to happen on that defensive line, man won a Super Bowl already. He's been on some great front seven. He knows what it takes, and he's going to be in Casey Rogers' system again already. So I like it. I would really like that signing.
All right, look at Malik says Javon Kinlaw got wholly overpaid. Can't believe Klotz said we should sign him in his perfect offseason video. Bro is buns.
No, Kinlaw was not. He's not Ali McNeil. Like he shouldn't be your starting DT1. But like if you have Javon Kinlaw as your defensive tackle too, got overpaid for sure. But like if he would go to Detroit on a good like salary based deal, I don't think there'd be a single person complaining about Javon Kinlaw.
Brandon, appreciate the Crunch membership, my guy. And we got more comments coming in about DJ Reed deleted his Detroit tweet. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, man. Again, when we get more information, we will speak on it. Right now, it's just a big exhale because we really don't know what to make of it right now. I just saw your boy Tufonga. Word, he just signed somewhere, I think.
No. I hope nowhere like where it's going to be dangerous for the Lions.
Maybe I just got like senteled, but I swear I just saw. Oh, it is. Broncos are signing Tufonga.
Sneaky. I like that.
Broncos have the finalizing agreement with Talanoa Hufanga. That's your boy.
That'll be the Justin Simmons replacement. That'd be nice though. That's a good signing for them.
Yeah, and it's good. You pull them away from the 49ers. So
who else did they get?
They're meeting with Evan Ingram. They signed Hufanga. They also signed they re-signed somebody. Their tackle, defensive tackle.
I can't think of it.
Like DJ Jones or something.
But between him and Pat Surtain, that'll be a nice secondary. Riley Moss on the other side, the sleeved white corner. You can't tell. He's hiding it, but he's over there.
Yeah, this
Josh. If they sign Evan Ingram, man, if they sign Evan Ingram, there's obviously, unless Tyler Warren falls to 20, which I don't think will happen, he'll be the pick. But if Will Johnson starts to slide, could you imagine going up and getting Will Johnson, have Pat Surtain, Will Johnson, Hufanga, and then you can draft a receiver in the second round because they have the X guy in Cortland Sutton. So it's like,
I mean, this is big for Kirby though. This is big for Kirby because Hufanga signed a 3-year $45 million,
which is
so 15 a mil a year. I mean, and he's an all pro.
So, yeah, but Kirby, I think he was gonna get more than that regardless.
No, yeah. What was the other?
Dude, we got to see what Javon Holland gets paid. Whatever Holland gets paid, because I bet after Holland, like he'll probably be. Is there another safety who signed recently? I feel like he'd be the highest paid safety, as he should be. Like Javon Holland is a stud.
Yeah, I mean Kirby's probably going to get between 15 and 20, so probably like 17, maybe 18, 17. He'll be in that range. Safeties are about making that. I mean, I know Winfield got paid, but that's probably more brand. I mean, but he's coming off 10 picks, so I don't know how you. I mean, you're going to have to pay the guy something here.
Figure that out. Yeah, and so Winfield's making about 20. Derwin's 19. Minka 18.
Oh, he
Marcus
might get.
Williams somehow is stealing $14 million from the Baltimore Ravens still. And then McKinney just signed last year for $16 a year.
He might get like 19.
Yeah, I'd bet Holland's probably going to be like 19, 20. Kirby's going to be probably 21, 22. Kirby, when he signs, as he should be, will be
As he
the
should be,
highest paid
yeah.
safety in the
He should
NFL.
be. He
Like
should
the
be
production that he's put up in his first, 4 years now?
Yeah,
he's going into year 4. There's very few players in NFL history have had that many interceptions in that short of time frame.
Maybe Trevon Diggs did.
Okay, that's.
I'm kidding. Okay, I'm kidding. All right, he's not
Okay.
Trevon Diggs. He's way
No, I
better.
get what you're saying, though.
Hey, Bills just reached an agreement with Josh Palmer, 3 for 36.
Sneaky signing.
Yep, Charger,
Sneaky signing,
former
big
Charger
Josh
Josh
Palmer fan.
Palmer lands with the Bills. I saw someone was bringing up how the Bengals and Bills were like discussing a potential T. Higgins trade, but nothing happened. I don't know. And again, I don't have confirmation on that. The chat was talking about it. So
If I was Joe Burrow and I watched T. Higgins go from my offense to Josh Allen's offense, I would be infuriated.
Yeah,
I
don't know if
request
that's
a
true.
trade.
Don't know if it's true. It's just they were talking about it. So I
Just
haven't
wait
seen it.
You'll pay B.J. Hill $16 million a year, but you won't pay Trey Hendrickson or T. Higgins long term. It makes like Mike Brown and the Bengals make no sense with their books, especially when you hear Joe Burrow. Like, no, please.
Well, the Bills pivoting to Josh Palmer probably tells me that they're not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
But the thought of that would be idiot. I mean, it'd be stupid. A team will probably play in the playoffs, and T. Higgins is going to put up like $180 on you. It's like, what are we doing here?
Because who do they have at corner? No one.
Yeah, they re-signed. They signed back their defensive tackle they had.
B.J. Hill. They pumped like 6.
Yeah.
I think it was like 16. It was only a 2-year deal because he's up there in age. Like, he's solid.
Yeah.
Put him with Chris Jenkins they got last year.
Mm-hmm.
But
they'll probably draft another defensive lineman. And they got like a pick 15, 16, whatever. Oh, my gosh. Fuck.
What?
Josh Palmer. Fuck, I'm rattled. Josh Sweat. He's out.
Oh, I thought you were
Adam Schefter tweets Josh Sweat and the Cardinals have reached an agreement on a 4-year deal worth $76.4 million, including $41 million guaranteed. Deal negotiated by Drew Rosenhaus. I should have known his agent was Drew Rosenhaus. That dude was going to get paid.
You said 74 for
4 for 76.4. Damn. I mean, he got paid though. He got paid though. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, that's the thing where it's like I probably, if I'm Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions, I'm not paying that type of money.
Damn. Adam Schefter, he said, I heard Lions, but man, you didn't hear nothing. Look at this. Here's the tweet. There you go. Josh Sweat. The Cardinals, 4-year, 76.4, including 41 of it guaranteed.
So that's like 19 a year.
Yeah.
I'm not. Again, Josh Sweat, like he's a good player, but we haven't ever like had a season in the NFL where like, holy shit, Josh Sweat is a monster. And I feel like that playoff or that Super Bowl run you did for sure. But again, kind of going to that same conversation with Milton Williams, where it's like, Milton Williams is good. Josh Sweat is good, but there's these teams who have a bag that they'll be willing to pay that need to fill up roster spots like Arizona, like New England, that are going to overpay for these players. And the Lions just simply like, they have a lot of space, but if you're signing these guys long-term, that's when you got to look at these younger contracts. So happy that Brad Holmes didn't pay that type of money for Josh Sweat at the end of the day.
Let me see. I got this. I don't have the subscription, but Dave Perkett, if you do, you can go read the article, Free Press. But yeah, Dave Perkett put out a tweet. It says, for everyone asking if the Lions deal with DJ Reed is done, since he deleted his tweet, I got him on the phone very briefly, and this is what he said. And you could read more into it, but the quote is, this is what it's looking like. Or that's what it's looking like. So you got faith. I think it's again, I don't have a subscription, probably should. Dave Perkett, we met him in Indy. Great guy.
Yeah, great guy.
I just Doc's already on my ass, pause, about not reading his articles, so I definitely am not paying for articles. But I will say this, man. I think it'll get done. I'm not going to overreact to it. But it's probably just some kinks in the contract. Like I think Brad at this point is probably like, yeah, we can't let this dude walk away. I mean,
yeah,
it's just how it is. But Damn, Josh Sweat. Yeah, I'm with you. I went $19 million. I mean, we knew he'd get paid. There was hope he would take a shorter term deal, but come on, man. I mean,
So no Josh Sweat. Let's update the let's look at the edges now.
you got Judon
I don't know.
and
how I feel about
Zadarius
Judon
Smith.
either. That's what I'm saying. Like Zadarius is probably the best edge left on the market. Al-Jawari hasn't signed anywhere, has he, Hefe?
No, not yet.
Okay.
He'd be good. He'd be a good addition if you were to sign Judon or Zadarius, like just to have.
Like
Yeah,
as a
like-
rotate, like the
Aziz
James
would be like in the Houston role,
yeah.
but we need someone like a 3-down dude. We need like a Judon or a Zadarius Smith, in my opinion. And I can't believe I'm saying we need Zadarius Smith when he was just on the roster. I mean, that's probably why it's getting a little frustrating. It's like it's only they had a guy like Zadarius Smith, you know, arguably the best edge left besides Judon.
It's loading and stuff, but I'm trying to think of like another guy that you'd be like, okay, he's a starter. Like if you're Brad, you got to get your starter for next season in the draft or through trade. Because Carlton last year, you need to get a starting corner. How do you get him? Send a 3rd-round pick.
I'll say this
anybody
right
they
now,
like.
man. You go into this, you go into the season with a rookie starting at edge. I have to wait and see who it is. I would like more depth, though. I would like more depth, and because we've seen edges come in the first round edges and produce. You know what I mean? Like we've seen it happen. So, but I'm not saying you're gonna. I don't believe when you draft a pass rusher in the first round, he should sit. You know what I mean? He should come in and be like Jared Verse, who was drafted in the middle of the first round, like just an absolute beast. So I'm not saying it's crazy. I just would like one, just like a vet, besides a Davenport. You know,
Could I offer you a Dante Fowler Jr.?
I would love that.
Okay.
I would love that. I see Malik says it in the chat too, Dante Fowler Jr. I would love that. I think you need one more body. I'm cool with a rookie because I think you can get some pretty good rookies in this class.
Just have a rotation.
Yeah, but I need another vet. Hey, your boy AJ Espinenza. Bills could move off Espinenza.
Yeah, because he did have a down year, and you see they extended Rousseau too. They gave him a little bit of a bag, 4 years. I think it was like 80-ish mil.
Yeah, AJ might be up for he might be available, dude. Yeah, that's tough, man. Josh Sweat to Arizona. Arizona's actually having a pretty decent free agency so far.
Who else they get?
They re-signed a couple of their offensive linemen, I'm pretty sure, 2 of them. And then they brought in Josh Sweat. And then I think they brought in someone else, but I can't remember who it is. Let me see.
Calais Campbell, still available.
Calais Campbell. Oh my God.
Solomon Thomas, I wouldn't mind as a little depth piece. He's still out there.
Adam says, shout out Adam. Thank you for the $2, man. He says Brad has drafted 6 defensive linemen and only 2 have hit. Faith low.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of the suspect position.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. When I posted that tweet about Brad Holmes, that was what I was going at him for. Like people used a word and they misconstrued what I was saying. But that was when I watched the Super Bowl. I'm like, wow. It made me did like one of those that's so Raven, like like you go back. I'm like, wait, Brad's only hit on 2 edges or 2 defensive linemen. I'm like, what, dude? Like, and then you look at the Eagles, they've hit on like everyone. So that's why I said on Twitter, I'm like, dude, Brad from the Super Bowl, he's a loser. Now, people, I know it sounds like I'm just calling him a loser, but I meant like from the Super Bowl, the biggest loser from the Super Bowl is Brad Holmes. He lost. I mean, you think about it. All these defensive linemen that hit for the Eagles, he hasn't hit besides Aiden and Aleem. And Aiden, I give him credit because he didn't mess it up, but it's not like he just went and found Aiden. I mean, he literally fell to him. So
yeah,
we got to
step
right.
it up too.
Yeah. He's the defensive lineman, man. And Brad, to Malik's point, I brought this up too before. Brad played defensive lineman.
That'd be so. Imagine pass prone against Brad Holmes.
But we've seen quarterbacks. Hey, we've seen quarterbacks become GMs, and what can't they do?
Draft them. Can't do it. But I don't know, man. Pistons talk. Anthony said it in there. He's like, that's why you need to get one in free agency. I'm assuming talking about a defensive end, but that's true. It's just who now because you're not going to get one that's a starter. Like,
I know.
unless it's Zadarius. But like I said, I think Zadarius would have already been brought back by this point.
Why do you think he hasn't been signed yet?
Zadarius? He could take his time. You know what I mean? Like, what? Nobody's going to be paying him like a absolute bag. He's not breaking the bank, so he's probably seeing.
Maybe there's a chance.
I think there is still a chance. Like the thank you to Detroit post, like maybe like, hey, thank you. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Shit. Yeah, delete that shit. You're coming back.
We'll delete this little meme.
Yeah, get ready to learn what up, though. You're back. How you doing? And you're starting. We need you bad. Like bad. Come in, bring him in like a 1-year deal, and then you go draft an edge in the first round. It'll be all right.
Is there a free agent that you're like, you do not want to see sign with the Lions?
I mean, for me, it was more at corner. I mean, I'm not too picky with the defensive linemen. I just want some bodies, man. That's really what I would like guys that win, like win rate. Like, can you win a 1-on-1? But no, not really.
What would your feelings be if DeMarcus Lawrence signed with the Lions?
I'm cool with that.
Be cool with it?
Cool with that, yeah.
Okay.
What would be like the price? What would he cost?
I have no clue. That's why I was like, oh, I feel like he's somebody that could take a small budget to win now and then try to ride off in the sunset, or he'd be like, I'm DeMarcus Lawrence, like you're gonna pay me, type of deal.
Chase Young.
I think Chase Young's probably the best option at this point, if we're being honest.
Let me see. John texted. Yeah, John. John. He's like, he's asking where the money's going. That's what he's.
Yeah, it's like you're not just going to be saving this money to not use it if you have this much.
Yeah, and no one's asking to overpay for guys, but I think Doc would even say like it is an overpay game. You know, sometimes you got to just. But I think the Patriots have to overpay because of what's going on with the Patriots. Like I don't know, the Lions should be overpaying. You know what I mean? Like you don't have. I mean, you're in a position where players want to come play for Dan, play here. I'm not saying you don't give players what they deserve, but you could probably negotiate a little bit, see what you can get.
There's just nobody still in free agency that at this point I'm really pounding the table for either.
Yeah, I mean, Adam, thank you for another $5, brother. It's just most of us want a Super Bowl, and most of us can agree that we don't have a D-line to win a Super Bowl. Agreed. Brad said they value edge, not looking like it, to be honest. LMAO. Adam, I think that's a very fair point. I do. I mean, Lucas, are you looking at this D-line as a Super Bowl D-line?
No. And that's why
we agree. Yeah, I mean,
I'm bringing it, but that's why where you needed to upgrade in this front seven.
Yep.
I feel like they should have if it was available, whether it's through free agency or trade. Now, again, there's still a whole offseason. Like we are
plenty of time.
4 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours into this offseason as far as when you can actually go out and get guys. But Brad's got to do something. He's got to make a big move. Doesn't have to be for a household name, but as far as what a Brad Holmes big move is for going outside of the team, like that Carlton Davis, big move, 3rd round pick. Didn't they just get another pick for signing DJ Reed, or I'm sorry for letting go of Carlton Davis?
I got to see with that. I think they should.
Even if they're sitting on 2 3rd round picks, spend it and get a starter in this league.
Oh, yeah. Okay. DJ Reed confirmed. He's in Detroit.
Confirmed? Okay.
He confirmed. I have it right here for everyone. Let me put it on screen. DJ Reed is officially a Detroit Lion. Let's go. It's official. There it is. Let me put this on screen so people can see. Make sure it's all good. DJ Reed. There you go. It's the Instagram post. You see the Instagram athletes first. Woo! I've never been so excited for Instagram posts in my life. Okay, there you go.
Hell of a day.
Jeez, we were waiting on this. This is the biggest Instagram post in the history of Detroit Lions Twitter. I mean, they were waiting on this, and you finally got it. Okay. It's 3-year, $48 million. So that was Richard Silva who shared that. I think he's Detroit News. Pretty sure. So appreciate Silva for that, Mr. Richard Silva. All right.
Not out.
We don't have to freak out.
So
we're good. Yeah, it's official. The deal's done. So we don't have
3
to
years
freak out
too. It's not updated, only a 1-year deal. We don't got to worry about being in this position next season. And I think like when people watch DJ Reed tackle, like it's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be he has a very similar style to Amik. So I think it's good. You get two Amiks in there, put one of them a nickel, one of them outside. Either just leave Amik on the nickel or the outside. Like I said, who cares? But you got guys to help support Terran Arnold that aren't going to be injury riddled, and you're paying a lot of money to. So I'm all for DJ Reed.
So yeah, I see Samaj Pirine. He's back with the Bengals.
The goals. Samaj was kind of nice with the Chiefs for a second.
Mm-hmm. Pirine's back with the Bengals. I see Diami Brown, 1 year, $10 million deal with the Jags.
Okay. Don't hate that one. I'm trying to see who else wide receiver wise is available. I saw Doc wrote an article and he put Lil Jordan Humphreys in there, and I was I don't hate it, but it's just out of fucking nowhere.
What'd you say?
Wide receivers. And I was saying how Doc wrote an article and they put Lil Jordan Humphrey in there. I was like, okay. Don't hate it.
Yeah.
Random Lil Jordan.
You talking about just in general
Or for the Lions?
For the Lions. Like I'm saying, if they're going to be interested in what happens with Tim Patrick and if they go in the draft. But
Tim Patrick's under contract, is he?
Yeah, but I'm saying like going forward, like do they want to have somebody even depth wise? Like you got Leaf, obviously they're behind, but if Tim Patrick goes down, you don't really have a big body receiver there. And if they're not signing people on this defensive line, I hope those first rounds are going to the defensive line.
Oh, TP's a free agent. Thanks, Malik. I didn't even know. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, he signed a 1 year deal. So, yeah, expect him to get re-signed. I mean, let's be real here. Love Tim Patrick. No one's jumping up and down.
Don't you slander Tim Patrick right now.
He's not. Again, I'm just being real. Like, the Lions are going to be – if they offered him right now, he would take it right now. So, I don't know. Unless he's just – I can't imagine someone being like,
what? Wanting Tim Patrick?
No, not you can want him, but I'm just saying that it's just I don't think people are like he's on their list. They just got to get through some names before they get to TP. They'll call him. He's not a priority. You know what I mean? For other teams.
If Tim Patrick is gone, then that wide receiver 3 is again a need. Malik says there. Nick Westbrook.
I think they draft one. I think they draft one, and I think they re-sign him.
That would be perfect. That'd be perfect. But that's what I'm saying. Like if they let him walk, like I wonder who's a free agent that they'd like.
Yeah, I don't really know who's left in like the wide receiver market.
They just brought up Nick Westbrook. I'm trying to think. I like Noah Brown. He's a free agent.
Oh, Noah Brown. I want to.
Josh Reynolds. He's out there. I'd be done with the Josh Reynolds saga in Detroit though.
One of the best signings of free agency. Yeah. Josh Sweat can rush the pass.
Yeah,
whoever gets him, the dude's just a bona fide pass rush. Go to Detroit.
That's sick word by Adam Schefter there. If he's, I hear Lions.
Yeah, no. Apparently, I think honestly, people might have misheard him. Hold on. Does this sound like he's saying it, or does this sound like? Hold on. Does it? Because now Jeremy quote tweeted it and said it's literally Dan Orlovsky saying, "Just go to Detroit." Is it?
They got Kim on that 3-year, $45 million deal. Sweat's going to be one of the best signings of free agency. Yeah. Josh Sweat can rush the passer. Whoever gets him, the dude's just a bona fide pass rush. Go to Detroit. I'm just hitting on New England. I do think it's interesting. You've heard me.
Yeah, I think
we all got bamboozled.
Dude,
bamboozled.
I mean, you know what? We are all dumbasses. Not everyone in the chat, but because who? That's clearly Dan O saying go to Detroit. Like I didn't even watch the video. I'm gonna be honest. I just saw it and was like, oh, okay. All right, that's an L.
I'm crazy.
I'm an idiot. So, yeah, I mean, and everyone was on Twitter like, I'm hearing Adam Schefter. Unless Adam Schefter, I don't have it on like the TV or anything. Unless he actually said, oh, yeah, I heard Detroit. But that sounded like Dan Orlovsky just saying that. So, There you go. Josh Sweat, no more. Judon's still on the board. He's still there. Trey Anderson, he's, I guess, still available if that's still a pipe dream.
I wonder who's going to be signing him now. Chargers don't have much cap space. Commander's still available, I'm sure.
And then, I think, DJ Reed. Grady Jarrett's now a free agent.
I feel like he'd be cheap, kind of like a DJ Reader type of deal, but I don't think he's coming to Detroit because he's someone that knows he can start. And he's going to be fighting out with DJ Reader. Like, it's just going to be vet on vet crime. Like, they'd rather just go out. Like, he could sign with any team that he wanted. Any team could use a Grady Jarrett. Besides maybe Philadelphia, because they already have 2 of them.
You know what I haven't seen yet? There's a guard being signed by the Lions.
Oh, by the Lions? Yeah, Kevin Zeitler, that's a quiet discussion that no one's talked about.
You know how important that is? You got to bring that man back. And I haven't seen, a good thing is Kevin Zeitler hasn't signed anywhere. So things are usually happening when you don't hear about it.
Oh, well, you just talked about Grady Jarrett just signed a 3-year, $43.5 million deal with the Bears. I'm fine with it if he went to the Bears. If he's not going to Detroit, might as well go to my Bears. You're so
No.
Yeah, Sips. Yeah, you sip.
I'm just
third in the division, huh? Not second.
I've been telling the fellas that the Bears are going to be second in the NFC North, and I don't need free agency to tell me that.
I'm not going to tell you that. They'll be third. Don't worry. Are
what
the Patriots now the second team in the AFC East? Like, no, they got to go out there. They were just a bottom team in the NFL. They got to go out there and do some things. They could still be a good team, the Bears. They could win 8, 9, 10 games. But I think it's going to go Lions, Packers, Bears, Vikings this year. And even the Vikings, like, they're not going to be far behind anybody else. It's going to be a close division again. But you talk about Ben Johnson, has never been a coach in the NFL. That's going to matter at some points during the season. He's going to have some learning moments. And those learning moments, not every time, but there will be times where those turns into losses. Like, he's a great offensive mind. Great offensive mind. Will not deny that. Never will. Caleb Williams, very talented quarterback. The pieces that they have, very solid. But at some point, you got to have a 17-game season to put it all together. It's not just going to be like, bang. We saw the New York Jets. Now, I don't think they're as bad as the New York Jets. But you look at the Jets, you look at the Bears, crippled franchises over time. Like, it takes a little bit more extra work to turn the Bears, the Jets, the Lions, the Browns, these type of franchises. So it's not just going to happen where they're 5-12. Now all of a sudden they're 12-5. They're going into the postseason as the second seed in the NFC North or the first seed in the NFC North. That won't be the case. Maybe in the following year I could be hearing you out, but it's not like this team's going to step on the field and just be ready to go. Like, there's never been.
All I'm saying is, if this was the Lions, we'd be like, this team might be the best in the entire division. Like, if it was us making these moves, we'd be like, I think we might be the best boys.
If we would we have a first-year head coach?
If we liked our coach enough,
we'd be like, I hope, but let's not act like we wouldn't have been through 1986 to now of pain. Like, even when Dan Campbell was with the Detroit Lions and they first started getting good, like, it was never like, oh, we're here. Like, there were some fans, but then there was the other half where it's like, okay, we got to go win a division first. We got to win a playoff game first. Like, there's steps to arriving and just being out of this quote unquote rebuild.
You know what's funny about this thing? I think Klotz, we'll work on it. Like, I'll get you eventually. I've already gotten Boon. He switched sides. He's with me. He agrees now.
For what? Second in the division?
Yeah. I see him in the chat. He's going at you, and he said, "Get him, Jeff." So
I'm my computer's tweaking. It's been frozen for like the last 4 or 5
minutes. I got Boon. I got Boon to switch sides. It took him. See, Boon will admit it though. He's like, you know what? They're making some good signings.
I'm not saying they're making bad signings whatsoever. Like, these are good signings.
You just got to see it. You're that guy.
I got to see it for one, but two, I think people we're just dismissing the Packers.
Well, they haven't. What have the Packers really done?
They really haven't done anything. But then again, like, neither of the Eagles, the Lions brought in DJ Reed. Like, a lot of the top teams really haven't made that many moves. You look at the teams in free agency that are going crazy. It's kind of the teams that have money that need pieces. And the Bears don't need pieces as much as the Patriots or the Panthers. But the Bears still do need pieces. The Packers are pretty well put together. They're going to need some help in the secondary, but they still have a good defense. Their offense is very good. I don't love Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur is a good coach. He's okay. I'm not a fan of him that much. But I think when you look at the Packers offensively, especially, I think this was probably going to be the down year if they had one. I think, in my opinion, again, this is my opinion. This is why I think the Packers are second. I think that offense, especially Jordan Love, kind of bounces back. I think they're going to get some offensive and defensive talent through the draft, and they're going to be right back to where they were last season as far as a 11, 12 win team possibly. The schedule is going to be difficult. It's going to be more difficult than last year for all these teams, but I think it's kind of crazy that before we've even seen this Bears team even step on the field yet, we're taking down the Packers and how consistent they've been over the last couple of seasons. Even with LaFleur and Jordan Love, they've been a good team.
Apparently they signed Aaron Banks.
Not to cut you off, but as far as like Booner in the chat, who was the man praising the Packers for almost beating the Eagles in the wild card round, saying if they without it, they would have beat them? It's like, okay, now we're just saying that they're bad. Like, not bad, but they're the third team in the NFC North. Like that team, the Packers are very good. Look at how tough the Packers played in Ford Field. Like that was a close game. If Dan Campbell
are you using Boone's card against
controversial fourth down conversion, very different game.
He said, yeah, Boone said they signed Aaron Banks. He's a pretty good guard. How does this move affect?
Yeah, I'm not going to be jumping up and down about Aaron Banks and the Packers. Solid signing. Like the Bears have had better signings than the Packers. Like Bears have had a good offseason. I'm not.
Yeah, but to be fair, they had to be a little aggressive. I mean, they got money. They had to.
Especially Ryan Poles. Like if this doesn't work, like Ben Johnson will stay, but Ryan Poles is going to be gone.
Yeah, and Aaron Banks is a really good signing. I mean, they got Josh Jacobs over there. They want to run the ball. They get a really good guard, Aaron Banks from the 49ers. By the way, Tufunga and Banks both leave the 49ers.
For some reason, I thought Banks went to the Chiefs. Maybe I'm tweaking.
Yeah, they signed that. Who'd they sign? They signed a tackle, the Chiefs. And they signed Elijah Mitchell.
Maybe that's why I'm thinking of that.
They signed Jalen Moore, who was with the 49ers. Yep, okay. They signed him, who's playing tackle.
Niners line. They need Josh Simmons. Or at least
they do. They do.
I would almost be surprised, like if they wanted to trade up from 11, just
get
because
try and get like Will Campbell or something.
Mm-hmm. Because if Trent's not healthy this year, you're about to re-sign Brock Purdy for even if it's $45-50 million. That's still a quarterback that a lot of people are questioning. Should he be re-signed for $45-50 million? Because losing Debo, trying to move off Ayuk, CMC's at the bottom part of his career, it looks like he's probably going to be declining pretty slowly now. Like Brock Purdy's going to be in a position where he has to carry that team. Hufanga gone, Dre Greenlaw gone. A lot of pressure on Purdy. You better protect that man.
Yeah, people talking about the Bears right now. Everyone's freaking out about the Grady Jarrett signing.
It's like a DJ Reader signing. Played DJ Reader numerous
Dennis Allen knows about him
with the Falcons. He's a good player.
Dennis Allen knows about him. Played him a lot in the NFC or in the AFC. Yeah. Yep.
Trying to think.
In the NFC, what is it, NFC right. South? Played him a lot over there. Nate says, peace from Chicago. Shout out Nate, by the way. Everyone in my office having an aneurysm as the Bears open the checkbook. Fuck the Bears. I'm in my Lions gear playing Doughboys Cash Out.
Shout out.
Hey, there you go.
Shout out, Nate.
ETN says these movements Jeff does with his eyebrows are so irritating. Yeah, I think that's Booner and Lukas have to put up with me not only on air but off air. So that's by the way, the Banks deal, I have the numbers on that. The Packers signing Aaron Banks, the guard from the 49ers. The deal it's a pretty hefty freaking deal, man. 4 years, $77 million. Damn. Yeah, almost 20 a year. It's like Jonah Jackson money.
Yeah.
He's pretty good, though. He's better than Jonah Jackson.
And so that's to the Packers or to the Chiefs?
That's the Packers. That's the Aaron Banks move. Yep. Let me see. Move. Yeah, he was let me see how good he was last year. I'll check that out.
Because they got him now. They got Eldon Jenkins, who's nice. They got Zach Tom.
Rasheed Walker.
Center. Who was it?
No, I don't. He's not there. He's the tackle, Rasheed Walker. They drafted. He's pretty good. I don't know who their center is.
Then they got Jordan Morgan a couple years ago in the draft. Like they got a good offensive line going. There's just a lot of pressure on Jordan Love to succeed this year. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you talk about the offensive lines like in the NFC, like the Eagles, the Bears. Like look at the NFC North. The Bears, the Packers are building up. They've had a pretty good offensive line. Like you got to be able to get after these guys, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, like, all eyes are on Brad right now. It's like, who are you going and getting? Like, what edge are you going out and getting? Like, is it Judon? It better be at this point, or please bring back Zadarius. Be like, hey, Zadarius.
I was wrong.
Wrong. Or honestly, it might be a part of the plan where it's like you cut him and you bring him back for cheaper. I don't know. I mean, whatever it is, just bring the dude back.
Yeah, this is a great way to put it by John Hughes, because it seemed like it's every offseason the last couple of years. All right, the Bears are going to be the reigning defending offseason champions of the world, times three times world champs, honestly. And I will say that, like, this offseason, like, the Bears are more legitimate now than they have been probably in the last 5 to 10 years, like this offseason. But we're just acting like it's Madden and that they're going to go out there and instantly just be great. Even last year, we remember in the preseason game when DJ Moore took this jailbreak screen like 80 yards to the house, everybody's celebrating like this is the year. It's like, no, there's 17, 18 weeks in a season. Injuries are going to happen. Bears will be good. Not saying they're going to be bad, but let's stop acting like the Bears have already arrived. I think it's crazy. Crazy.
Amazing. I'm just tweeting out, reminding everyone.
Caleb Williams is here. That is Caleb Williams, burner. Let's see. Any new developments? I want to look too. How much do you think Zeitler would command? Because
I would say roughly what he got last year.
Like, what was he, 10? 10, 11? Am I wrong on that?
Let me see.
My computer just freeze. Can you hear me, Hefe?
Yep.
I think my computer just froze. Okay, I can hear. I can't. Shit's frozen though. Wi-Fi virus coming back.
I think. I think Zeitler will probably sign for a similar contract. I don't see him. I don't see him going out there and signing him to like more money. Mm-hmm. I think at this point he just wants a Super Bowl. Like,
but didn't the Chiefs just let their guard go?
Were we just talking about the Chiefs? Oh no, that was the Niners. Never mind. Okay, thank you.
Yep, Aaron Banks. Yep.
Yeah, because they re-signed Trey Smith and then they got another. Okay,
that's the one team who I think has like some chance at stealing Kevin Zeitler is the Chiefs. But if they're already rebuilding it, hopefully they don't.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't know, man. If I'm being honest, my gut right now tells me the Lions are probably done today. I don't know. Like, remember, this is the entire week, so we got plenty of things. You know what I mean? You got some time here. I mean, you got Judon. There's guys that usually will wait a day, see how all the cards fall, and then they'll sign like tomorrow or the next day. Could be a situation where maybe you get Zadarius or Judon like tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, because again, those vets, like, if you're in a position where people know like where you should be in the market, I feel like you're just waiting out to see all these other contracts signed, so you can know like, hey, if I can ask for more money, I'm going to do so. Like,
yeah,
like what we were talking about with Holland earlier.
Yeah, and there's negotiations. I mean, would I like them to get everything done in one day? I would, but it might take. Again, it's free agency. It's a whole week. Like, things are going to continue to happen. So, and we'll be covering it all here. So, subscribe. But I haven't seen anything recently popping up on my Twitter. I tweeted out. I said, got plenty of flack for saying the Bears will be second in the NFC North 2 weeks ago. Ben Johnson's impact will be felt immediately. And someone already responded. They win every offseason.
They do, man. They're just offseason warriors and on-field scrubs.
Yeah, which I get. I understand.
Amazing, but let's calm down here, Hefe.
Yeah,
you're falling into that Bears propaganda.
Well, I'm not saying they're going to be like contenders, but I think they'll be. I mean, in a division that I think is pretty wide open, besides the Lions. But even then, like,
NFC North, consider the Lions contenders?
I do. That's the only. I think that's the only team in the NFC North I consider contenders.
Oh, you don't think Packers are? Okay.
I think they're like they're a fun team. Like, I think they could be like, I don't look at them as like a Super Bowl winning team. Like, I don't. That speaking of, I gotta see it.
NFL Notre Dame. Think that's a good comp. Notre Dame.
Yeah, at least Notre Dame. I mean, Riley Leonard. I
He
mean,
looked good at the combine.
He battled.
Look at the combine. Now the national championship game against those Buckeyes now. Look good at the combine, though. There'll be a solid 6-round pick.
Ball the license. Jeff's tweet already has 2 bookmarks. Yeah, hey, you can bookmark it all you want. That's fine. You can bookmark it. I respect it.
It's like, who bookmarked it? Block him.
Yeah, you mean, hey, bookmark it all you want. I don't mind it. Let's see. I just saw the Jags sign an offensive tackle. The Jags, I think, signed a guard. They signed an offensive tackle. They signed safety, a nickel corner. Jags are pretty active too.
Yeah, they needed. That's where I thought. I believe you did too. Like that's where I thought Carlton was going to go. It's because they do have the money to spend. They're in a similar spot to New England.
Yeah, even they were like, no, $20 million. The Jags.
Because they need another wideout and they need a defense, offensive lineman. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, so far, like for agency, the Patriots, the Jags, they've been probably the most aggressive. I just saw someone tweet out too, Azeez Ojulari. Now Lions fans have pivoted. It went from Josh Sweat to Azeez Ojulari, guys. We can do. I mean, listen. I was talked about Azeez last week. I like Azeez. I don't know if that's. I talked about Azeez as like an additional signing. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm happy with like Azeez as the signing. I don't know. Unless you do draft like a James Pierce or like someone in the draft that can produce right away at edge. Like then I'm like, okay, you have a little rotation going on. I can get used to. I can. I'm cool with that.
Yeah. He's not Ojulari though. Like you were talking about, we need somebody that Lions do. That's a 3-down type of guy. Like Ojulari is not somebody you're comfortable out there on a 3rd and 1. And Josh Jacobs, like we were just talking about, is back there running the football.
Yeah, no. That means you'd have Davenport and Azeez, 2 guys that play like half the games every year. It's like, okay.
God, the Marcus Davenport signing is not bad because it's pretty much basically $1 million guaranteed and the rest is incentive based. So the money is not bad. I just hope to God that they're looking at that as like last resort Marcus Davenport, like break glass. Marcus Davenport's here.
Oh, they gave him pennies, man. I mean, like it wasn't like last year where they gave him about almost $9 million,
something like that. 6, I think it might have been either way. Yeah, 6,
whatever
9, same fucking thing. But who else was going to give him money in the NFL? Like he was probably like that was one of his only options, probably.
Sheldon, appreciate you becoming a Crunch member, my friend. We appreciate that. Reversion says we will end up with a good young D end in the draft. Josiah Stewart will probably be there at 60. Take Kenneth Grant at 28. All Michigan. Well, the problem is Josiah Stewart isn't really we're talking about these 3-down defensive linemen. He's more of like he's built like a Hassan Reddick, Azeez Ojulari. Like he's like a 6'2", 6'3". Yeah, like he's like a outside linebacker, pass rusher, hybrid kind of thing. Like he's not like hand in the dirt every play. At least from what I've seen out of Josiah Stewart. I don't think.
The other issue is we were just talking about Grady Jarrett leading the Falcons. I don't see a way that Raheem Morris. Yeah, like Kenneth Grant's a stud, but I don't see a way that Raheem Morris and even the pick behind it, 16 with Arizona, like they see Kenneth Grant and they go, nah, we could use a D tackle, so we're going to pass up on arguably one of the better defensive players in general, and Kenneth Grant in this draft. So, yeah, no way, no how. You'd have to move up. Like I'm all for Brad Holmes trading up to get Kenneth Grant. But you're going to have to move up inside like that top half of the draft probably if you want to make sure that you get him.
All right, let's get Boon up in here. Boon's hanging out. Let's get Boon. Welcome, Boon. How we doing?
Can you boys hear me?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Let's go. I'm in a different spot. I don't have my mic. I don't have lights. I have nothing. I'm just
you're hanging out. Just chopping it up.
It's been a crazy couple hours too, boys. I'll say that. This has been I only have about 10 minutes, and then I got to skedaddle and go do some other things.
Well, give your thoughts then today. How's it been for you, Lions? How do you feel?
I mean, I like it. I heard you, Jeff, say, and I like you said, hey, I think they might be done today. Like it's only 3:40. Like this thing opened up at noon. Like there's going to be deals going like until midnight tonight. I think like every couple minutes you're going to be seeing more deals. And I like the DJ Reed thing, boys. I don't know about you. I see a lot of people. I've been seeing a lot of stats. And I know we don't do PFF grades and all of that, but like DJ Reed's a dog. Like he is right up there with Carlton Davis. And you got him $4 million cheaper than you did for Carlton. Like Carlton was like, I want my payday. That's where it was like, and DJ Reed was like, I want to go somewhere. I think that was a little bit of a difference where DJ Reed was like, I want to go somewhere, it seems like, and like have an opportunity to go win and be able to like show out. So like his next paycheck's his payday. But you got him for 3 years. Like 3-year deal with DJ Reed is unbelievable at the end of the day. So I like that, honestly. And I do think, boys, like I will say, I think I text you guys, or I texted Doc. I said I'm starting to sweat a little bit about this edge situation. Like I am starting to get a little like antsy on it, just because there are some big names coming off the board. My first thought process is this. I don't know about the people in the chat, like who was thinking this. I feel like when Brad Holmes said, we're moving on from Zadarius, there's no report. I haven't heard anything. This is just a gut feeling. I have a feeling that he thought that he was in on Josh Sweat. And I feel like maybe he felt like he was in, and then Arizona came in and outbid them. That's just a gut feeling. That's not like me reporting that. It's really just like me thinking it like.
Makes sense. I mean, it seemed like they were, at least to some extent, involved. So you see the video we played? It was
I did. Hey, listen.
I'll be right back, boys.
Man. We just report. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know. I fell for it too. I said on the show, I'm like, I think Adam Schefter said something, and I watched it. I was like, wait, that sounds like Dan Orlovsky. But I'm with you though. It sounded like the Lions were at least intrigued to some extent, and then it just didn't happen. So
yeah.
I mean, hey, you get outbid. You get outbid.
Yeah, that means Brad's working though. That's why I don't think I heard you say again. You're like, I think it might be done. Like, dude, I think they're just heating up. Like, I think what's happening at this point now is teams are starting to really negotiate and having to pull team players away, and like you're having to spend some money now. And Brad, like, if he wants to win a Super Bowl, this is the bottom line. If you want to win a Super Bowl, you have to go out and make some. You're gonna have to spend some money. And you I'm not saying put the team in the cap space in a hole, but you have to put yourself in a position to go spend money to where you have to take a chance. Right. And that's where a little bit it's like, hey, you have to take a chance on some of these edge rushers and especially defensive players. It felt like DJ Reed, a little bit of a chance to where which is a smart move because obviously the money with that compared to Carlton is unbelievable. Like it's insane.
I didn't even think about this either. Jonathan Gannon, his old DC with the Eagles.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Andre. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
It's a very fair point.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're still going to work. I think there's going to be a couple more done today. My guess, to be honest, is there's going to be an edge sign today, and I do think they're going to get an offensive lineman done today, whether that's Kevin Zeitler or not. I think what might happen with Kevin Zeitler, if they want to bring him back, I think by the end of the day, you would know what his price is and know whether or not you want to do it.
I think Zeitler should be pretty simple. Like I think both sides want to, both sides are interested. I think the number they probably already know. I don't think it should take long. I wouldn't be surprised if Zeitler gets done today.
That's my first thought was either even some guys like Tim Patrick. If Tim Patrick, that's one where you should know the price right away and you should know. But again, these are ones honestly, and this is why the Zeitler thing's interesting. And the same with Tim is you were able to get deals done in-house over the last week. Yeah. Like you were able to speak with guys. So if the Zeitler deal didn't get done, guess what? Zeitler wants to go test free agency. That's essentially what that means. Same with Tim Patrick and same with those guys. I don't know. I like the DJ Reed thing though, boys. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I think that was huge over Carlton. Like I think it's like a similar. Obviously, he's a little smaller, but when we're talking about like level of play, I would say it's like a similar level of play to Carlton Davis, and you got him too.
Yeah, I think Carlton's he's like a proven like corner one over DJ, but like you said, level of play, it's not that big of a difference. I mean, you're paying $4 million cheaper. And so again, you're paying for a little less of a corner, but like you're not, the drop off isn't that, in my opinion, that big, and he's been more durable. So I like it. He's a perfect culture fit. I mean, he's perfect. I mean, he's played alongside Sauce for the last couple of years.
I think him with Terrion's fine. And honestly, if they want to bring someone else in, I'm fine with it. I just don't think you're going to get that level. It's like DJ Reed's going to be your number one now. I had a lot of people in my tweet when I put the news out there that he was like, he's not their CB1. He's not good. He's like, I disagree. Like, what is Terrion? Like, who's going to be your
no.
top safety? It's
No.
got to be. It's got to be DJ Reed. You're not going to go out.
He is.
Yeah, you're not going to go out and sign anyone else, whether you think he is or not. That it's a matter of a fact that he is your corner one at this point. It's DJ.
And people are going to bring up the 5'9" thing, like, guys, and I get it. It's not ideal. You want your corners to be 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". I get it. You had Amik Robertson guard. He was covering Justin Jefferson at 5'9", and he did fine. So I'm not saying that DJ Reed's going to lock everyone up, but like let's chill on the he's 5'9", he's going to get cooked. It hasn't really the guys in a division with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Let that sink in for a second. He's battled those guys twice a year.
He had to battle Stephon Diggs. I mean, he had to bear. He's been probably battling Garrett Wilson in practice. Like he's for his frame, I would say he's a pretty well-rounded corner. He's good against the run. He's a good tackler. He gets his hands on footballs, man. So yeah, I like it for $16 million, 3-year deal, longest deal Brad's offered a free agent, 3 years,
which is fine. I think 3 is fine. I think it's like and you know what, Jeff, and this is something that I've talked about for weeks now when we're talking free agency. Terrion's going into year 2, correct? 4th year option for what comes up in how much time?
His 5th year option? Yeah.
Well, he gets through his 4th where you have to opt in to the 5th in 3 years. DJ Reed, 3 years. We had this conversation. I said, if they sign a corner, you sign a corner to a 3-year deal. That was a conversation with Paulson Adebo. The only reason that we said short term is coming off a major injury, but it was like, hey, you do a 2-3 year deal with a corner, and it lines up to where Terrion, if he ends up being your corner 1, you pay Terrion, and you're able to go find a corner 2, and kind of that you switch spots there with your corners. That's kind of, I think, how Brad's mind is working as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think the DJ Reed thing. Excuse me. All right, at the price you get them compared, like the market for every position group's going up now, like everyone, and
salary
the fact
cap's up.
Yes, and the fact that you got him at 16 and you just saw Carlton go for 20, and you're going to see these other corner deals that end up being 20, 21. Who was it that just got who just got 25 today?
JC Horn. Oh.
JC Horn gets 25. Like, you're seeing the market go up. So 16 is a steal. Whether it's a good deal. I'm just waiting for something else to happen.
So are we getting that pick from the Davis thing?
Not 100% sure. I've seen a couple different things on here, and what I'm doing, honestly, I'm just waiting for this website to update, to be honest. My guess is we're not going to get the comp pick. That's my guess. It's still on the website and showing that we will. But I'm not going to, like, I don't know. I don't want to say yeah, and then we end up not getting it. You know,
I've been seeing it, but I wasn't sure. I know you tweeted.
I put the tweet out before the DJ Reed. It was literally as soon as Carlton signed, I went and looked at the website, and they had updated instantly. That's why I'm a little confused with the DJ Reed signing, that they would have updated it if not.
Someone said DJ Reed's 40 time. Yeah, he ran a 4.51. He looks faster on tape, though. I mean, it's. Ryan says no. Jeff Reed's contract cancels it out. That's okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here as well. I just saw
they got a third from Aaron Glenn, so they'll be all right.
I put that tweet out literally probably as soon as it was only 5 minutes after the Carlton Davis switch, and then DJ Reed signed. So I'm pumped up.
And here's the thing, and I know Danny G just said it. Only casuals go to interceptions to tell who a better corner is.
I mean, he's not wrong. And here's the thing you look at with DJ Reed.
I like to look at a little side stat. I tried to look at pass deflections, because if someone has a ton of pass deflections, but maybe they don't have all the interceptions, you at least can get a good indication that this player gets his hands on a lot of footballs. DJ Reed gets his hands on a lot of footballs. So I like it. It's interceptions are great. Don't get me wrong. But if you're covering a receiver and you're deflecting passes, welcome. Welcome. I love that. You know, it's not the only stat, but it's certainly a stat I like to look at. So Just the whole like, oh, interceptions. He doesn't have a ton of interceptions, guys.
There's so much more to it than
there's
just
so much more to it.
I mean, look at Carlton. Carlton didn't have an interception. Even Terrion. Like Terrion didn't have one all year.
That's like guys who look at Trevon Diggs and say that guy's a lockdown. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's got 10 picks in a year. And it's like, no, he's not.
Sauce Gardner. How many picks has Sauce Gardner had in his career?
They don't throw at him. Yeah, exactly.
It's not always one of those things. What just happened? Oh, wow. The Texans are finalizing a trade to send Laramie Tunsil, their best offensive lineman, to the Washington Commanders. The Commanders quietly having like an unbelievable offseason. The Commanders are
Laramie Tunsil?
Laramie Tunsil, left tackle, giving Jaden Daniels his left tackle. Jaden Daniels. I don't know what the comp, the everything with it is, but
they're probably, you know what that is though. They're going to draft a tackle and replace him. That's a great trade by the Commanders, though, man. Commanders get a starting tackle. It's just how it is. I mean, guys, I know people
are great offseason.
Well, you look at the Texans, the Bears, these teams that have rookie quarterbacks. Like, look at them; they're spending. They can go all in. They can do these things. Like the Commanders are loading up. They're loading up, just like we knew they would.
All right, boys. Well, I guess Jeff.
I'm talking to you, Boon.
We're gonna be live, right, for a while.
I mean, I'll be hanging out. So
all right, I'll be back at probably like 5:05. I'm gonna head over. Here in about an hour, I'll head over to my little studio, my office, and I'll hop back on. Right. Hey, let's grind this thing out tonight. Free agency, free agency frenzy on Crunch Time Sports. Let's go.
Yeah, I am not. I don't think I'm going to bed at all. So
I'm gonna be up. I'll be live. Honestly, once I get off at 5 here, I'll probably grab some food. I'll be live with you until till the Lions sign someone else, I guess.
I will not sleep until someone's signed. I'll tell you that. Something's happening today. All right. I'll catch you in a little bit, Boon.
See you, chat.
There you go. Booner. Follow him. Booner Sports on X, man. He's staying updated with all this stuff. So I'm hanging out with you guys, man. It's a community space here at Crunch Time. Come hang out. Drop your comments. Whatever you think's going on. I'm trying. I'm refreshing all my feed. I'm trying to see what's going on here. I'm going to try and find out that compensation. I'm going to find out the compensation for the Laramie Tunsil thing because that's a really good trade. That's a really good trade for them. Let me see. I just saw the report. I'm going to try and grab that. Here it is. Here's the official Ian Rappaport. Oh, and they got a lot of draft picks for it. Oh, I didn't know that. Here it is. Commanders aren't playing games. Texans finalizing a trade for 5-time Pro Bowl Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders. Huge addition for Washington. Houston gets a draft pick haul. 2nd round and 4th round. The Texans and 3rd. So they got some picks. Damn. It's pretty good. Wow. I would have dumped his ass too. Adam, thank you for the $2. His Hutch better ask for $40 million since he has no help. Yeah, Hutch is going to get paid. I mean, he's going to get paid, guys. That dude's going to get paid. I mean, they're going to get paid. Or he's going to get paid. When we see Myles Garrett become the highest paid non-quarterback, you have Micah Parsons. I'm sure Brad wants to get this extension done early. I bet you. I bet you any money they've already reached out to him. It was like, hey, you want to get this thing run? If I'm Aiden, I'm like, let's wait a year. Because when I go out here and contend for Defensive Player of the Year again, you're going to pay me the highest paid non-quarterback. You're going to make me the highest paid non-quarterback. And I know we like to look at it from either a fan perspective or a media perspective. And we're like, well, Aiden should really sign this contract early. It's like, well, if I'm Aiden's like agent, I'd be like, don't sign anything right now. Don't sign a thing, man. Go out there and ball out and get as much money as you can. Guys, these guys are human beings. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson wants to get paid. And I'm pretty sure he was out of the NIL era. I don't think he made any dough in college, at least what I know of. So Man's got to get paid. Just the facts. Thanks for the $2, Adam. Appreciate that a ton. I know Jeffrey said this. Any word on Detroit free agents? Zeitler, Levi. No words at this point. Zeitler, I expect fully to be back. I would be shocked if Zeitler signs elsewhere. I would be shocked. And yeah, clip this, I guess, because it could age poorly. But I would be shocked, genuinely. I don't think he wants to go anywhere else. I mean, that little clip of his wife in the group in the Facebook chat, like she was happy about someone resigning. I can't remember all the details, but they love Detroit. They love being here. The Lions want him back. He wants to play for a Super Bowl contender. The Lions are that. I don't expect him to go elsewhere. I expect Zeitler to be back. Now, Levi, I don't. I don't expect him to be back. Maybe the Lions do re-sign him. I guess I wouldn't be surprised. But I guess personally, I don't think I'd be pounding the table for Levi Onwuzurike back. I think that, it is what it is. What do you guys think about Levi? Yes or no? Let's hear your guys' thoughts. Yes or no? Levi Onwuzurike, you want him back? I guess I don't really mind. I'm not gonna fight over it, but I like Mekhi Wingo at this point. And they'll probably if they draft like a Kenneth Grant or someone else, I'm cool with that. So Levi, something I wouldn't mind it. Yeah, I see man, not really. Levi can walk. I see yes, but at the right price. I mean, that's fair. Again, I think both are fair. If you say you don't want him, I don't hate it. If you say you do and you want him for dirt cheap, I don't hate it at all. He's good depth. But that's about what he is, And Jeff says, what about Iffy? Yeah, Iffy's another one, wild card. I think the Jets would probably be a place to watch for Iffy. I can see Aaron Glenn going out and grabbing him. I just got Elon Musk on my feed. I don't know. You can see it right there. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I'm looking around here to see what else that's happening. Jeremy Chin to the Raiders, 2 years, $16 million. So Jeremy Chin's, he signs with the Raiders. Shift God says it's still some defensive tackle still available. I mean, yeah. Javon Hargrave is out there, and I like Javon Hargrave. I do. A little older, but he's fine. Oh, like I told Booner, I expect something to get done today. And DeMarcus Lawrence, guys, is a name that I am very interested in. DeMarcus Lawrence. Lucas brought it up, and I honestly didn't even really think of it until he brought it up. I don't know. Let me look into DeMarcus. DeMarcus Lawrence. I know he's been. I wonder what he can't be expensive, right? There's no way. How old is he? 32. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Let me put this on screen for you guys. So the last couple years, so last year he played in 4 games. I mean, he got hurt, but he had 3 sacks in 4 games. Okay. The year prior, 17 games, 4 sacks, 17 games, 6 sacks. He's playing with Micah. He's fine. It's crazy what DeMarcus Lawrence was when he got into the league. But he's like a good, I guess, what would you call it? Like a bridge, I guess? Like a bridge, or he's in his Unk era. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind it. He's a solid addition. I mean, yeah, Malik just said it. DeMarcus Lawrence would be a great bridge player for a rookie. Yeah, that's kind of what I would look at him as. I don't hate it. I'd be open to it. Good mentor. Yeah. Benji says, outside of asking price, what would be the difference from trading for Trey Hendrickson this year compared to Carlton Davis last year? A little more rich on draft capital. Do it, Brad. This is what I think the difference is. I think Trey Hendrickson is at a different point in his career where he's already led the league in sacks the last 2 years. I think Trey knows in his mind, I'm coming off 2 insane seasons. I need to cash out right now because God forbid you trade for Trey. He comes to Detroit. I'm just throwing a hypothetical out there. You come to Detroit. Let's say he goes, you know what? I'll play on 1 year left on my deal, like Carlton did. And he gets 8 sacks. You think he hits free agency and gets $30+ million? Maybe. But you'd want to cash out, I guess, now while you've led the league in sacks. So I think Carlton probably in a different position because he was like, well, I got 1 year left, but I'll play it out and I'll get paid. I don't think Hendrickson's in that, like, I'll play it out phase. He's like, I am what I am. I led the league in sacks. Pay me. You know, so I think that's the difference. I get what you're saying, Benji. I mean, I would love Trey, man. He's such a beast. He's so good, but man, he's going to want so much money. That's the price. And I want him to get it. I just don't want him to get it in Detroit. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense there. So that's where I'm at with it. Yeah, the Commanders got Laramie Tunsil in a 4th-round pick. The Texans got a 4th-round pick, so they swapped picks. And the Texans got a 3rd-round pick and a 2nd-round pick. So a 2, a 3, and they swapped 4s, I'm pretty sure, for Laramie Tunsil. Commanders are going to be good, guys. And this is what I guess another takeaway of mine is from today and just at the NFC in general. The NFC has always been kind of a joke the last couple of years. I mean, as NFL fans, you guys know that. The NFC has been, I mean, it's not the AFC right now, obviously, with Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, you know, Stroud, you got Herbert, you got all this talent over there. But the NFC is getting better. Like, look at the Commanders 2 years ago. You would have laughed. I mean, you'd be like, oh, the Commanders are on the way. It's like, okay, they're a legit contender now. And look at the resources they're investing. I mean, they're legit. The Eagles just won the Super Bowl. The NFC is Super Bowl champs. You have the Rams who just got Devontae Adams. Like, they're going to be something. Who knows with the 49ers? They're kind of a wild card. So, I mean, and then the Bears, obviously, you guys can make fun of me for saying the Bears are going to be second in the NFC North, but regardless, they're still building something, and you have the Packers and the Vikings, and if the Vikings, if J.J. McCarthy turns into something good, well, you got another team in your own division and in the NFC that's, you know, a threat. And the Packers are always just going to be a threat. I mean, they just always are. They're a good team. I don't think they're better than the Lions, but even though their fans sometimes act like it, and I get it. But the Buccaneers, like, thank you for that, Baldwin. I appreciate that because it is true. I totally forgot about them. I mean, you signed Hassan Reddick. Look at what they have. I mean, guys, yeah, the NFC's not – this is how football works. You guys know how it is, man. Teams pop out of nowhere. Boom, 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 boom. Now now the whole conference is way better. That's why when people talk about windows, that's what they mean, you know. I'm not trying to get into the Lions window right now, but that's what they mean is like, hey, the window, because teams just whoop, whoop, pop out of nowhere. And now they're these great teams like the Commanders. Now, is that a certain? No, because we've seen sophomore slumps. We saw CJ Stroud just go through that last year. So maybe Jaden Daniels will go through a sophomore slump. I don't know. But there also is a possibility he doesn't. And he looks really good. And, you know, there you go. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a battle in the NFC, man. It's going to be a battle. And, of course, the Lions, hold on. Oh, no. This, by the way, they didn't sign anyone. I'm not trying to scare you guys. They just released the most poorly timed tweet. I mean, I didn't mean to scare anyone that actually thought they just signed anyone. They just put out the worst tweet of all time. Hold on. Let me see this. They made the release of Zadarius Smith official literally right in the middle of free agency while Lions fans are freaking out about an edge. Oh. Look at this. This is the I mean, this is kind of a troll, man. I mean, they didn't mean to do it, but they did it. I'm like, look at this. Come on. What are we? I mean, they made the Zadarius Smith release official. And now everyone's freaking out about it. But yeah, it's just the timing. I mean, they literally posted this 9 minutes ago. So yeah, they made the release official right in the middle of Josh Sweat re-signing. I mean, this is. I love the timing of this tweet. It's hilarious. I don't know what to make of it. I don't. I mean, I don't want to see Zadarius go. I like Zadarius. I think he's a good defensive lineman. I do. And I'll say this, out of the guys available, he's up there. So it's not even, oh, there you go. Pat Jones. Reached an agreement on a 2-year deal worth up to 20 with the Carolina Panthers. There's another one. Pat Jones. They're just dropping like flies. Hold on, let's see this one. All right, I have the tweet. Pat Jones, he's pretty good actually. He got the Lions on some plays. There it is. There's the tweet. What do you guys make of it? Pat Jones off the market officially with the Panthers. 2 years, $20 million. I know you guys were talking about it earlier, but I know Malik's been talking about it. I know he's been on Pat Jones. He likes Pat Jones a lot. Damn it. Dropping like flies, aren't they? Huh? I mean, what's even left? So you got Judon. You got Judon. You got Zadarius. Ironically, Azeez Ojulari. DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, they're not bad options. I would still prefer either Judon or Zadarius. And if you want to bring in Azeez as like a flyer, go ahead. But yeah, this is an interesting position. I'm curious what Brad does. Kuntz. I've heard a lot about Malcolm Kuntz, man. I got to lock in with Malcolm Kuntz. I don't... He's 26 years old. He was productive last year. It's not like I'm clamoring to watch Raiders football, but I've heard about Malcolm Kuntz. I know Doc brought him up on the show once. He said, watch out for Malcolm Kuntz. I think that was like a week or two ago. Is he pretty good? I mean, I don't know how much, what would be like his asking price, I guess. I wonder how that would work. I'm open to it. I mean, he seems like a young dude. Seems like a Brad Holmes type of guy. Let me see. Malcolm Kuntz. Is he a free agent? I did not know that. It's on me. Yeah, he is. Coming off 8 sacks. That's actually that wouldn't be a bad option. Let me see how he is against the run. I always look at that stuff, man. It matters. Let me check. Yeah, against the run. They don't even have him. Man, I can't even check on PFF. It's not even on here. He's top 15. He's rated top 15. From weeks 9 to 18, Kuntz finished with an 83.4 PFF grade, which ranked him among the top 15 at his position. So he's 26 years old. Wayne said injured all last season. Yep, he's a Lion. All right, let's celebrate. I'm kidding. But yeah, if he's injured all last season, there's definitely some interest there for sure. You know what that means, right? Bargain. You can get him on some sort of flyer, I guess, a bargain, whatever. I mean, I don't know. I would be open to it. I'm all for it. Do you guys see that Ennis Rakestraw tweet or the Ennis Rakestraw story he put up? Said he's going to make a name for himself this year. I saw that too. I'm excited for Ennis Rakestraw. I really am. You didn't really get to see anything out of him because he was hurt, but he posted a story that he's like, you're going to find out. I'm going to make a name for myself. So hopefully Ennis Rakestraw, you start to see what they see, what the Lions see, what Brad saw in them. Because last year, I remember we had some draft guys on and they weren't huge fans of him, but I'm excited for Ennis. I really am. I think he's kind of, to me, if you talk about like wild cards, he's definitely one of those wild cards. If Ennis Rakestraw pans out and Terran Arnold presumably turns into a first-round corner that you think he is, which I think he will be, you got some dudes, man. And you got length. For all the people that are bringing up the 5'9" thing with DJ Reed, it's like you have a 6'2", 6'1" Terran Arnold, and you have a 6'1", 6'2" Ennis Rakestraw. Like, you got some good length in the corner room. You just need these guys to pan out, man. You know, like James Huff. He said, have a fear Rakestraw will always be hurt, super physical, but but stick skinny. I mean, yeah, that's By the way, my bad for that, Terrell from FL. I'm sorry, that's on me. He says we can pay Trey. Hutch deal won't kick until 27. Cap will go up 75 mil by then. All right. I mean, listen, if I get a notification right now, Terrell, that the Lions traded for Trey Hendrickson, you wouldn't hear me bitching. I'll tell you that right now. I'd be jumping up and down excited. So that's why I tell you guys, Terrell, he holds me accountable, and I respect it. I mean, yeah, if you want to go get you one pride, Jeff, too cool to read super chats. If you want to know, honestly, I will. That's on me. I didn't see it. But if you want to go get Trey Anderson, I'm on board, man. I mean, hell, I am all on board. I mean, are you kidding me? The dude had 17 and a half sacks back-to-back years. I mean, what the hell are we doing? Of course I would love that. I would be all on board for it. I mean, I haven't seen anything when it comes to like where he's going. So I don't know if that's like a good thing. Maybe it's like Brad working in silence, or I don't know. Maybe it is. I can't believe the Lions put out there. I mean, listen, they're making the Zadarius Smith release official, like professionally. That's what they're supposed to do, but it's just ironic that they do it right in the middle of free agency when these edges are getting signed. I just love that. Oh, it's funny. Still have a chance to go get someone. We'll see who it is. Let's see. Jose says, yes, agree. No to drafting Jalen Carter, and boom, he's a stud. Yeah, I see it a similar way as you, Jose. I'm not Brad Holmes, nor do I claim to be the talent evaluator Brad Holmes is, but what I can tell you is the whole like question marks with players, unless you actually murdered somebody or did something insane, I'm willing to take you, because I think when you're that talented, you just kind of figure it out, in my opinion. Is that the right thought process? I don't know. The Eagles did it, and it worked out pretty well for them. I get for culture reasons, but once you have a good locker room, like the Eagles had Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox, you can bring in a guy that's a little, he's a little off his rocker. You can afford to bring in a guy a little off his rocker, especially when you got good vets. And I've always said I like my defensive linemen a little psycho. I do. So I'm all aboard. Like the James Pierce and Mike Green stuff, it's like, I don't give a shit. Can you play football? Cool. All right. And Mike Green hasn't been technically, I'm not saying these things are, you should applaud any of these accusations, but I believe innocent till proven guilty. Sometimes people don't believe in that. It's guilty till proven innocent, which I think is a bunch of bullshit. So unless he's been proven guilty, and like Xavier Worthy, proven guilty, that guy is a piece of garbage. That's a whole nother thing. But yeah, I'm open to drafting those guys. Shift God says Joey Bosa still a possibility. I will say with Joey Bosa, you guys, man, you guys, hold on. Oh, never mind. You guys think Marcus Davenport is frustrating? Wait till we get Joey Bosa. You think him not being available is frustrating? Wait till you get Joey Bosa. He can do one better and be out for even more games than than Davenport. I just saw the Chargers signed cornerback Dante Jackson from the Steelers. He's a free agent corner, reached an agreement with the Chargers. I just saw the Titans are looking to add Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh. Wow. How exciting. Steelers fans, speaking of the hype, here we go with the Steelers. Good 10-7 record. That'll be interesting with Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, and George Pickens. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Patrick says Bosa would be a great guy to sit in the booth with Davenport while they rehab. I mean, that's true, Patrick. Right on the dot with that one. Ben Johnson. I'm honored that you're in the chat. He says, what is the deal with James Pierce Jr.? He would be a perfect fit for this team. I agree with you, brother. It's just like you know how it is, man, with the draft. It's like, people say he has attitude problems. It's just I get it. I mean, the dude's like, 21 years old. I mean, we were all douchebags at some point of our life. It's like, all right, when you get in the locker room and you're staring at DJ Reader and you're staring at Aiden Hutchinson or you're looking up, I guess he wouldn't look up that much. He's like 6'5", but still, you get my point. You're looking at these dudes that are like, hey, you're going to fit in this locker room. And we're gonna win. We're gonna win a lot of games. I tend to believe in some players like that, just like Jalen Carter. It's like he had a worse situation actually, but it ended up working out. So, and again, I'm not trying to play revisionist history and say like, oh, Jahmyr Gibbs and Samuel. I'm not doing that. I'm just bringing up a point. So yeah, that's the thing with James Pierce, like attitude issues, whatever. I mean, again, I don't have any of this I don't have any of it confirmed. I don't. Steve Wild says you have to trade 2860 in the next year's first for top 15. I'd be interested. You might be right, Steve. I really don't know. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know what it would take. I don't, but I would love. Ideally, I think at this point in the Lions, kind of. I think in this point with Brad Holmes and the Lions, I believe in premium. I believe in quality over quantity. So I would rather have quality picks than quantity of picks, in my opinion. It's my opinion. I think you need premium players at premium draft spots, and if you can get a premium draft spot, I am all for it. And it has been made official, by the way, for all the Lions fans out here listening. The signing of DJ Reed will cancel out them getting the 4th round compensatory pick in 2026 from Carlton Davis. So they were supposed to get a compensatory pick for Carlton Davis leaving. Signing DJ Reed cancels that out. So no more 4th round pick. I know you said that, Ryan. I got the official report there. So now we understand why. So for anyone asking, Jeff, why do they still have that 4th round pick? They don't. They do not. I'm going to pull the tweet up so we can see that. Boon just put it out on Twitter. You could follow me at Jeff Iafrate. You can follow Booner at Booner Sports. It's all on there. Let me go to Booner's Twitter. I know he's been friggin' posting everything. Let's see here. All right. Let's throw it up. Here it is. Update. Lions signing DJ Reed will cancel out them getting the 4th round comp pick in 2026 and will no longer receive that comp pick. So there it is. Because originally that was the compensatory picks. You could see it right here. Aaron Glenn, there's a 3rd round pick coming to the Lions. A 4th round pick was supposed to come to the Lions. And no more 4th round pick. So there you go. Dan Moore, I don't know. I still don't know who Dan Moore is. He signed a massive extension, and Steelers fans are like glad he's gone. I don't know. Some of these signings, I'm like, what? That's why I respect Brad, man. He doesn't overpay for these guys. Some guy, I get it. People will say like frugal, but seriously, like what these teams are paying for some of these players, it is disgusting. It's disgusting. Brian says Jahad Campbell's going to be great. He would have been an edge if he wasn't behind Will Anderson. Facts. I love Jahad Campbell. I do. And I got into an argument with Spenny actually about Jahad Campbell in the 1st round. I was wrong. I am wrong. I would love Jahad Campbell in the 1st round. Like, I don't even know why I would even say something like that. I was just like, edge. The thing is, though, if you get Jahad Campbell, you got to give me someone in the 2nd, which they will. I believe Brad will. But if you're going off Brad's philosophy and it's BPA, Jahad Campbell's BPA. He is. He's a great linebacker. He's a great linebacker. He can do so many different things. That's what I like about Jahad. He's versatile. It's what he is. And if you could trade up in the 2nd and get like Jordan Birch, you're sitting in a good spot. But yeah, would I prefer to get a first-round edge, like trade up and get someone of a premium quality? Yeah, I would. I would. That's always been my number one preference in this whole thing. But, I mean, we'll see. Malik says Jahad Campbell doesn't generate much push as a pass rusher, primarily off-ball linebacker with occasional blitzing responsibilities. He could be great. We'll see, man. Austin Smith says, I can't believe not even 5 minutes after Carlton signing with New England, Brad signed DJ Reed to an even cheaper deal. How long are people going to let Brad get away with this? Yeah, no, Austin. I mean, it was an excellent chess move. And you know what? You saw the report. They tried getting Carlton at the last minute, but I mean, dude, it's just one of those things, man. If you have a free agent getting offered $20 million, like, or I guess not a free agent, but a corner like Carlton Davis, you just let him go. You know what I mean? I'm not overpaying because you're desperate. You can't overpay because you're desperate. You can't. You just can't, especially with all the contracts that are coming down the pipeline. And, you know, it's tough. So I thought Brad did a phenomenal job. Like $20 million for someone who's never played. I don't think he's ever played in 14 games. Maybe it's 15. But he's never played a full season. And I know people will say, well, he broke his jaw. It's a random injury. I mean, he's had fucking random injuries every year. So we got to have a conversation here. What's going on? And I love Carlton Davis. Like, I would have loved him back. I just think, man, 20 mil? Damn. I mean, I know J.C. Horn got 25, but my goodness. I mean, even Leon, he says, I wanted Carlton, but 20 M's is a lot. I mean, yeah, it is. He is. Dr. Clappin' Cheeks. Wow, what a name. I'll stop critiquing Brad when he gets a Super Bowl. Until then, I'm going to put my 2 cents out there. And right now, my 2 cents is saying Brad is fucking up by not bringing in a DN in free agency. Okay. So let's break this down. Number one, I love that you're putting in your 2 cents. I think Lions fans and everyone should be putting in their 2 cents. Like, no one should be gatekeeping Lions talk. If you have if you don't like what Brad's doing, speak it. I have no problem at all with it. I will say, is he fucking up by not getting an edge? I think it's disappointing that he hasn't signed one yet, but there's still guys out there that I do like. So I'm not going to freak out yet, Dr. Clappin' Cheeks. I'm not going to freak out yet. We mentioned DeMarcus Lawrence. I got the full list. Let me pull this up for you guys. Shout out to Caleb. Let me pull this up right now. This is a good visual. Man, Caleb's a stud, ain't he? Jeez. All right, let's pull this up. All right, here's like the visual. This is great. I love this. It's very helpful. All right, here's the available edges in free agency. You guys tell me who you want. You tell me who you want. These are the available guys at edge. Which one you want Brad to sign? Give me a name. Give me a name. You got DeMarcus Lawrence, 32 years old. Chase Young, 25 years old. Azeez Ojulari, 24. Dante Fowler, 30. Chauncey Golston, 27. Malcolm Kuntz, 26. Joseph Asai, 24. Asai? Yep, I think that's what it is. And Zadarius, I guess, would be the other one. Yeah, Jason, I'm with you. I think Zadarius is supposed to be on here. But which one is it going to be? I mean, these names are all intriguing. These names are all intriguing. I mean, I think the one I'd probably be the most disappointed in, like, what was, okay, I see Azeez. Well, a lot of Azizes, man. A lot of Azizes. Ryan says D-Law makes sense, but he's hurt often. Ryan, that could be intriguing. Bray, he's hurt often. Let's see. Steve Wild's Kuntz, but I don't like any. Azeez, man. Everyone loves Azeez. I get it. I mean, I talked about him last week. I was with you guys. I'm still with you guys. I like him. I do. I like him. I think he's good for a flyer. I do. I just don't know if he's the answer. He wouldn't be a problem, but he wouldn't be the solution. If that makes sense. He's not the answer. But he's definitely not the problem. He would be fine as like but guys, Lions fans went psycho with Davenport. Oh my gosh. You guys would go crazy with Ojulari. Plays in 5. He probably play in 6 games and be hurt the rest of the year. Oh my gosh. Lions fans would go crazy. They would go crazy. I don't hate this. Is a good list. I mean, Caleb, I appreciate him doing all the homework on these. I wish I had a list in front of me, like a kind of like a live updater. But this is kind of the top of the top, I guess. I mean, they're not. Again, these aren't like big names. Like Dante Fowler, I really like. Aziz, I'm open to. DeMarcus, I'm open to. Chase Young, I'm not like pounding the table. You know, Malcolm Kuntz, I'm open to. I like Kuntz. Joseph Asai, if I'm being completely transparent, I don't know what he did last year. He was with the Bengals. What did he do last year? So he had 7. No, I'm reading that wrong. Holy shit. He had 5 sacks. Excuse me. Yeah, I am good. I know sacks don't tell the full story, but I don't know what Joseph Asai. I don't think that's the answer either. You might as well just bring back Zadarius. Like real question. How many of these guys is Zadarius Smith better than? That's probably a more fun game to play. It's a more fun game to play. How many of these guys is Zadarius better than? Huh? That would be the question I would pose to you guys. Because then it gets a little confusing. You know, unless they do bring him back, which I guess could still happen. But Zadarius isn't like, he's like 32 years old. But, I mean, you're looking at this crowd of edges. You're like, dude, Zadarius? I mean, I would take Zadarius over most of these guys. He can play the run. Power rusher. He fits what they're looking for on the other side of Hutch. He's a good vet. I'm still coping. I'm sorry. Still coping. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. I just got a bad case of the copium. Maybe that's a bad thing. I don't know. I mean, I see you guys are kind of on board with it. I think Z is better than all of them. I really wanted to see him opposite of Hutch. Yeah, Mike. I mean, I think most Lions fans would agree with that. They had money for Z. The contract was affordable for an 8-9 sack guy. Steve, well said. I said the same thing. I didn't think it was that crazy. Again, I'm not like some cap expert, but $11 million, that's about what the rate is. I mean, hell, Khalil got 18, and he gave him 7 sacks. 7 sacks. Will said, let me see, Will. I think I thought they released Z to get Trey, but it doesn't seem like it. Well, I mean, Will, we'll see, Will. It probably isn't going to happen. But to have that assumption, I don't think that crazy. I mean, they clear up $11 million. I mean, you'd have to assume, right, Will? Like, something's happening. You know, something's coming down the pipeline. I said the same thing. Jomo says, Jeff, the problem with Z was the playoff game. 1 tipped pass, no tackles, and no sacks. Yeah, but Jomo, you would agree, and I'm not saying he played well, but you would agree that you could probably point to a couple guys who didn't play well. You know what I mean? More than a couple. Like, everyone didn't play well. So it's like, how do you use that as like, I look at what he did in Detroit without Hutch, honestly, as more impressive. I mean, he's at his point in his career, he's a good DN2, and he was a DN1 and got how many sacks in Detroit? You know what I mean? I'm not saying you're wrong for that point. I'm just saying it's and Chase Young, I'm not Chase Young, I'm not pounding the table for. I don't think speaking of like Dan and Brad guys, I don't think Chase Young is one of those guys. I don't think so. But Chase Young actually had a decent year last year. Like, I'll take the Lions side out of it. Like, he had a decent year last year for the Saints. Surprised mean, no one's really jumping up and down to bring in Chase Young. Let me see. Steve Wild says, cutting Z was idiotic unless you upgrade, and they haven't thus far. Yep. I think something will happen, but it's hard to keep saying that when the top guy, Josh Sweat's already gone. So, and even though he wasn't necessarily like the best, like the best fit, they're probably looking for a specific type of guy. I don't even know if that's like Judon. Like, that's kind of a weird, I don't know. I'm with you, though. Austin says, I'm unaware on how he looked on the Saints. However, I'm unaware how he looked on the Saints. Yeah, he had a pretty decent year last year. I still would argue Zadarius. I would prefer Zadarius over all those guys. I just would. I mean, it's just the fact of the matter, man. I would. I would rather take Zadarius over any of those guys, even at $11 million. How many sacks did Chase Young have? Was it 5.5? Did he have 5.5? Shit, he did. All right. Let's. All right. Well, watching him, it was better watching him than I didn't look at the stats though. I didn't know he had 5.5. He's played pretty well. Maybe I'm just an idiot. That's weird. But there's like the questions with his effort. There's like all this other stuff with Chase Young. I don't think the Lions would necessarily be on board with. Young was 15th in pressures, 34 versus Zadarius at 34, 25 pressures. Yeah, man. I got to find that tweet with Zadarius. There's someone tweeted out like Zadarius Smith where he ranked in like pressure rate, win rate. Oh, here we go. Look at this, guys. Like, maybe okay, you know what? I'll admit I'm coping really bad, but like, look at this. Oh, sorry. Disregard that. Wrong tweet. Shout out Caleb, but wrong tweet. Here we go. This is the tweet I want to show you guys. I mean, I'm coping really bad, but I mean, look at this. While Zadarius Smith is 32 years old, he still has the goods. He has a motor. Oh, wow. Lions love that. Relies on his power. Oh, yeah. Lions want power. To be disruptive at edge and inside. Oh, yeah. Lions love versatility. Pressures, 67, 8th. Pressure percentage, 16%, 8th. Pressure percentage on third downs. Oh, yeah, that's pretty big. 20%, 20.5%, 4th. Sacks, 9, 11th. Really? I mean, come on! This is, I mean, oh, jeez, that sucks. I mean, even this, well, let me see. Like, streams only says most of those sacks are in Cleveland, but like the fact that he got like half his, I mean, how many sacks did he have in Detroit? Like the fact that he even produced to some extent in Detroit with no DN1 is actually kind of impressive. And then Aleem McNeil went down. It's like, what? This guy had nothing. He had, let me see. He had, how many sacks did he have with Detroit? He had 4 sacks in 8 games. He had a sack every 2 games. I mean, like, what? A sack every 2 games? With what? With what around him? Oh my gosh. I mean, that's, yeah, I think that's, I mean, I would take that right now. If you told me the free agent the Lions would sign would get a sack every 2 games, I would say, sign me up. I would say, sign me up. Patrick said he had more help in Cleveland than in Detroit. Yeah, he did. He had Myles freaking Garrett. So, yeah, you're all right. Streams only says could have restructured him. Yeah, they could have. Decided not to. Or sorry, he decided not to. Zadarius, which, like, I get it. It's his money. I'm still a little mind boggled by it. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I'm still mind boggled by it.
I am. I'd be lying.
I mean, it's just like it's a 1-year deal too. You know what I mean? It's 1 year. I see you guys talking about Golston. William Golston? He's from Tampa. Yeah, Michigan State alum. He had one sack in the last 3 years. Oh my God, dude. Oh, Chauncey Golston. Oh, okay. You're talking about the Saints, the end, right? Or no, he's the Cowboys. Okay. All right. Don't do that. Don't do that. I had the wrong Golston. Scared the shit out of me. I'm like, this guy? William Golston? Michigan State? Oh, no, there's another one. Chauncey Golston. Chauncey Golston. Okay. I'm an idiot. 5.5. Okay. I mean, we can, that's not bad. I'll take that. My God, you guys scared me. John says, I'm just saying we don't know the Z side of it. There's two sides going on here. Yeah. Yeah, we don't. Chauncey Golston, he is a Detroit native. Interesting. He's not old. Yeah, he's only been in the league for like 4 years. Chauncey Golston from Iowa. Yeah, he was drafted in 2021. Interesting. I mean, he's had a pick in every year. He's had a pick the last 3 years. A little Aiden going on. Yeah, I mean, he's from Detroit. You guys might be preaching right here. Oh no, we have some breaking news. And it's not good news. It's a free agency re-signing. It takes another player out of the Lions' chances, and that is Malcolm Kuntz. Malcolm Kuntz is going back to the Raiders. 1 year, $12 million. There's another one. All right. Malcolm Kuntz is off the board then. So Malcolm Kuntz officially off the board. He's off. He's out. Yep. 1 year, $12 million. That sounds about right. But still, it's like $12 million. It's like, okay, can I interest you at Zadarius Smith, who had just as many sacks at 11? Okay, I'm done. I'm coping bad. But it just doesn't make a lot of sense. The Packers did make a signing, though. Let me find out. Fullback Nate Hobbs. Nate Hobbs. Nate Hobbs. Okay, he's a solid corner. They signed him 4 years. Let me see here. Will Rock shared it. It was Ari Marov that tweeted it, but shout out Will Rock. Packers are expected to sign former Raiders cornerback Nate Hobbs to a 4-year, $48 million contract. So there you go. Raider gone, Raider back. Jason says, Jeff, look up his contract. It makes perfect sense to cut him. He refused to restructure it. Yeah, I did read about that. I know it's not the prettiest contract, and I get that. You release him. I just hope they re-sign him. I just do. I hate losing Zadarius Smith. I think he's a solid DN2. Like maybe that's just the class, but he is probably one of the better options. And the thing about these contracts, these people that are coming from the Browns, is the Browns, I don't know who's running their cap. It's Andrew Berry, I guess. He's in charge. But all these contracts they're giving out are disgusting because they keep restructuring them. And I know, like the point you just brought up, Jason, about how they would have had $6 million in dead cap in 26. Like the Browns, dude, I don't know who's doing these contracts. Like they are so, like, shout out to Myles Garrett for getting paid, but they are some of the worst, one of the worst. No, I think probably the worst organization when it comes to contracts. Like these contracts are crazy. So like, again, I understand contractually it's hard and they had to release them. But like a player like that, you just hope he comes back. You know what I mean? Hope he comes back. Maybe they will. So I'm not going to rule it out. Saints are worse. Yeah, that's fair, Jesse. I guess you put the Saints up there. I mean, but you're talking about a team that gave Deshaun a fully guaranteed contract. Let me one up you there. Ridiculous. Jason says, my money is that him and Brad are talking right now. I hope so. I hope so, man. I do. I really do. You guys will see a very happy Jeff. All right. And I know the fans will be happy too. If we can get Zadarius Smith back in a Lions uniform, I would be ecstatic. Like, we haven't even gotten to see him and Hutch. Like, I think they could, man, just to have two guys that can get you, well, one guy that can, I mean, he has the capability of leading the league in sacks, but even like a Zadarius who can get you like 8 to 10. Oh, don't do that, Ryan. You sicko. He's a bear, Jeff. Don't you ever, don't do that. Don't you do that, Ryan. Okay. Don't you do that. Don't you do that. I would be I would be so mad. And I know they just signed a DN, so they won't do it, but it's just like, oh my God. Todd says they'll never bring Z back. He doesn't play the run. He actually does play the run, though. He really does. Like, he's not, he can play both. Maybe he's not one of the best run defenders, but he's not a bad run defender. He's not a liability. I'll say that. He's not. He's, it was pretty good last year. I know last year it's hard to judge because they had nobody. They had nobody left. But you look throughout his career, he's been okay against the run. He's been, he's a good pass rusher. Again, I'm not saying he's like one of the best run defenders in the league, but he's definitely not a liability. Like if teams are trying to run at Zadarius Smith, it's like, okay, it's because they can't run at anyone else. Yo, Eddie says Z gonna come back. Cash dog will make him do so. Yeah, hopefully, man. Fucking Cash dog. I've never been this locked into rooting for Cash dog my entire life. Like Cash doll, like, please make some magic happen. Like, we need Cash doll to come up clutch here. Like, oh, you love me? Sign with the Lions. Okay. You want to prove you love me? Re-sign with the Lions. Make it happen. He probably needs that dough, though. He probably needs that dough, though. Not saying he's broke, but you're messing with Cash doll. He probably gonna need some. I mean, I don't blame him for not restructuring. Ryan says Von Miller. Yeah, on third downs. I mean, yeah, is it Von Miller's a free agent? Like, that's the shit I don't even hear about. Like, he's a free agent too. He is. Oh, they cut him. Yeah, the Bills cut him. I did not know that. Okay, Ryan. See, if it wasn't for you guys, I'd be going psycho. He had 6 sacks. Okay. He struggled to stay healthy the last couple years. I mean, that's tough. He's been solid. I mean, his first year in Buffalo, he had 8 sacks in 12 games. He played in 12 games. And then this past year, he had 6 sacks in 13 games. That'll be interesting. I'm not going to say I'm opposed to it. But again, this is the thing that I think is one of the most underrated things about Zadarius Smith is his availability. That's something that we're so scarred by Marcus Davenport. We got to bring up availability. Zadarius is available. Say what you want about him. 32 years old. He's been available the last 3 years. So that's another thing you got to take in consideration. If you're signing someone, you got to be like, are they available? Or, are they always injured? And Zadarius, isn't. I know I keep bringing him up, but it's like true. Like Judon, he's been a little banged up, but, he's not the worst option. Let's get in Caleb in here. He's hanging out. Caleb?
Jeff.
Right.
Good? Jeff, how we doing? How we doing? Still in my work clothes, rushed home. Exciting day. This is one of the more exciting days of the year. I could see a little frustration in the chat with, the lack of edge rushers still available. I think the list is interesting. You showed it. You have guys like DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
I didn't even mention guys like Joey Bosa, who's available. Von Miller. I know they're
Zadarius?
Zadarius, that's another guy.
He's available. Free agent.
Yeah. How'd that happen? How did that happen?
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. But we know that Brad's going to be very selective. Some would say maybe picky, if you want to call it that. But, there's still names out there. Some with injury history, like you look at a guy like Asai from Cincinnati. I believe his rookie year didn't play, so that might affect the Bengals wanting to bring him back. And then a guy I really like, Jeff, who I put on the list, is Malcolm Kuntz from the Raiders. Just got picked up 1 year, $12 million, had 8 sacks in 2023, then missed all of 2024. Max Crosby spoke very highly about him. That's another guy off the board. But, hey, DJ Reed, that's great right there. About what was that?
It is.
10 minutes after Carlton Davis? Like it.
Yeah, he didn't wait. He didn't wait no time, man. He had that thing lined up. He said, and they got it done. And I like the deal, man. What do you make? What do you expect to happen today? All these edges are dropping like flies. There's people that are frustrated. I understand it. And Zadarius Smith, I understand from a contractual standpoint why they released Zadarius, but am I crazy to think he's the best edge available?
No, I don't think you're crazy to think that at all, but I don't think any of these guys available are needle movers. So I think the most important move at the edge position is going to come through the draft. I think none of these guys, the Joey Bosas, they're not gonna move that needle for you to make you even more of a contender. Can they improve the depth of your defensive line? Absolutely.
Right.
But they're not going to be guys that are going to give you 11 and a half, 12 sacks next to Aiden Hutchinson. But like I said, Brad's going to be selective and some interesting names still available.
You're right. None of them are needle movers. Like even Zadarius, he's really good. He's just a good DN2 3-down guy. He's at his age. If you have depth, great. You can give him some snaps off. He did pretty well, I thought, under the circumstances he was given in Detroit. But that's why I want the Lions. Although I don't know who Jared Verse of this class is, but the Rams traded up for him and got him at 14, I believe. And look at him his rookie year. He was an impactful player right away. That's where I'm at now. It's like, you want to go get a dude, go get a dude. And I know it's BPA, but if you don't strike out, I guess if you strike out on an edge in this free agency period, maybe you sign like a jag or someone a body. A lot of pressure heading into that draft, man. And I think what they have left to do right now is obviously at guard. You got to figure out what happens with Kevin Zeitler. You want to bring in another defensive end, and then we'll see what happens. I think if he goes to the Jets, but if you want to bring back like a safety, then go ahead. But that's really all I expect him to do. And maybe we sign Tim Patrick. That would be the other one.
Yeah. That's another position I was going to bring up as the wide receiver 3 position. But Tim Patrick was great for us last year. Was blocked, which is you don't see very often out of receivers, the ability to block in the run game and the willingness to do it.
Right.
I'm curious to see if he's done at the corner position. Obviously taking Ennis Rakestraw last year in the second round, that adds depth. That's a guy I'm really excited for. I'm hoping he could stay healthy, but I mean, right now you look at it, it's Amik, Reed, Terrion, Rakestraw, and the Vildors in the world. So I'm curious to see if he's done there.
I just saw this by Jeremy Reisman. He just put this out. This gets me fired up about Reed. And again, like, no one's saying this dude's the best corner in the league, but he's a really solid signing. And look at this. This makes me even more intrigued. And I think Lions fans should be excited about this one. Jeremy Reisman put this out. He says one of Reed's highest graded games last season was against the Vikings, 87.8. He allowed just 2 catches for 16 yards on 7 targets. Justin Jefferson, 0 for 3 versus Reed.
Love it. Love it. I mean, Jeff, that was 10 minutes after losing Carlton Davis. And I put a tweet out earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Losing Carlton Davis, I was frustrated when I initially saw that. And, the tweet I put out in the beginning of the week is if you lose Carlton Davis, this can't be a Band-Aid fix because you can't just throw Terrion Arnold out there. Week 1 is your cornerback 1. Although I think he's going to be a good player right now as a Super Bowl level team, that's not your cornerback 1 or can't be. And goes out, gets DJ Reed for what was it, $4 million cheaper a year than Carlton Davis?
Yep, annually, yeah.
Yeah, I love it. But that's to be expected, I think, when you look at a team like the Jets, or I know you mentioned earlier, like the Patriots, even the Bears, you could say they're going to have to overpay. And you made a good point earlier, you and Klotz, where the Lions, they shouldn't have to overpay for guys like this. They're not going to have to because you're coming in with the expectations and the ability to win a ring in your contract, whether it's 2, 3, 4 years. So, I mean, that was a great signing, and I'm hoping he could show, Terrion a few things. That'd be great.
Let's see. By the way, and this is kind of just like a lie. I'm chilling with the people hopping in and out. Hang for as long. You can't hang for long. No big deal. I'll be literally live probably. I don't really know, honestly. I think I just might be. I might just sleep on camera. Honestly, I don't even know. I might pull a Tom Grossi and just go ahead and sleep. Yeah, just a subathon because we got 500 people in here. The people are fired up about it, and rightfully so. I mean, things are happening so fast. Things. You see in the Cardinals signed Josh Sweat. He got $19 million per year.
Yeah. That one knocked the wind. What is the saying, Jeff? They say knock the wind off the sails. Is that the whole thing?
Yeah. So we'll go with that. It sounds right.
Yeah, I think that's it, and that's what it did. Because I thought that was a guy. Now let me ask you. I know you talked about it a little bit earlier. What do you feel about a guy like DeMarcus Lawrence? I mean, what is that guy going to make?
Yeah, because it's some guys, it's like the name. Like, I think of DeMarcus Lawrence when he first got in the league, he was like just dominant. But the last couple of years, he's been playing alongside Micah, and he hasn't really been productive. Like he's had a couple sacks a year. He's a solid player. But right now, I would take Z over him right now.
Yeah,
So it's like it's like okay, but I would still be upset you lost Zadarius for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I still think there's a really good chance Zadarius Smith is a Lion come,
I think so. I think it's still open. I mean, you never know. Ryan says my prediction: Joe Tryon will be a Lion. They draft one early. I mean, yeah, this is Casey Rogers. That was his defensive line coach with the Bucs. So, I mean, it could happen. And Joe and Lucas was talking about him. Joe Tryon. He's got a little bit of potential. He's young.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be opposed to it. So, I mean, this is going to be, do you think they're done today? You think, how many moves do you think gets done today?
I don't know. Cause you saw it last year and even the year before. I mean, you look at the signings they made, CJ Gardner-Johnson was late in the year. Carlton Davis, or the trade at least, was, I don't think, too early. Today, I think he's done. But I still do think there'll be more moves before free agency officially begins on Wednesday. So some tomorrow, I guess I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, I see a couple. Earlier I saw people in the chat talking about, Kevin Zeitler and what the Lions are going to decide to do with that. How comfortable are you kind of going into next year with Mahogany and Glasnow at your guards, or do you want to bring Kevin Zeitler back?
Kevin Zeitler's got to come back. He's to me like a must. You got to bring him back. He's just, even at his age, still one of the better guards in the league. He's cheap. He would be it's not like a non-committal. It's like a 1-year deal. He's perfect. You know what I mean? He really is. He's perfect. So I think the Zeitler deal gets done. I think that gets done I think it gets done pretty quick. That or Tim Patrick. I think the next signing we see will be a re-sign, in my opinion. And then I think maybe tomorrow they'll sign an edge, or maybe tonight they get it all done. I don't know. So, but the Slay dream is done.
It's dead.
Darius Slay. He literally stays in Pennsylvania. Just goes to the Steelers. It's like, okay. All right. Makes me sad. Tony says, "What up, Jeff from Iowa?" I think Tony Tony, did you go to the draft party last year? I think I remember you, brother. What's going on though? Shout out Iowa. Go recruit Chauncey Golston. He went to Iowa, and he's from Detroit. So that's another one that's I would be kind of open to. I'm not opposed to that. But again, like to your point, none of these guys they're not answers.
No, they're not.
They're not the solution, but they're not the problem. It's like, that's what I've been saying.
It's just, you can't, okay, let's say outside of Bosa, right? I'd say Bosa you could play on for 3 downs. Outside of him, the people remaining, you can't trot them out to be your guy next to Hutch next year. You can't. There's no one on the roster. I like Pascal as a player. I think Davenport's fine when healthy. But those just can't be your guys. So, like I said, I think a lot of it's, whether Brad wants to trade up in the draft if he really likes someone, or there's someone at 28 he really likes. I think that's where you're going to get, your guy from, is the draft.
Let me see. I have this graphic here I want to show the people. These are all the unrestricted free agents for the Lions. And yes, it includes guys that are already gone. But I want to put this up on the screen so you guys can see kind of more in depth. And this is from Detroit Lions on Tap, my boy Danny Bennett. It's a sweet graphic, but it's guys that are free agents. And okay, Carlton Davis, obviously he's gone. Marcus Davenport, he's resigned. But you have Kevin Zeitler, John Kaminsky, Emmanuel Mosley, Levi, Khalil Dorsey, Kendall Vildor, Michael Badgley, Kyle Pecco, Teddy, Allen Robinson, Ezekiel Turner, who got re-signed, Ife Melifonwu, Dan Skipper, Pat O'Connor, Tim Patrick, El Muhammad, Ben Neiman, Derek Barnes, who got re-signed, Moody, Jonah Williams, and Quan Alexander, who are probably going to kick to the curb. So out of this entire list, any names that you think on this list that you think are book them, they're coming back?
Well, not necessarily book them, but Jeff, I'm looking at John Kaminsky, who was productive when he was healthy. Obviously missed all of last year, got hurt during training camp. And again, I'm not saying this guy's going to be the guy next to Hutch, but just a rotational piece in there, because we saw what injuries could do, and having as many edge rushers as you can. I don't hate bringing back Kaminsky on a really, really, really cheap deal because he was hurt last year. But again, if he left, I'm not pounding the table over it.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I'm looking at, out of this entire list, you're like a Boon, the John Kaminsky. You guys are just falling in love with John, the commish, they're the
glue guys. They're the players that are going to keep this team together.
I know. I've heard it all. The commish, the glue guy, the lunch pail guy, first one in, last one out guy. I've heard it all. I listen. Commish is fine. If you want to bring him back, cool. I think to me, Caleb, the must resign. I'm looking at Zeitler. I'm looking at Timmy P. And Ife is not a must, but if you want to resign him, cool. It'd be like a cheap deal. What has he done? He's played well in stretches of games, but he's been literally hurt all the time. So I don't think he would be a lot. But those are the only. And Dan Skipper. Although I've been on record saying Dan Skipper can't be playing left tackle if you have an injury, but as a depth piece, I do love Dan Skipper. So I would go Dan, Tim Patrick, and what was it?
Zeitler. And
Zeitler. Sorry.
Zeitler's a guy for me too. He was so
AQM and AQM. Sorry. No. You're right, Patrick. AQM. I actually like AQM as depth piece. I like it.
You know what? I'll say this. I skipped over his name there. I'd take AQM over Kaminsky. So
okay.
Patrick shout out.
We can break bread there.
Now, Jeff, you said that Tim Patrick is like a must re-sign for the Lions.
He just fits that wide receiver 3 role perfectly. He doesn't drop any passes. He's a good run blocker. I just think he does things. He knows the system. I just think he does a lot of things well. I think at this point you still draft a wide receiver, but I think he's a good I like Tim Patrick. I don't look at the wide receiver market like Cooper Kupp. Like, shout out Booner. And I don't mean this in like a bad way, but Booner texted earlier and he was like, hey, boys, like Cooper Kupp's the favorite on a sports book to join the Lions. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Who
And we want to. Yeah.
And again, this isn't at Booner. This is at the sports book. Like
Yeah.
that to me is ridiculous. If you're going to go get Cooper Kupp, you need a guy that can get you 200-300 yards. And that's exactly what Tim Patrick does.
We're like you see every time, like, you know, a player goes on the trade block in like the NBA, the Lakers are always the favorite to get him. That's how the Lions have been for the past year. I mean, every time a name comes up, the Lions are always, the Lions are second favorites to get Stephon Diggs. Like, come on. I mean, would I be upset if we went and got Cooper Kupp on a team friendly deal? No, but I'm not pounding the table for it because there's other team needs. But I do agree with you with Tim Patrick because, you know, like I just said, if you lose him, like that's another thing Brad's going to have to look at this offseason. Like it just makes it easy on him. And, you know, he's a veteran, a guy that John Morton's going to be able to use, you know, especially because he run blocks. So, I mean, yeah, that's it. That's Tim Patrick's a guy like that guy that I would like to bring back. And I know Klotz loves him, so he'd be happy.
Yeah, Klotz, he told me no TP slander. I said, I ain't going to slander.
No slander.
I'm
slander.
okay. I'm okay with him coming back. I'm cool. He made plays in big moments. I like Timmy P. He had he jumped over a DB. What was that, against the Bears or the Packers or whatever it was? Like, I like Timmy P. He's got, like, just for the role you're asking for a wide receiver 3 to get you a couple hundred yards like that. He just, like, that's all you really need. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to draft a wide receiver, go ahead. Go ahead.
Speaking of the Bears, Jeff, they're making moves. They're making moves, man. I don't know what you want me to say about this. I'm gonna
listen, I'm not trying to be like I'm not glazing the Bears. And I know Bears fans apparently a lot of Bears fans like me now, which, like, I'm not doing this. I'm not trying to be like a politician and get other people on my side. If you like me, hey, I'm just a normal guy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for listening. The thing I say what I believe, and I think in the NFC North, it's a good division. And the Bears are making moves, man. You know what I mean? Like, do they? And Klotz, he's like, well, I got to see it. Oh, yeah, I got to see it. Like, dude, they are building an offensive line. They needed it. They have a number 1 pick at quarterback, a good defense. I think a really good head coach, a good staff. Like, I don't know what you want. They signed
they're doing the right thing.
And the Packers are sitting there like, well, we got Aaron Banks. It's like, okay, like, he's a good player, but like, I'm not banking. Like, I think it's the Lions, and I think you can argue any team for 2.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah. So that's incredibly fair. But
okay,
Jeff, and I'll say this. I want your thoughts on this. Kind of speaking of the NFC North and the Vikings. That I like McCarthy as a player.
Okay.
I do.
So you do. All right. That's fair.
Do I think, how many games did they win last year? 11, 12?
They won
I don't think
they're what, the Vikings?
Oh, 14?
14. Yep.
Yeah. They're not winning 14 again.
No.
It's a talented roster, but, you know, with a young quarterback, I don't know. Darnold, that is a lot of money for the Seahawks to spend on Sam Darnold.
Shit ton of money.
When that came up on my phone, I was like,
well, how much was the exact? I saw a deal that didn't make sense. What was the exact? Do you know? Well, how much was it per year?
Not a math guy. So can't do that off the top of my head. Let's see. It was 3 years, 110, right? That's about 37. In 3 years, too. I was expecting 2 is the max
in the market.
But with 3 years. But for 3 years, that's how much trust you have in Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
I'm giving him 2 max.
Yeah, I get like him melting down, but it's crazy. Like in a quarterback market, you think you look at 30 million, you're like, that's actually not that bad. Apparently, they offered Geno that and he denied it, and they gave it to Sam Darnold, and he took it.
Wow.
So, which I'm not paying Geno that. I mean, in all due respect, Geno's a fine quarterback, but
yeah.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I would pay Geno that. I didn't mean I wouldn't pay Geno that. I think he's worth that. But like, what does Geno want? 50, 45, 50?
Yeah, I mean,
it's like,
that's
dude,
golf money.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And I think Geno, when he at his best, is pretty good. Let's bring in Boon. Boon's waiting. What's going on, Boon?
Mr. Boon.
Boys, can you guys hear me?
I can.
Sure can.
All right. Maybe I can't hear myself in my head. Hey, no big deal at all. Adversity today. That's the name of the game here, boys. How are we doing?
We're doing
Fantastic.
good. Hey, man, I've been live almost 3 hours here. I'm having a great time. You know,
So
we
talking,
got
hey, 3 more hours to go. How about that, Jeff?
we're having a blast. You know, we're
Let's
having
go.
a blast. I've been talking to the people about some of just what's been going on, the free agent edges. How I think Zadarius is probably arguably not. I mean, he's the best one out of all this whole group.
Yeah, I would like to hope, and this is just honest opinion here, and I know Zadarius put out the tweet or whatever it was, saying, hey, thank you, Detroit. I would like to hope maybe the reasoning behind all of that was, if people don't know, I think there was a bonus that was due coming up that would have been on a cap. There's a lot of different moving parts.
He said you had to pay him $6 million the next year, and he wouldn't be on the roster.
Yeah, so it just made sense most likely to do that. My guess is they're still having conversations with him and there's negotiating going on. I don't know why he would put that out there. I would guess though that there's still conversations about like, hey, like let's try and figure out something. Like he wants to obviously be in Detroit. I don't think it's a deal where it's like he doesn't. Like I don't know if you guys saw like the man bought a fake Super Bowl ring, a Detroit Lions one. And like he wanted to be in Detroit and kind of play with Hutch. So I think there's still an option there. I will say this, and this is just me being honest, just at first glance. And I haven't been able to see really what all these other teams. I don't have a tracker. I mean, if someone has one for like per NFL teams, like I want to see what other contending teams are doing today. Like the Commanders, I felt like have had such a good day. I'm not sure what the Eagles have done, but just like in the NFC, maybe I'm a little off on this and people kind of can correct me a little. Feels like though, like this was one of the more important free agency days in Brad Holmes's career. Just knowing, hey, we have to fill a lot of holes. Like we've seen it in the past. Brad just constantly like David Montgomery, trade for Carlton Davis. Who else? Kevin Zeitler. Like he's made these moves. He's just made the DJ Reed move. And it feels like a little bit like, hey, this is one of the biggest off seasons probably since you've been in Detroit. Like obviously he's built the team up, but like, hey, this is a Super Bowl off season here. I'm kind of shocked, to be honest, boys, that there hasn't been more done in the first 5 or 6 hours. I thought right away, I thought the Lions would be very active. Corner, edge, defensive tackle, offensive line, even backup linebackers, and maybe another safety since Iffy's leaving potentially. Like I had another wide receiver because Tim Patrick's gone. Like I felt like they would have been a little bit more active, knowing, especially coming off all the injuries. You know, like, hey, depth is a need here. You have a lot of money to spend. Felt like they would. I mean, maybe it's just me. I have to take a look and kind of be a little bit more patient.
That's why I was telling you. Like, I don't think maybe there's something. I mean, it could still happen. I'm not saying they're done, but I think it could be a thing where like the next couple of days, I think they should get one of these re-signs done. Like maybe Kevin Zeitler tonight. Like just knock that out. Maybe Tim Patrick. But I wouldn't be shocked if like tomorrow there's your edge. Like they bring back Zadarius. Like there might be I guess I'm not surprised they've only made one move yet. I mean, if we're at like Thursday, I'm going to start panicking. I'm going to be like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, I think it's just more so because you see a lot of these names going off the board, and these are like names that you would think the Lions would be interested in. Like, it's not like these are nobodies. These are like impactful players that are coming off the board today. And it's not like, hey, there's just been 5 or 6. No, there's been like 30, 40 guys that have gotten signed today that are like impactful players in the NFL. And you've seen teams make trades, moves. Again, it's 5 o'clock. This is so early.
Yeah.
I told you earlier, Jeff, you were like, are they done? I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, our show to like, if they end up at like 8:30, 9 o'clock, boom, make a move. Like maybe there's negotiating going on. So it's just to me, it's a little, I personally thought there would be more of a, I'll say urgency to get some of these deals done over some of the contending teams.
And I mean, a lot of those guys that went today are players that the Lions should have been in on. You know what I mean? But, like I was just telling Jeff, Brad Holmes is going to be extremely selective like he always has been. But it comes to a point where, like, look, like these guys are going to contending teams that you're going to see in the NFC playoffs. Like, you got to beat them to these guys. And they're not going to have to overspend because players are going to come here and win a Super Bowl. But, I mean, we'll see. But like Jeff said, I think the re-signs are going to come sooner than another move, like a Zeitler or a Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy with both of them.
I put up a graphic, Boone. We talked about it before, but like the guys that are free agents, I think my prediction, and people chime in on this one, like who you think actually comes back. I think it's Tim Patrick, Kevin Zeitler, and did I say one more person, Caleb? I think it was Tim Patrick, Kevin Zeitler, maybe Iffy. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Oh, and
yeah, but I think Iffy probably most likely goes to the Jets. But wait, what'd you say? What was the other one?
I think you said AQM too.
Yep, we agreed. We broke Brad on AQM.
Yep.
Over Kamish.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Love Kamish though. Love Kamish.
Well, no, this is fine. I think AQM had a good one. AQM reminds me a little bit, and again, this is just like one of those like, hey, the James Houston thing where it's like he had a good year. All right, can this thing can this success like be like consistent, and can you contain that? That's all. So Frank the Tank said, "How are you doing a free agent show, Booner?" And I know what's going on. I don't know what that means, Frank.
Frank the Insider.
What's going on, Frank? Do you have some intel for us, Frank?
He has some intel. Malik says, I remember last year both the Davenport signing and CD3 trade happened in the late afternoon.
I believe so, too. And I was just looking up to see the year before, too. Did you just say, did you?
Yeah, Ryan. Thanks for the super chat, Ryan. Appreciate you. He says, guys, you think a third-round pick could get us Kwity Paye? Kind of like the Carlton deal last year. Now, Kwity Paye, I'll listen.
Yeah.
Kwity Paye's been decently productive, I'm pretty sure. I mean, he's out of the Michigan defense end.
I do really like Dante Fowler. If they could somehow pull that off, I think that's a good one. I don't know what the price would be for him.
To answer that question, Ryan, give me Kwity Paye. Yes, I would love him.
Because Dante Fowler had 10.5 sacks with the Commanders this year, man.
I know Kwity Paye. I don't think he's a guy that's ever had more than 10 sacks in his career, but I don't think he's played opposite of someone like Hutch and India.
Yeah, he's like 6 to 8 sacks a year. He's only been in the league for like 4 years.
Yeah,
but he's just a dude, and he's only going to hit free agency soon. So it's like kind of like the Carlton thing he was saying. Dante Fowler had a monster year.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Not throw him with Hutch, like that's he had 10.5 sacks in Washington, and he like made a difference. Like it wasn't like he was just like, here we go. No, like he dominated. So I mean, I like that. I kind of like that.
Oh, what's your played with each other? They crossed paths. Didn't know that.
How did we not think of that? I mean, yeah, that's might be a match made in heaven. People are saying that. But Boon, I mean, I think the most interesting name is, and I want to hear your perspective on it. I got Jeff's. DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, he's 32 years old. Like, what do you think his price tag is?
That's a good question. He had 3 sacks last year, 4 the year before. He just hasn't had a good year in so long. He's just been kind of just, I don't know. It's probably not that much. I mean, if I would, this is just a guess, maybe under 10 million. I could be so off on that. I just don't see like it would have to be a name. Yeah, it would have to be a short-term deal too, just because of his age. I don't know if you would want to trust the age kind of side of things with DeMarcus Lawrence. If we signed DeMarcus Lawrence, am I going to be like, oh, here we go? No, I wouldn't. I would just be like, okay, there's a depth piece. I would still want like a Zadarius or Dante Fowler. I am honestly like the Josh Sweat thing. I thought there was a chance that was going to happen. I guess it's just the money, the year. It's not even just the money. It's like the years that I think people need to understand. That's the thing with Trey Hendrickson. I put the tweet out about edges and like kind of having that conversation with people. Like, do you guys think the Lions will still make a move? A lot of people are just like Trey Hendrickson. But that's just, it's so much money and it's so many years that you get held down on. Especially with
unless you just beg them to play for 1 year and win a Super Bowl.
That doesn't feel realistic though.
And no, it's not at all. It's not at all. Not at all. But I don't know.
Cody Barton.
I mean,
by the way, too, over the last like 48 hours, Jeff, I'll say this too. The Derek Barnes thing, our guy Klotz caught a lot of slack on that, as he should have. I've said that before. He should have caught slack because his points about Derek Barnes were bad, in my opinion. I'm just being honest. I'm honest to the people. I thought he was completely wrong. And I think over the last 48 hours, he was proven to be wrong because the linebacking market.
It's inflated.
You got Robert Spillane signing for $13 million. Klotz was like, "Well, bring Robert Spillane in over Derek Barnes, $6 million more a year. Like it's almost half." You know,
you had Ernest Jones who got dumped midseason. He's making $11 for Seattle.
Yeah, so like it's just like the Derek Barnes thing. That's where it's like, hey, when these deals happen originally, I guess you got to wait it out because we really don't know the market. But with the new cap every year, these teams and not free agents, but these agents, they have a good feel of the market and they know like, hey, this is how much my client's worth.
Yeah.
And you saw it like literally within 48 hours. Jeff and I, we were talking about it. Like every linebacker that was signing was more than with Derek Barnes. His name shot down the list so fast. Like the Robert Spillane one's the one that stands out to me the most because Klotz, that was his replacement, and he got paid 13. He got 13 mil.
I mean, you're paying a guy who's 25 years old. I mean, he's gonna only get better,
and he's in the system.
What you have to assume, he's only gonna get better.
Yeah, and again, I tweeted out the details of it. And by the way, I tweeted out. I did 2023 and 2024 instead of 25, 26. I don't know where my brain was at with my. I'm still living in 2023, boys. But like the cap hit's not that crazy this year. I think it was, what was it, 3.4 million or something like that, and then it goes to 10 next year. But then after that, you have an opt out. If I would have to put my money on it, boys, they restructure after this next year, and they move that 10 million into a signing bonus, and it's like $2 million cap hit, $3 million cap hit again. So I think it's a great deal.
Yeah,
kind of a steal, to be honest.
Real quick, 12.7K for the fellas. Just hit it. Appreciate you all. Wow, it's been it. We just hit 12.7
today.
Let's go. That's big time.
We're at 12.6.
Appreciate the people, man. Anyways, what were you saying, Caleb? Sorry about that.
No, I was just going to say, and this says a lot that he was the first guy to be re-signed out of this class. Like Kelvin Shepard had to have, had a conversation with Brad Holmes. Like, I really want this guy to be my Sam linebacker for the future, for the next 3 years. So, I mean, Kelvin Shepard, who coached linebackers for us, obviously loves Derek Barnes. I think a lot of us like Derek Barnes. Besides the injury last year, he was really good. I think a lot of people remembered the Dak Prescott thing. I forgot about that. That's out of my mind. Poof. But
yeah, I mean, you bring that up. A lot of people bring that up. People don't want to bring up the NFC Championship kind of the clinch to go to the NFC Championship. Like, and outside, if you take those two plays away, he's been very good for you. Like, not very. Jeff always gets me on those words, but he's been good. Like, he's a very solid piece.
I just got a text from shout out to my barber Spencer, man. He's the best. He just texted me, he goes, "Okay, the Bears are a problem." ...
They are. You know what? Klotz too. I love him. I feel like today, the last two things here, I've gone at Klotz. You have to admit the Bears have had a great offseason. Like let's cut the slack here.
I'm not trying to, and again, like I tried to get ahead of it because I knew when Ben and Ryan both said they're going to add, I knew this would happen. I didn't know who they would sign or trade for, but I knew this offensive line they'd get it.
Again, this has been my thing, and I treat it the same way around the NFL with teams. When I have a take on a team, have these conversations, I want to see it get done first, right? Like, I'm not going to go into an off season to be like, yep, they're going to do good, but it's like they've done nothing. And Jeff, like, yeah, you've been on the Bears for a while, but for me, it was like I needed to see them fix what has been wrong for the last 5 years, which has been the trenches.
Yeah,
and it's like
I thought they'd win 8-9 games last year, and I thought they would have I thought they would have been like a little better.
They'll win minimum 8 this year. That's minimum.
I thought they could have been better if it wasn't for Eberflus, but
their only problem was like Caleb Williams is running around and having to like protect himself essentially, and they just went out and got a whole new offensive line, and they still have the draft to get offensive line, and then their defensive line. They literally are building from the trenches. That's.
By the way, Mina Kimes called DJ Reed one of her favorite signings in the entire so far off season. So a lot of people love the DJ Reed signing. So, I'll say this, like, if you want to critique Brad Holmes, you have every right to do so. But one thing I can say that about Brad that I do think is underrated is he hasn't, I think, he makes good contractual decisions. Now, like choosing Davenport last season, we knew how that would end, but he hasn't really gotten himself in like cap hell with a terrible deal yet. He's played it very smart. So I will give him that. Like every contract he's signed, it's like even Davenport, like he signed a 1-year deal. Like he's hurt. But
the Davenport deal, by the way,
it's great.
Great deal.
Yeah,
I was
keeps it flexible.
shocked.
I respect
It's
it.
pennies.
Yeah, I mean that's basically a veteran minimum, and then if he performs, like you're essentially just getting that performance on a vet minimum, and then you can move on from him after this year if he doesn't.
Adam says Mina approved means it's suspect. Yeah, I mean, I'm just stating an opinion. I'm not saying it's the gospel. But a lot of people like the DJ Reed side.
I think too, like Terrell and FL, shout out. He's been watching forever. He said Reed for Davis is a wash, though. We haven't got better yet. I would say, like, if you want to say it's a wash, the money I think helps you show that it got better because you're gonna have to pay $20 million to Carlton.
Yeah, I'm not saying you like whoa, like you didn't like significantly upgrade a corner. You got a comparable corner for cheaper. It's like okay, I'm cool with that.
On the field, though, he is right. In my opinion, on the
Which
field,
is fair.
though, it is a wash. But you're right. The money it makes it a better deal for the Lions.
And I mean, I would have to say this: most Lions fans and the best corners on the market were probably Carlton Davis, Travarius Ward,
and Reed.
DJ Reed, and you ended up getting probably, if you say, let's say those are the top three, right? DJ Reed's going to be the cheapest, right?
Yeah.
And they're all probably on a similar level play wise. So you like that, to me, that's a steal. And most Lions fans all wanted Carlton back. Like that was like a known thing where everyone would say, hey, we would be fine with getting Carlton back. And you just got someone like that cheaper.
Yeah. Kendall says Reed is better than Carlton. I mean, I think Carlton's what Carlton has. He's just he's built like a CB1. He's long, 6'1".
Oh, trade! You guys ready for this? Trade. The Cleveland Browns are trading for Kenny Pickett in exchange for DTR and a 5th round pick. The 5th round pick originally from the Lions. So it must have been, did we give up a 5th for Zadarius? Was that the Zadarius deal? So they must be getting backup quarterback trade. Wait, that might mean, to be honest, Kenny Pickett might be the starter this year in Cleveland.
So they're probably not drafting, I'll bet you know what it's going to be. Cam Ward 1, Abdul 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if they would move on
or
if they would just let Kenny go until they feel Cam's ready to go.
Because you see that the Titans putting resources in their O-line.
Maybe they're going. Yeah, they might be going quarterback.
I don't know. Yeah, but now who knows? I guess. I mean, who really knows?
Trading for quarterback.
Who knows?
I'm gonna tweet this out real quick.
Ryan says Boone sounded like we traded for Trey. I know. I heard Kenny Pickett. Who though? Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett. Wow. Oh, it's just like you know what it is. It's the meme. It's like poking. It's like do something. That's what I'm poking.
Yeah.
It's kind of Brad right now. It's I mean, we're getting Kenny Pickett to the Browns before GTA 6. Like this crazy work right here. You know what I mean? That's where we're at. So,
one thing I see here, boys, that could be a little concerning. Again, I do like the DJ Reed signing. Do I think he's better than Carlton Davis? Better than Carlton Davis? I don't. One thing I look at, I mean, penalty yards. Number 1, Terrion Arnold. Number 2, DJ Reed. That could be something that is something that Terrion Arnold will improve on, but we can't have that out of our CB1 in DJ Reed. That's something he's
that is a tough. But that's something like Terrion improved. Like there was like a legit improvement on that for Terrion.
Yeah.
In the second half of the year. I don't know about DJ Reed,
issue. And then I think it says here 4th was and this is also running a lot of man coverage. I get that. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 was Branch. I mean, again, I do like
over here. By the way, I lost my blue check mark on Twitter today.
Change your photo.
changed my photo.
I did it too. It happened. It's like a couple days. It comes.
I
back.
think it took me out of.
The day after.
I think it took me out of the algorithm though. When
Could be the worst day to lose the blue check.
And when I did it, my heart dropped because I was like, this was the worst day for me to lose my check.
Hey, Caleb, how much time you got?
I got like 10 more minutes.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Boon, how we feeling today?
So I'm feeling good. I'm just over here. I'm hoping, honestly, because we're probably gonna be live for a while tonight. I'm just hoping that I'm hoping something gets done. I really am.
No, like we said, I think it will be something, but it's going to be re-signing someone. We're not going to go out and make a move. And I'll say this, there are a lot of interesting names left available. Some veterans, we're talking about the edges here. Some veterans, some, players that have dealt with injury in the past. But it's got to be someone. You got to go get one or two of those guys and have your guy be from the draft. And I think
my thought process is like, does Brad feel okay if he doesn't bring an edge back into this? Like that's where I'm a little worried. I can't see a world.
I'll answer that for him. You shouldn't feel okay with what you're trotting out right now. Opposite of Hutch.
No, it's just, to me, it's like, does he feel like he's safe just getting an edge rusher in the draft? I don't know. It's weird. That's why I thought right away, you see some of these guys, like if I was him, and this is just me, this is why maybe I am or I'm not a GM. Sure. I would have probably gone in on like a Josh Sweat, personally.
Yeah, or Joey Bosa's a Lion right now.
Yeah,
I don't know
but
if
then I hear reports
officially released.
Joey Bosa has, but there's reports that he's having good conversations with the San Francisco 49ers to pair up with his brother. So like you hear those things and you're like, hey, if I'm Brad Holmes, if I'm in his seat, I'm going all in on bringing one of those guys here so that we can pair someone with Hutch. We still have Marcus Davenport to where if he's healthy, you have someone in there competing and you go get your future edge rusher with Hutch in the draft and you move like that. Again, I think it's like a 4-man rotation at the edge. Because, I mean, we saw with injuries, like someone's going to get hurt. That's inevitable. Like someone in your edge room is going to get hurt. You need to make sure you have enough kind of firepower to go out there and make a move if something happens.
Yeah. I mean, even if you do go out and get a guy or trade up for someone that you love in the draft, I don't know how much confidence I have in a rookie paired with Hutch, because it is an anomaly when players come year one and absolutely tear it up, on a Super Bowl caliber team. But I mean, again, that's why you do have the guys like Marcus Davenport and, even like Pascal. And that's why I want to get one more of, if it's a DeMarcus Lawrence, whatever, if it's a Ojulari or someone like that. Yeah.
Aziz would be a good one too. Aziz would. I would love Aziz. I wish I was in a room right now like Dante Fowler. Schiff got said. I forgot about Dante Fowler, Booner. Yeah. I would love a Dante Fowler. One of his best, 10.5 sacks, I believe it was last year.
Great Lakes State guy, Michigan. So when I'll say that, okay, the Reed signing did not make us better. We stayed in the same. Okay. But to get better from Carlton Davis, you would have had to traded for a top-tier cornerback one.
Yeah.
Reed, outside of Carlton Davis, Reed was the best available. I think he's better than Ward. So DJ Reed was the best available, and Brad made that move immediately after losing Carlton Davis for $4 million. On the field, maybe you did not get better, but truly, I think it's the best you could have done while still trying to go look for an edge rusher. So
how about this? Josh Dobbs.
Oh, sorry.
The Patriots, 2-year deal. Really? Patriots quietly have had
That's a needle mover right there.
Josh Dobbs back up for Mac Jones. Not Mac Jones. Why did I say Mac Jones?
Can we see a little Joe Milton trade? Can we see a little Joe Milton?
I forgot about Joe Milton.
Dude, there's something there.
Wow. That's funny. I said Mac Jones. Over
that guy was supposed to be next.
I thought he was. Think about the Patriots. That's why it's so hard to find that next quarterback. That's why when people were like, you got to get someone for Jared Goff. And I had this argument for the longest, Caleb. You just draft a quarterback every year, whether it's 3rd round, 6th round, 7th round. You just, as a contender, and I actually went and got the stats on it. Like the Eagles did it forever. The Patriots were doing it forever with Tom Brady. The 49ers were doing it forever, and they ended up getting Brock Purdy. It just like some of these teams that are contenders, they know like at some point you need your next guy and you need to keep drafting these guys until you find them. And that's where it was like the Patriots. Look at, they were drafting Mac Jones, Drake May. Like it's tough to find your quarterback, man. Quarterbacks do not hit majority of the time.
I mean, you're not going to go for 10 on quarterback, so one of those guys are going to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to.
I mean, even like with the Patriots, like they drafted Jimmy Garoppolo.
Bob Quinn used to draft a quarterback every year.
It's a legit, and I hate Bob
yeah.
Quinn, but it's a legit, like, and this is not me being like, I'll die on that. It's like, go look at like the statistics behind it with contending teams. Like teams just do it. It's just contending teams because you have to think about this. This is the point of it, is if you are a good franchise and you constantly are picking 28th, 32nd, 29th, 30th, 25th, you're never going to have an opportunity to pick a top 5 guy. You never will.
Yeah.
So you like, it's inevitable. Like, it's a fact, you have to find a quarterback in later rounds to be able to keep your franchise going.
Yeah,
That's
again,
just,
not a math guy, but the probability of one of those guys hitting and then being your backup quarterback, pretty high, I'd say.
yeah. So you might as well just keep doing it every year.
What do we got here in the chat?
Vikings signed Bubba Bolden. DB.
These NFC North teams, man, they're making moves outside of the Packers.
Yeah, I see here Joe Milton will get traded to what team? DJ Reed is really funny, dude. I'm not going to lie. He had tweeted out earlier in the day, Detroit, and then he deleted it because I guess the deal wasn't fully done, and he just tweeted it out again. Detroit. That's funny.
Yeah, Angus, you're right. I mean, this is what makes it so difficult. But moves still have to be made somehow. You can't just go. I know the injuries and everything last year, but
Charvarius Ward, former 49ers corner Charvarius Ward reaches an agreement, a 3-year deal worth up to $60 million, including $35 million guaranteed and a $20 million signing bonus with the Indianapolis Colts. So if we're talking about listen, I just said this, boys.
Yeah.
Charvarius Ward, Carlton Davis, and DJ Reed, the top 3 safeties most likely in this free agency class. Carlton Davis, $20 million. Charvarius Ward, $20 million a year. DJ Reed, $16 million a year.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that makes the Reed deal look even better. Yeah, it looks really good. Looks really good. I did not think Ward was going to get that money. I did not think he was going to get that money.
Charvarius Ward to the Colts. Tweeting this out real quick. Actually, I want to do this.
$20 million signing bonus?
Yeah, 20 a year too. That's something. Good for him though. I mean, these guys are making their money, man. I'm just glad Brad is a little is smart when it comes to it. That's all that matters. Shift guy, that's a solid move. Yeah, I mean, hey, DJ Reed's starting to feel like a good starting to feel a lot better. Starting to feel a lot better.
What do you think of that about that Fields deal?
What was that? The total, the cost of it? I didn't see the full cost.
2-year, 40. 20 a year, 2 years.
That's a good deal for them.
I like it a lot.
That's
that's a guy that has terrorized Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, and that's a guy too. That's like it could be like their bridge guy. $20 million a year. $20 million a year. It's either you're getting your bridge or your franchise guy at $20 million. That's kind of a steal at the end of the day.
And then they take Dart at 7.
I don't know about that. You go draft the wide receiver and trade George Pickens. You go draft yourself. I don't know.
That's the Steelers. We're talking
Strepo.
Jets here.
Oh, I'm thinking of Steelers. Sorry, I just read a tweet about the Steelers. Yeah, that's on me. No, you don't draft you draft Mason Graham or something, or go get you another corner. They did just sign another corner today as well. John Hughes says Brad is frugal with the bag. I think it's not even frugal. It's smart
because he doesn't have that much money.
Did the Lions assign someone?
No.
Someone in the chat just said Lions signed someone. I'm not seeing anything. Did we just sign someone?
I just saw a tweet from 2 tweets in a row from not Detroit content creators saying this DJ Reed deal is the best deal of free agency so far.
Oh my gosh. Steal. Who is this person? What is this? What is this? Can we not have fake reports? Charles D. Shout out Charles D for tuning in. Detroit Lions have signed former Tampa Bay Buccaneer Joe. Is it
Tryon?
I don't know how to pronounce his name. Linebacker, correct?
Yeah, he's like an edge. He was with obviously with Casey Rogers.
Oh yeah, that's actually yeah.
Let's see. I'll look it up.
That's funny. I'm still shook on this Travarius Ward deal. Colts secondary. They brought in Cam Bynum too today. That defense is stacking up. Who was it? I think people were saying for them to get Will Johnson. I think it might have been Lucas that was saying that. They really don't need him now.
I'm back.
Wait, who picked up Cam Bynum?
The Colts.
I mean, and I think Doc said it. After losing Cam Bynum, I thought the Vikings were going to be in on Carlton Davis. Byron Murphy and Carlton Davis. It's a good pair.
So Ward signed with the Colts. I was listening. So I was scarfing down an entire taco bowl. While you guys turkey meat. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I had some turkey meat today, dude. It's actually kind of solid.
I was just starving.
Ground turkey's disgusting, dude. Disgusting.
Okay.
But yeah,
all right.
Travarius Ward, 3 for 60. Thoughts? 20 mil, same as Carlton. Some dough right there. And I like Reed more than I like Ward.
Yeah, no, I like Ward. Dude, I know last season he was going through some stuff, but like 2 years ago, dude, he was like,
he was a dog.
He was that guy. But Brad's playing chess. He's playing
not enough
chess.
ACL tears and elderly players on the market for Brad this year. Actually, there are a lot of edges left that have gotten hurt and torn ACLs and that are really old. So these players are perfect for the Lions right now.
My bad, boys. Just tweeting something out here real quick.
I don't know. Come on, Lions.
The Texans are signing edge Darrell Taylor.
Zadarius. No, I'm just kidding. Like
DJ Reed. This is I think a steal, man.
All right, boys, I got to hit the road. It's been a
Caleb.
pleasure. It's going to be a very busy and exciting next couple of weeks.
Mhm.
And thank you for everybody for tuning in. See you boys
All
later.
right, Caleb.
Peace
Let's
out,
go
Caleb.
get someone. Let's go get someone.
Hey,
Hey, let's get someone. Let's go.
Let's get someone. Let's get
There you
someone.
go.
All right. See you, fellas.
Yep. Peace, Caleb. You can catch more Caleb Saturday mornings, 10 to 11. There he is, joining the fellas. Man, this has been kind of a hectic day of free agency. A lot of guys bouncing everywhere. I mean, I just saw the Ward. As soon as I sat back down, you guys mentioned Zadarius Ward signed the 3 for 60. It's the same, literally the same as.
Same exact as Carlton, and maybe the I don't know what the guaranteed is.
He got a little more. He got like a little more.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
I was telling Caleb though, just the fact again, like we talked about it before you left, the 3 guys essentially, the top corners in this draft or in this free agency, you would say are those 3 guys, correct?
Yeah, like I look at guaranteed money, and even guaranteed, like DJ Reed got 32, Ward got 34, or wait, did he at 35? Mike Payton just put out NFL Network. Mark Garafolo just said Trey Hendrickson has talked to some teams, but nothing is imminent. He's apparently not ruling out a return to the Bengals.
I'd be interested. It just, you know what's crazy with that Bengals situation is they have to side Trey Hendrickson, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. I saw a tweet, if they just did it like when they were supposed to over the last few years, instead of being like super cheap and trying to be like, yeah, we'll franchise tag, we'll wait, we'll do this, they would have all these guys so cheap for the next few years. And they wouldn't even be stuck in this situation. That's where it gets into that's why I think Brad, when hey, people should be a little happy about Brad, because Brad Holmes, like, he gets these extensions done pretty fast before the market switches.
That's what I do respect about Brad, man. He plays chess, man, with these guys playing checkers. Like I like DJ at what he got versus what the other two corners got.
Yeah,
I do.
Got it.
So Joe Milton's on the move, right? Good old Joe Milton.
No, I guess so.
Because they signed Josh Dobbs. So Michigan legend Joe Milton's on the move.
Michigan legend. Okay, man. Now, I saw that with that Kenny Pickett trade from the Eagles. Your guy, Tanner McKee, I saw a tweet from an insider saying that Tanner McKee has impressed the Philadelphia Eagles, and that might be who they move forward with as their backup. Even though they traded for DTR, they are impressed with Tanner McKee, and they enjoy what Tanner McKee brings to the game. That's an interesting thought process there.
He did. Stanford's finest.
Yeah, they'd move on from Kenny Pickett for Tanner McKee.
Stanford's finest.
Schiff got it. Still has to get this pass rush down. Jeff. That's all I'm waiting for, to be honest. I'm just sitting here like, give me a pass rush, please. That's all.
I think it's going to be Judon, Zadarius, or that's it, dude. I don't care about anyone else. Aziz, but he's not even really a fit. So yeah, they got to figure that out. You expect something to get done. I hope. I don't know. I shouldn't say that because I think there's a chance Zadarius could be back. But you would have to assume, right, that it's not like you release Zadarius and expecting just to get Josh Sweat. So,
no. Yeah.
Because Josh Sweat's off. I see Ryan says, can I interest you in James Houston?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, not James Houston. Sorry, now you got me messed up, Ryan. Trey Hendrickson, he's still out there. Like the reporting says, it's not guaranteed that he even leaves. So that's the reality. It's like, where is he going, or is he returning?
Oh, man. Just press the wrong button.
I don't know what's going on. Corey, what up, Corey?
There we go.
Hey, Corey, by the way, if you're hanging out, you're more than welcome to join the show here. We're just hanging.
Oh, that would be sick to have Corey hop on here. Yeah.
It's up to him. He's probably busy, but it's open invite. Corey always has an open invite. He says it takes two to tango while the Lions need a pass rusher. Getting a cornerback knowing that Carlton Davis is leading is a priority.
I think that's a fair point. I think Brad had an idea. I did see a tweet today. I can't remember who it was. Maybe Corey knows. That they were like the Lions were still like very heavily in on Carlton Davis all the way down to the end. So they must have been trying to figure something out to like, maybe they were, again, this isn't like a report, just kind of speculation. Maybe they were like, hey, we'll do 17 mil. And like, that's just our bottom line. And then the Patriots came in with just an offer they couldn't. The Patriots had so much money to spend, and they don't really have these players that they have to go out and take or give contracts to. That's kind of the difference between right now the Patriots and the Lions, as they're able to spend in free agency. And They don't have like star players that they've drafted that they have to give extensions to. So it gives them a little bit of a one-up. They have and Jeff, what do they have? Quarterback on a rookie deal. That changes a lot.
Commanders, Bears, yeah. They can go out and be aggressive.
Yep.
I mean, I can't believe the Eagles flipped Kenny Pickett for a fifth.
Like a fifth and another backup at DTR.
Jesus.
Yeah, Corey said, haven't heard that. Here, I'll pull this up. He said, haven't heard that one, but personally, but 3 years, $60 million with $34.5 million guaranteed is way too rich. I agree. And then you just see Charvarius Ward just get his $60 million as well. It turns out Brad knows what he's doing, boys?
I mean, yeah, that's the people get a little ridiculous with that. I mean, it's okay to be. I don't mind the criticism. I'm always free speech, man. You say whatever the hell you want. You're going to get some pushback, but
for sure,
never going to gatekeep people from having disagreement. That's the worst kind of people, man. It's like try to tell a fan how to think. It's like, all right.
Have we had that before?
What?
Have we had that before?
Oh yeah, it happens all the time. I mean, freaking, oh gosh, it's my biggest pet peeve. Or not even just telling anyone how to think. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? That's sports. Let's have some debates, huh? Come on. Let's see. I see. Let's see. Charles D. Anybody think we sign an offensive piece this free agency? Charles, I think if offensive piece meaning not weapon, like just offensive side of the ball, I think it's really Zeitler, and you re-sign Tim Patrick. I don't think they go out and get anyone on the outside. I don't on offense.
Really?
I don't. Yeah. I mean,
I have this thought process. I told you earlier that if Tim Patrick and same with Kevin Zeitler, I think they wanted to test the market out, and if they were for sure they're coming back, that both of them would have signed within the last week in that period. So I do think both of them are testing the market out. So I don't think it's a guarantee for you to get either back.
That would make sense. I mean, even Ryan signed Timmy P and draft one. That's what we've been agreeing with.
Preaching, yeah, for a while. Go get Jaden Higgins or something, and
you can do both.
Back.
Steve Wild says best Lions coverage available. Appreciate that, Steve.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Man, loyalty. We respect it. Excuse my hot take with Doug. What is his name, by the way? I don't think I've ever seen him here though. Doug.
That must be like his show or something.
He says Becton's still there. I don't know how much he will be though. Interesting point. Klotz was big on that.
He was, yeah.
So I don't think he would be expensive, but he's still out there. Maybe the Texans are trying to get a guy like that. Get a new guard. They traded Shaq Mason and traded away Laramie Tunsil.
Darrell Taylor signing with the Texans, $5 million.
Who's that?
5.2.
Darrell Taylor.
He was with the Bears last year, had 3 sacks, and then the Seahawks before. He actually, I mean, he's had like a solid career, not like the great, but he had 3 million and 3 sacks, 5.5 sacks the year before, 9.5 the year before, and 6.5 his rookie year. So.
Eric says, "Love you guys, love you too, Eric. Appreciate you." Yeah, it seems like the Texans are just signing defensive players and just avoiding, besides Braxton Berrios, anything offense.
Yeah, I forgot they got Braxton Berrios today.
They should get an offensive lineman. I don't understand. This is interesting. Could see Ravens giving Patrick 2 years, $13 million. The Ravens and on Timmy P?
I do think with Kevin and Timmy P, I think you're going to have to go over a 1-year deal. Like Tim Patrick felt like he proved it a little bit that he could still play, and obviously Kevin Zeitler signed the 1-year deal, and then that felt like it still had to happen.
Corey says Slay isn't a Steeler yet, still under contract with the Eagles.
That's interesting. Today kind of freaked me out a little bit when we all were reporting the DJ Reed stuff, and then they were like, "Hey, it's not official."
I nearly shit myself when I
saw that. My heart dropped a little bit.
I was like, please, no, dude. Yeah, that scared me to death. That would have been like worst case scenario is like we react to something that didn't even happen. Like it's like Panthers fans.
Hey, Corey just put in there. He said he can hop on. If I want to send him a link. Said he's got some time.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hop on for a segment, Corey. Hop on for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes. See what you. I'd love to talk to Corey. I know the Gan's got a baby. You know what I mean? He's busy. He's grinding. But
anytime we can get Corey on, love it.
Yeah, the people will love to hear from him. He's someone that I think Lions fans not only they need right now. We need some Corey Woods just to calm the people down, kind of get some insight to what's going on. I didn't even think about the Darius Slayton point. I didn't even know that he's not technically signed. Like this shit that like, you see, nothing's really official when they announce it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's because I mean, look at what's his name today, Milton Williams. There was all the alerts earlier this morning when it all opened up. He was going to sign with the Panthers, and I texted you, Jeff, because I knew that was the guy you talked about. And 2 hours later, Patriots, swoop in, give him a better deal, and he ends up signing with the Patriots and moving on. So moving on from the Panthers. So anything can happen.
Debo got 3 for 54.
Yeah, that's what I was. I think that there was some. I think there was some weird reporting in there with the 3 for 30 because I think there was someone else in that time range that got signed, and I think someone might have mixed up those numbers. If I'm being honest.
Got 18.
Yes, that's why again, Paulson and Debo got more than that's why I threw it in the group chat when that originally came out at the
I'll take DJ Reed over that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll take DJ Reed over 18 per 3 year.
You're talking about that's a lot of that's talking about that contract. That's $6 million over the 3-year stretch. There. That's an edge rusher.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Yeah, DJ Reed, I'm glad he I don't know what happened with like this. It stalled for a little bit, but whatever it is, I know his agent's Carlton Davis's agent. I'm glad he didn't be like, try and get an extra, maybe get 18 out of him. I don't know what happened to where he took 16, but I'm happy he did. I don't. To me, that's a great deal. It's an excellent deal.
Yeah, 18 a year is crazy.
Carlos, he says, it looks like they're going to wait it out. It's Hutch and pass rush by committee. There won't be a big name. It'll be solid depth rotation they sign. I was a Garrett Crosby all-in guy. What can you do?
Listen, and this is where I think, okay, and I'll try and be the middle guy on this. Jeff, tell me if I'm wrong. You don't need, like, people are like, hey, you need Trey, you need Max. Like, yeah, that would have been a nice to have that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's realistic. Like, you could still win and go get an Aziz or someone, like, to me, in my opinion, and have the rotation. I don't think it's like you have to go all in. That means you need a premier edge rusher. You have a premier edge rusher already. You need the pieces around him. It's not you need 2 premier edge rushers.
I'll say this, and I was talking about this a little bit earlier. I talked about it this morning too. Like, if you trade up, I mean, I guess they could get one at 28, or in the second round. I mean, look at the Rams. I mean, last year they hit their first and second round picks. Both were immediate impact guys.
Yeah,
they were both productive right away. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, both had good rookie years. It can happen. You know what I mean? I would like more depth. But I'm not ruling out the possibility that your first-round pick comes in and is productive. I mean, look at Jared Verse in a playoff environment. He played really well against the Eagles. So
I think you can, especially in this class, you can get an edge rusher in the first round that can pop in.
Yeah. So I'm not ruling that out. But
in the defense you're in.
Let's bring in Corey, man. Let's get Corey's thoughts on all this. Corey hopped in. He's supporting the fellas. Let's hear from him. Corey covers the Lions for MLive.com. Corey, how are you feeling right now at this moment?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
You know what? We're doing good, Corey. I want to get your thoughts just, I guess, on the whole DJ Reed stuff. You had Carlton signed 20 per year. You had Ward just get announced 20 per year. DJ, he got 16. And then you saw Paulson and Debo. First, it was like 3 for 30, which I don't know where that came from. And then it got updated, and it seems like he's making 18 per year. So it seems like DJ Reed's a steal at this point, Corey.
Oh, yeah, I thought I even had DJ Reader yesterday on MLive.com. We are doing our position reviews for free agency and just looking at potential guys, the Lions that the Lions could go after. And I had Ward from the 49ers and Slay up there in the mix, but I also had the DJ Reed as well. I said it for the right. Here's what I said verbatim. I said Jets cornerback DJ Reed could also be an option depending on the price. Opposing quarterbacks completed just 46.3% of their passes when targeting him last season. He allowed just 2 touchdowns and a 63 passer rating in coverage. Now, being real, a lot of that had to do with Sauce Gardner covering the best man. But when you know that you have a guy like Carlton Davis exiting, this is a good move. Now, in my opinion, I know a lot of people were wanting Carlton Davis back. I always thought that there's a way the Lions could either upgrade or get somebody just as good. Because here's the thing about Carlton Davis, you can go look it up. And if I'm wrong, hey, correct me. He has not played a full NFL season yet in his career.
No, you're right. You're right on that.
He misses 4 to 5 games per year. And last year, what did he miss? He missed 4 games. He missed the crucial stretch down the end. So my thing is, if you're gonna be getting a guy like that already has an injury history, injured himself during the season with his hand, it's just like, do you want to give that guy that kind of money as he ages? And I think that, as he ages with the injuries, I should say. So in my opinion, I think that is not a move that you want to make. But I did think that because of the fact that you knew Carlton Davis was exiting, getting a cornerback that was at least at that level was priority over spending money for a pass rusher, because we have seen what this Lions defense looked like before Carlton Davis got there in that secondary. So, yeah, it was a good signing.
Do you think, Corey, and this is just kind of thinking outside of the TJ Reed thing, what are your thoughts on the edge rusher situation going on? Because I saw the reports, maybe Josh Sweat, and it seems like, and at least my thought, I don't know where you're at with it, Corey. It feels like some of the top guys in this edge class with the free agency are kind of falling off the board here. So you're sitting there and you're like, all right, does Brad have a plan in place? Is he just going to roll with Davenport? Why did he, move on from Zadarius, or is that still an option? How do you even see this all falling apart or kind of going into place over the next, I'd say, 4 to 8 hours?
That's a great question, because when you talk about bringing back somebody like Marcus Davenport, I wasn't all the way too shocked. I was a little bit surprised. I was just thinking hey, maybe you can just go get just somebody else to fill in for that depth, because I think that, just in my opinion, when you sign a guy for that number, I think it's a depth piece, not necessarily a key contributor. So when I looked at that number, I'm like, okay, maybe they're just going to use them for a depth piece. And then when you release Zadarius Smith, so in a subsequent move, it's like, okay, they're trying to get his contract off the books to go land one of these top pass rushers out here, and then none of that happens. So now you got a lot of questions going on what this team is going to do, and you see some of these guys like Josh Sweat, you see, a couple of these, the Bears got it there. They seen all these guys fall off the books, and you're wondering okay, what are the Lions going to do? I'm of the mindset right now that since I heard they were in the talks to try to get a Josh Sweat, I'm thinking they probably are going to try to make a move for Trey Hendrickson. If that does not pan out, you're looking at the Lions going ahead and probably looking towards the draft, because I don't think signing somebody like Azeez or Joey Bosa, guys that have injury history, I don't think you want to go ahead and spend free agent money on that when you already re-signed Davenport.
Doesn't it feel like, Corey, and maybe I'm so far off on this, doesn't it feel like this is the offseason though for Brad to be hey, we got to go all, and I know you want to be smart with the books and extensions and all that, but it's hey, this is the offseason to kind of go all in. I'm not even just on a Trey Hendrickson or anything, but some of these edge rushers, hey, we have to go get someone. That was clear a problem this last year outside of even injuries. Am I off on that? It feels like it's hey, we need to Super Bowl offseason.
No, absolutely not. I felt that this is the year to go ahead and go make a splash. So you're not too far off on that. It's just, what does that splash look like? So that's the key thing right there. And a lot of these top guys that could have been splashes, you see they're falling off. Khalil Mack, Harold Landry. Guys are falling off the list. So I'm curious to see what they do. You still got somebody like Chase Young out there. Not really the sexiest of names right now, but he's still a guy that I believe that when you pair him with an Aiden Hutchinson, you could probably have some magic happen. But yeah, the way that it's looking right now, it's probably they're going to be trying to get somebody in the draft, and hopefully for them, they might be able to work out something to probably get Zadarius Smith back, because once he's officially a free agent, maybe who knows what happens, and see what his market is like. And if his market is kind of thin, hopefully the Lions might be able to work something out and be like, hey, just playing, come on back.
Yeah, no, come on back, Z. I can make the argument, Corey, he's probably the best one available. I mean, I'm looking at this free agency class, like DeMarcus Lawrence, like Von Miller, a lot of like random guys on there, like Zadarius, available, productive. I like it. What are your thoughts on some of the guys that could potentially return? I mean, they haven't re-signed any of the bigger names like Kevin Zeitler, Tim Patrick, Iffy. I mean, you'd think at this point, Iffy's probably, I don't know why, it feels like he's a Jet. But any guys that out of Zeitler, Skipper, Tim Patrick, Kyle Pecco, any of these guys, you expect any of these guys to be announced today, or do you look for maybe this week to be brought back to the Lions?
I'll be real. I think Zeitler has to be the one that is the key priority signing out of everybody out there. You got to bring Zeitler back. After that, I mean, look, no disrespect to Tim Patrick, because I think that as the season progressed, you saw the chemistry between Tim Patrick and Jared Goff starting to materialize. Having said that, they are still missing that true playmaker that they had with Josh Reynolds, and everybody ran him out of town for how that NFC Championship ended. And I just said, hey, he just picked a bad time. Same thing with Stafford in the Commanders game. He just picked a bad time for a bad game, and you're going to wish you had that production and chemistry out that wide receiver 3 spot. So with Tim Patrick, I don't think he's an immediate signing, because he brought you 394 yards and 3 touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it was maybe 3, maybe 4. And I think that you can get that from somebody else. There's one guy that I do have on. I did a with my free agency preview. I had the Lions going out and going to get a wide receiver 3 in the free agents market, and a guy that I would like for them to take a look at would be Nick Westbrook-Ikine from the Tennessee Titans. I mean, I think that guy would
love that.
I think he would be a stud in that, forming a trio with Jamison Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, you got a guy who can play inside and outside, take the top off the defense, sure hands, knows how to find the end zone. And I mean, granted, they didn't score a lot of points when they played the Lions last year, but they saw firsthand what he could do. He was the only receiver to catch a touchdown. So I think that's the guy they need to go ahead and take a look at for that wide receiver 3. If not, there's options in the draft, of course, but I think they need to go ahead and get Zeitler back, and then probably go take the swing at Westbrook and see what he's talking about, because I mean, I believe the Titans brought they just signed I think it's Braxton Berrios today, and he's kind of when he was at his peak, he was kind of similar to the same production as Westbrook, but not the same consistency. So who knows if Westbrook is going back there.
Hey, Corey, are there any other, at least on your list here, that you've kind of thought about for free agency wise, any other position groups that you're like, hey, we need to go get a guy at that position group to kind of, because Brad seems like, hey, we need to fill kind of the needs in free agency and depth in the draft. Is there anyone like position group you're looking for outside of wide receiver and edge?
Well, definitely getting some more cornerbacks onto there. Definitely got to get a couple more cornerbacks because I mean, right now, because before they had just got Reed, they had Arnold, Rakestraw, Stanley Oliver, and Amik Robertson under contract. So definitely probably got to add another corner somewhere. And I'm curious to see what they're going to do about RB3. Because Craig Reynolds has been here for a couple of years, but you're wondering, okay, David Montgomery's getting a little bit up there in years. No need to cut bait right now, but you saw what the running back tandem looked like of Gibbs and Reynolds, and I think that there's a possibility the Lions might be able to improve in that area. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to do about that RB3 spot, because if Westbrook goes down, if Montgomery goes down again, I mean, how much of a workload do you want to put on Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, Corey, I guess final question for you. I'd like just anything you expect. I know that we got a whole week. I know Lions fans are all fired up, but you expect anything else to happen today? Or do you expect this thing kind of to be, tomorrow, following day kind of thing from Brad? Just feeling it out.
Well, here's the thing about it. The legal tampering period, which is kind of a weird name anyway. I think somebody said ESPN got it right with the legal negotiating period. I think that's a better term for it. It's kind of weird because right now the floodgates are open. Everybody can kind of, agree on deals, but nothing becomes official till Wednesday at 4 p.m. So I expect, the Lions to just be working the phones around the clock. I mean, that's what they should be doing. Whether something's going to come today is really hard. It's really hard to predict when these deals get done. So who knows? But I would say this: if come Wednesday, if DJ Reed is the only guy that the Lions had got in free agency while all of these other teams are making moves, that would be very surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I think Boone talked about that too.
Yeah.
I mean, people would be up in arms. I mean, people are already freaking out about Edge right now. And the Zadarius thing, although it makes sense contractually why they released him, you got to get that man back, dude. You got to get that man back. Corey, we appreciate you joining the show, dude. Check out Corey's coverage, man. He's on top of it all. Corey E. Woods on X. M Live does great work. Corey, we'll talk to you soon, my friend. We'll see how this week goes.
All right, peace.
Appreciate you, Corey.
Corey Woods joining the program, talking to the fellas. There you go.
I was just thinking of something to brought up because we were talking about the conversation about wide receivers. And I think we actually brought this up a little while ago, and it might not have been the specific player. Because one thing you talk about a lot, Jeff, is like, well, where do the stats go? I've kind of gone away, especially in this Lions offense, like who's going to get the yards? Like it's more so for me, at least, just like you just need guys to step up in big moments and you know what I mean? Like that's how I look at it. What about this guy? Keenan Allen. Back end of his career, he had 700 yards in Chicago. It's not like he's going to go out there and get another 1,000 yards. He's just probably a 700, maybe 600 yard guy. He has he's a vet. I'm guessing his price isn't that crazy. In my opinion, 700 yards this last year, my guess is his price would not be like one of those high end wide receivers. If you don't bring Tim Patrick back, would you say, hey, let's get Keenan Allen on the out, moving, because he's versatile too. He can do everything, outside, inside. He can do whatever you need. And that's kind of your third guy, Amon-Ra, J-Mo, and then Keenan. And then before you say, well, stat, I mean, the man was just on a team with DJ Moore and Rome Odunze to where he was kind of that second, third option. He's still available.
I think physically what I think the Lions are looking for in that Tim Patrick role is exactly what Tim Patrick is. It doesn't have to be Tim Patrick, but I think it has to be someone. They want a big X that can run block, that doesn't have an ego. Like there's things you're looking. I don't know if Keenan fits that. I love Keenan Allen. I just don't know if he's he's been struggling to stay a little healthy. That's always been his thing. So I get it, but I don't think he fits what they're probably looking for. You know what I mean? Like fit wise. Yeah. I mean, hey, I don't know. I have to really look who did he brought up Westbrook Akina.
I think that's a good one as well.
That's the guy who got a touchdown a game. I remember
Amari Cooper's available. I mean, I know we hear these big names. I just think especially a guy like Brad, look what he did with David Montgomery a couple years ago. No one was expecting it. And that's a name where you're like, whoa, Cooper Kupp. I just think there's this side of Brad Holmes. And I know you people in the moment don't think about it, where Brad's I will get anyone I want. He doesn't care about production.
But remember what he said. What did Brad say? Not everyone can be a Lion.
No, but like a guy like you can't tell me Keenan Allen doesn't have that mindset. He for sure does. For sure, Cooper Kupp doesn't have that mindset. Like, I would not be shocked, honestly, if one of these bigger names that are vets, like the Cooper Kupps, Keenan Allens, I wouldn't be shocked if we end up getting alert in the next 72 hours. One of them's signing with the Detroit Lions. Would not at all.
This fake New York account, the Wesley Steinberg. You ever see that? The fake news account. You see this guy? This dude's hilarious. He just tweets out random fake news. Giants GM Joe Sheen is sat in his office with his thumb firmly planted up his ass. Pleurosaurus.
Joe Sheen. I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. Sean. Sheen.
Oh, that's funny.
Did you see the report this morning about him?
No, I have not.
I guess it's like, I don't know if they've signed a free agent all day. It's like free agents don't want to go to New York.
I'm sorry, that's funny.
You're good.
Yeah,
Dude's dying, man. Don't imagine that.
Yeah, I would not.
Weirdo.
Per sources. Yeah, they've only signed who they signed. Paulson Adebo.
Did they sign Paulson? He went to New York?
Yeah, no, I don't think. Who else?
I don't know, but I just saw a report this morning that it was just like
one guy.
No players, no free agent players want to play in New York. Like, they're just like, it's very an unattractive situation for anyone.
It's not. Yeah, that's a place. It's getting to like, and I listen. One of my good friends, shout out to Sully, he's a Giants fan. He tells me how much it's just. I feel bad for him. I mean, it's
got to be tough.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, they've won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I tell them. I'm like, at least you guys have Super Bowls.
Multiple, right? They won 2, right? Like,
yeah,
they're good.
At least they have 2 Super Bowls in the last 2 decades. It's like,
I love the fact though that they have the HBO Hard Knocks of the offseason last year of his son telling him trade up for Jane Daniels, and then also being like, you can't get rid of Saquon. Like, that is so. Like, imagine that. Keep Saquon and then trade up for Jane Daniels, and you're a contending team like that.
My buddy, the Giants fan, Sully, he said Tommy DeVito. He knows I love Tommy DeVito. It was Tommy DeVito prevented us from getting Jane Daniels because he won a couple games late. He hates that guy. He hates DeVito. I mean, look at breaking news. The Cowboys have signed nobody. Did you see this? Oh, I laughed. Cowboys every year breaking, signing nobody. Yeah, I want to see what Micah Parsons signs for. That's what I'm excited to see because that's gonna lead to what Aiden signs for.
I said it today. I really don't think Hutch signs for what did Myles Garrett 40? I think Hutch ends up signing 35.
Yeah, I think he's in between Max and Myles. He'll probably be like 37, 36, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm with you. I don't think he hits 40 either.
Like, I think there's a legit chance that an alert comes through our phone in the next couple of weeks that it's 35 a year. I really do. I was thinking about that today. I don't think he gets the Myles Garrett deal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought Derek Barnes just retweeted my thing. It was Derek Barnes bulge. By the way, I want to pull this up too. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's a DJ Reed thing.
I just saw the DJ Reed tweet saying Detroit. At least you reposted.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Can you put this up on the screen?
5th round pick for receivers never recorded a stat. Yeah, let's check this out.
Dave Burkett. Shout out Dave too. Does a great job. So here you go. DJ Reed versus Carlton Davis in 2024. You guys haven't talked about a comparison yet, have you guys?
No, I haven't brought up a comparison. I just brought up some stats, but yeah.
This last year, Reed, 33 receptions allowed on 59 targets. Carlton, 43 on 76. 1 touchdown allowed to 2. 0 interceptions to 2. 80.4 rating to 7. This is pretty close. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the problem. And I'm trying not to, I don't want this to sound like because I love DJ Reed. I think it's hard with context because I mean, Davis did this without Aiden, you know, like no defensive line pretty much. So like DJ Reed had the Jets defensive front seven, you know what I mean? Like, so like, but I get it. It's just missing some context. But yeah, there's no doubt DJ Reed's a good corner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's also a CB2. He was the CB2 last year, and Carlton was a CB1. So he's guarding number 2s.
There was another one that I saw.
Like they posted, like for example, they posted the Vikings game where like he held Justin Jefferson to like 0 catches, but people forget that in that game, Sam Darnold was literally suffocated every play. Like,
yeah.
I watched that game, that was the game where Aaron Rodgers, he got suffocated too. That's where Van Ginkel had a pick 6 on him, I'm pretty sure, or a pick. But
I'm interested.
Yeah, like, there's some context that is lacking in some of those games, like, you know what I mean? But he's still good. I still love the signing. Like if someone
price
sees
difference,
that, if someone
$4
sees
million
that,
a year.
like he's definitively better. You know what I mean? But it's just like not really. He's close. It's not a you're not downgrading by a lot. It's really comparable. Like I like DJ Reed. Jim says PFF rated Reed over Davis. Yeah, like I said, PFF. I like it. It's good context. You can use it to support pretty much any argument you choose.
It is tough though. I think there's a caveat of it, like who is he on, like what players, what's the pass rush look like. That's why honestly, and I know it's important replacing Carlton. Like we've had these conversations. Like it is very important to replace your corner. Like you need a corner one. You needed someone. Again, it goes back to like Amon-Ra's point. Like you don't need a corner if you have a good pass rush, and that's where we get into this conversation today. Why hasn't there been backup in the edge room yet?
Streams only says, "How about a missed game stat?" Yeah, I mean, well, DJ Reed beats him out in that one.
That's what I'm talking about, DJ.
Ball don't lie. Rams are planning to release Kupp.
That's good.
Nope, just got the notification. Adam Schefter, here we go. That is some breaking news. Adam Schefter just put out Rams are planning to release wide receiver Cooper Kupp at the start of the league year unless a trade is facilitated. So you don't even have to trade for him; they'll just be signed.
I'm interested, Brad.
Now that's a little more. I was like, dude, you're gonna give up something for him, like, and you're gonna like, why? But if you're just signing him, I mean, Brad obviously knows him. I mean, he's familiar with him. And Goff and Brad.
My bad. Jeff is throwing a tweet out.
No, you're good. No, you're good. But Ball don't lie says Kupp is worth a day 3 pick, damn it. He is. But you know what, though? Teams are going to call that bluff and say, you're going to have to release him. So it's not saying he's not worth it, but you know how this works, ETN. It's just like, hey, we know the Rams got to do something. So you might as well just make them wait. They'll release them, and then you get them for that without even giving up a pick. Unless there is someone that comes in and throws in a 7th or 6th or something, and then they like trade for him. But I don't know. We'll see. Is he a Lion? I don't know. I don't know if they haven't re-signed Tim Patrick yet, so I guess anything's on the table. They haven't made it official. They haven't brought in another receiver.
Wow. So they're going to release him. That's crazy. Yeah. I wonder what. What?
No, it's just ET. Ball don't lie. He says,
going through it.
Yeah.
To be fair, I mean, you just got Devontae Adams too. So like there isn't like a, you really don't have a choice at that point.
Yeah. Like if you're the Rams, it's like, okay, if no one's offering anything, just drop them. You know what I mean? You're good. Whatever. Harris Villain says Amik and DJ Reed are the same size, and one of them is going to be CB1. That'll be fine either way. Yeah, I mean, Amik's, like you said, Amik's 5'9". He did pretty good against Justin Jefferson. I know I keep bringing it, but again, the point is 5'9". It's not all about size. It obviously helps. You like your CB1 to be big or tall, I should say, lengthy. But DJ Reed's got some length on him. You know, he ran like a 4.51 coming out. He's got the good shuttle time. He's always been. He doesn't let his height really affect him too much. I don't know.
How many years did Cooper Kupp and Jared Goff play together?
They played. I know he was there his rookie year. I'll tell you right now. So Cooper Kupp got to the Rams in 2017. Goff was there from 2016 to 2020. So he played with them 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. So 4 years. 4 years he played with them.
Jared Goff and Cooper Kupp. 4 seasons in LA. All right. That makes sense, to be honest. I don't think that's that crazy of a thought process to bring Cooper Kupp to the Lions. I really don't.
I mean, no, it's not. Especially the connections there.
Zach Wilson, Miami Dolphins.
Uh-oh. Zach Wilson.
That's a big one, huh?
League breaking, yeah.
A Dolphin.
Backup QB with the Dolphins. He's getting passed around.
Oh, okay.
Passed around like a chick at a whorehouse. That's what he is right now. I'll tell you that.
I wonder if he'll ever have a chance again or if he's just a lifetime backup the rest of his career.
I mean, yeah, he's probably a backup for the rest of his career, which is farther than I'll ever make it in my playing career. So respect to that. But he's not going to be a starter, I don't think.
Yeah. Hey, who are you to tell?
Yeah,
players?
right. I didn't play in the NFL, so I shouldn't have an opinion. It's interesting how that works.
Who said that?
Let's see. Judson says, Lions fans, stop bringing in often injured players. Also, Lions fans, bring in Kupp.
I don't think the Kupp one's that crazy, though.
He is hurt, though, a lot. Him, though. I love him. I love Kupp.
But again, that's like a cheap deal. That's not.
That's where they get you. It's like it's enticing. It's cheap. How many games has he played in? Let me see.
If he's healthy for you down the stretch.
He played in 12, 12, and 9 the last 3 seasons. It is a little.
I would pay Cooper Kupp for 12 games, and then if he's healthy for the playoffs, you wouldn't. Let's say 12 games and 3 in the playoffs. That's 15 out of whatever it is.
But you have, if you're guaranteeing me he'll play in the playoffs, then yes.
Yeah, 100%. I'm guaranteeing you that.
It's a tough thing to guarantee.
It's Cooper Kupp. If he's healthy, he's not a bum.
No. He's a good player. It's just availability.
Yeah.
You know how it is, man. It's just
but he knows it. Like, he knows his price is going to be low because of availability. That's why he's getting released. Tershawn Wharton, 3-year deal, $54 million to the Kansas City Chiefs. Defensive tackle. Chiefs making
League
moves.
breaking.
Chiefs making moves, though.
Who is that?
Sean Wharton. I don't know what he did this last year.
Deshaun Wharton?
Deshaun.
Yeah, I mean, we must not have that level of ball knowledge. Who's Deshaun Wharton?
Oh, Tershawn.
Tershawn Wharton.
It's on me. Easy
Yeah.
mistake.
He had 6.5 sacks this year.
Hey, we need ball knowledge for you.
No, I got to lock in, dude. He was pretty productive.
Need you to get a little better here.
Yeah, that's on me. Right.
Very productive. ETN said he's good.
Tershawn Wharton. I did.
Tershawn Wharton.
Ryan just dropped the who? Yeah, no, he's pretty good this year. I guess 6.5 sacks. Jason, welcome to the show, my man. Yeah, we did talk about Tunzel. I mean, we've been live for 4 hours, so we've gotten to cover a lot. Tunzel,
that's
big trade. Yeah, I mean the Commanders, and I mentioned this earlier, man. The NFC is getting better, just like it's the NFL, man. Teams they just appear out of nowhere. Like we used to say, well, the NFC's weak. The NFC's weak. It's getting stronger. I'm telling you, it's just how it is. So we'll see. Teams are. I mean, you got the Commanders now that are legit. You still have the NFC North. That's still a really good division with good teams. So yeah, it's a good trade for the Commanders. It's a good trade. Amen. Josh Sweat went Cardinals. Yes, we also did talk about that. I thought he was going to be a Lion at some point, but it was wrong on that.
I was hoping it was going to be one of those things where they reported it and then Lions come in, just
steal them away.
We'll match that. We'll double it.
I haven't seen anything about he said see well, it says might as well re-sign Levi. He's the best available. Yeah, I haven't seen. I will say this though, I haven't seen anything about Lions players, like Lions free agents.
Me either. What's crazy is I haven't really heard much. There are some guys where you hear like they'll test the market. Haven't heard that from guys like Tim Patrick.
You'd think you'd see something already. You know what I mean? Like you'd think you'd see like Kevin Zeitler signing with the team, or I think they'll be back.
Iffy.
Like I thought Iffy would go to the Jets.
I tried to figure something out with that. Couldn't.
Yeah.
Did my best.
He didn't respond?
I just haven't. No, I probably could follow up. I just haven't followed up yet.
Yeah, I wonder how that, like, I don't know. I could see him coming back. That's the thing. Like, I could see him back at like a cheap deal. I could see like both. I don't know what to think.
Or you could see one of those like lower level teams saying, "Hey, let's."
Yeah, like the Panthers or something, like throwing money at him.
Even like honestly, I know this sounds crazy, but like the Patriots. He was just there with Terrell Williams. Like that's why I think Carlton had such a obviously the money's enticing, but I think Carlton speaking with like a guy like think about Terrell Williams there. Like he's the DC there now, and he just spent the whole year with Carlton. And obviously there's a connection there. And then the Mike Vrabel thing, and like think about that corner room in New England. Carlton Davis and Christian Gonzalez, like that's one of the best in the NFL instantly.
It is.
And that's Terrell Williams probably calling Carlton and being like, "Hey, we got this much money for you. If you want it, let's go. Let's run this one up."
I just saw the Zach Wilson thing. He's with the Dolphins. Oh my God.
Malik Harrison, 2-year deal. Pittsburgh Steelers. It's interesting.
Delvin Tomlinson has been released by the Browns. He's the defensive tackle.
Was that announced yesterday?
There's some. I will say this for all the people listening. There are
now?
some. No, it was 9 minutes ago.
Okay.
There are some good defensive tackles available. I don't know how that. I don't know how you take that. If that's something the Lions are actually interested in.
Yeah.
But there are for somebody like Hargrave. There's Draymond Jones. I don't know if he signed yet. Draymond Jones. Let me see. Dalvin Tomlinson now.
Dude. There's no way.
No, Draymond Jones hasn't signed anywhere.
Can we just dude, the Patriots? Milton Williams today, right?
Yeah.
Harold Landry the other day, or whenever that happened. And Carlton Davis. Like that, those three, that's three, like basically like an edge rusher, a defensive tackle, and a corner. Like three of the biggest positions on your defense. They got some of the best in the league. I pulled up something and as they were talking about it, and I was like, that is
no for real. I
that's
mean,
huge.
They're spending money, man. They're trying to. I'm telling you that when you bring in a good coach and you have a good GM, you can turn things around pretty quickly. And that they were in a pretty good position.
How about this? We talked about this guy, Jeff, at the combine. Center Ryan Kelly signing with the Minnesota Vikings. 2 years, $18 million. We talked about him in
Ryan Kelly. It's a good player. It is. It's a good player. I'll say this on the defensive tackle market. There's some good defensive tackles. I wouldn't be shocked at all if the Lions pick one up. Just sign a guy 1 year to a 1 year deal. Come fill in for Aleem McNeil. Be depth for us because there's some talent out there.
I agree. I was thinking the same. I was thinking the same thing earlier. Just get some depth in this room, man. In that
because they don't have like they have Mekhi Wingo, Broderick, and the Levi's a free agent. So unless they bring back Levi and they want him to fill that role, but
I'm so interested.
Like Dramont Jones, I like Dramont Jones. He played for what was he? Wasn't he just with the Seahawks last year? Had like 4 sacks.
Let's pull this up. I'm interested to see who this tracker, if it's updated. available.
Dalvin Tomlinson. Dalvin Tomlinson wouldn't be bad. He had 3 sacks, good nose tackle.
Kyle Pecco.
He's back?
No, he's a free agent.
Kyle Pecco, I mean,
Dude,
it's like we got Dalvin Tomlinson at home. It's Kyle Pecco.
Oh, that'd be so funny.
So, I mean, if you think about it, if they sign a defensive tackle, a wide receiver, a guard, I mean, you're doing pretty good. That's filling, because remember, Brad always says you fill needs in free agency. Those are needs.
Yeah.
I mean, you need another defensive tackle, you need an edge, you need a wide receiver, and you need maybe a backup safety. But I guess you could draft that too. But that's really all they need. I mean, yeah.
So last year, I want to do something real quick. Can we do something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Last year, I just want to feel this out a little bit to see how many, will Brad actually make moves? DJ Reader last year from the Bengals, big signing, right?
Yep.
Amik Robertson, great signing.
Yep.
That's 2. Marcus Davenport, that's 3. We know how that went. Kevin Zeitler, great signing. Those are like the 4 big signings. And then he re-signed Khalil Dorsey. DPJ didn't really work out. Kendall Vildor re-signed. Nate Sudfeld. Okay, that was in 2024. I'm just going back. I'm on this website. The year before, Cam Sutton, David Montgomery, CJ Gardner-Johnson, Emmanuel Mosley, and Marvin Jones, and Graham Glasgow, and Germ. And Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah.
I mean, that was 8 signings that he made 2 years ago. And then last year he went to 4. I'm just trying to get a feel here. Hey, does Brad, what are we looking for here with Brad? So, he does make moves. He fills the holes, like you said, Jeff.
Yeah, there's always one every year that doesn't pan out. It's not a bad thing. It's just the reality. Like Marvin Jones, Emmanuel Mosley. There's always he'll take a flyer on someone.
In the moment, it's here we go, boys.
Yeah, here we go. Marvin Jones, and then he doesn't play at all. But for the most part, the big names he signs, he does a good job. Like the Davenport thing, it's it didn't work out, but it was a 1-year deal, so I'm not too upset about it. But like you mentioned, DJ Reader, Carlton Davis, it's pretty good.
I mean, even the year before, Cam Sutton, I know what happened with that was tough, but Cam Sutton, I didn't think was a bad signing. Obviously Demont's a good one. I didn't think CJ Gardner-Johnson. I know he got hurt, but in the moment that was a great signing.
Yeah.
Marvin Jones, he kind of retired mid-season. Graham Glasgow that year, great signing. Germ that year, good signing. So I think there's still time. Hey, Jeff, I think the man's going to do something. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, he's not done. I mean, even if he doesn't, nothing happens today. There's still going to be guys brought in. I mean, I still believe, like I said, guard, wide receiver, defensive tackle, defensive end, 4 positions. I think you got to at least sign, and it could be re-signing. It could be a re-sign of Tim Patrick, re-sign of Kevin Zeitler, go out and sign Zadarius or Judon. Judon hasn't signed yet. Or sign.
I think Judon would be such a steal. I think Judon's going to be at a great price, to be honest.
Yeah, he hasn't signed. I wonder what his market is right now.
I would think it's $10 million. That would be my guess. If you sign him at 2 years, 20 for the next 2 years, I would do that so fast. Steve Wild said Judon is no better than Zadarius, but yeah, it was just I think it's the money. I think it just depends on the money that Brad feels comfortable with. I think that's literally all it's going to come down to.
Let's see. All right. Well,
something happened?
No. It's just the Ryan Kelly thing. Ryan Kelly to the Vikings. That's their Colt center. He's really good. North is making moves. I mean, the Packers signed Aaron Banks. He was the guard of the 49ers. That was a good
probably
sign.
Best guard available in the free agency.
Oh, yeah. And Mekhi Becton's still available. So if they don't get Kevin Zeitler, they're going to get Klotzy's boy. We'll see.
Dude, if they don't get Kevin Zeitler, though.
North got better, Steve says. I agree, Steve. North got better.
McLovin said here, so why would you re-up on Davenport if you haven't learned your lesson the first time? See, the thing with the Davenport, I know his depth. I think it's just the money. That contract's pretty contract's like very, very team friendly.
No, I'll just say it. It's literally low risk.
Very low. It's the lowest you
Mid-reward.
can get.
It's like low. It's low risk. I mean, it's not even like, if I'm being honest, just act like he's not even on the team. That's like how he's not going to affect you at all. If he plays well, great. If he doesn't, who cares? The cap hits. I think I looked it up. Giovanni Manu is like 1.1 million. So what is Marcus Davenport? 1.75. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's not a big deal at all. Last year you signed him for a little closer to 10 million. This year it's pennies. I'm not gonna overreact to it.
What are your thoughts on this quarterback situation in Minnesota? Sam Darnold obviously going to the Seahawks.
Yeah. If I'm them, dude, you re-sign Daniel Jones, you rock with JJ. Just call it a day.
Yeah. I think
Aaron Rodgers goes to the Steelers. I think that's probably going to happen.
Yeah. See, that's where I'm in a kind of a pickle here with that, to where I do think that Russell Wilson might end up back in Pittsburgh.
I saw Russell Wilson maybe to the Titans.
I've seen Aaron Rodgers to the Titans.
See, those are the two interesting ones, like Aaron Rodgers and Russ, because I don't know where they're going.
And the Minnesota thing, and I'll say this too, we spoke with someone in the NFC North, a coach that is probably close to a situation, said JJ is going to be ready to go next year.
Yeah. So that's the anticipation. They know he's ready.
I feel like they were pretty comfortable if they saw the price of Sam Darnold, being like, all right, we'll move on. We'll go with JJ. And if we need to bring like a bridge guy in for the first couple weeks, we'll run with that.
Yeah, you have to and there's the thing. People are like, and that's why I think the Vikings will regret. I don't mean, I guess regress is a bad word, because it's like they're not going to win 14 games. But you have to let JJ. You have to start him. You have to let him make mistakes. Like, you have to get him out there at least. Like, let him learn. You know what I mean? He's learned mentally, but let him go out there. Let him play. If you win 8 games, great. If you see a lot of development, it's a good thing. And then the next year, you're back. You know, you've got to give this dude a year to just let him play. Let him play ball.
I think the NFC North with that too. Like, I agree with. I think you just let JJ go from week 1.
Let him go. Yeah,
because you've seen with don't know why I'm drawing a blank. Head coach there. I'm drawing
Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell. You've seen what he's done with quarterbacks.
Right.
Like Sam Darnold, revitalized his career. I know, he completely did. No one could do anything with Sam Darnold until Kevin O'Connell gets a hold of him. You just let JJ go in there. He's a rookie technically because he hasn't played yet, but he's really not. He knows the system now. He's been there a year. He's been around he knows everything. And he's got to play with some of those guys like Justin in the preseason. So he has a feel for it. I think you just let it loose. He could play. The thing is with a guy like him, it's he's got an arm and he's mobile. He has both of the things that you want out of a quarterback in today's NFL. All you have to do is figure out how to get him to kind of play at that level. Kevin O'Connell's proven to do that with any quarterback he's had. So yeah, I'm with you. I don't think I'm with you too, Jeff, on the records for all these guys. Oren Burks. Is it Oren
I saw
Burks?
that too. I had to Google that, man.
To the Bengals.
The Eagles have so many random dudes that are just productive. I don't even know who these guys are, man.
It's crazy. But with the NFC North, I think this is what's going to happen there. I think there's just going to be 3 and 4, potentially with the Lions, 4 teams that are sitting from 9 to 12 wins. And I think that's I don't know if there's going to be these 14-win teams again, because at least for the Lions, the schedule, these things. But I think the Bears take that jump from whether they have 4 or 5 wins to 9, 10 wins. I think the Vikings kind of go down from 14, but they're at 10 to 12. I think they max can win 12 with JJ. And then I think the Packers with Jordan Love, I think they're just a 10 to 12 win team as well. And then the Lions, obviously, around that area too. So it's I feel like it's going to be the best division of football, but there is going to be a little regression when it comes to wins wise. So it'll be interesting. The NFC North, man, it's going to be interesting how this thing plays out, to be honest.
It's let me see this real quick. I think, you have to assume no injuries, obviously. Jordan Love could get hurt or whatever. Anything can happen. But I'm with you. Like, I think it's going to be a close division. I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be even harder than it was the last 2 years. I think it's going to be probably the hardest year, given every other team in the NFC North is kind of catching up to the Lions. And I don't think they're quite there, but they're getting closer. Like, you'd be naive if you're not admitting that. Like, the Bears are getting closer. We have to see it. I get it, but they're building. Packers are always they won both games, but it was pretty close. I mean, they battled with the Lions, and then the Vikings. I mean, I would still take the Lions, but JJ, who knows? He could be good. I mean, jokes aside, I mean,
I think JJ is going to be better than Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
and you saw Sam Darnold go 114.
So,
he might not be this year, but eventually.
So that's why the Lions. It's like, the Lions are here. Everyone else is here. They're getting here. You gotta continue. You gotta continue to be like, hey, you ain't catching us. Not that you have to be stupid and spend a bunch of money, but I want to see what they do in the next day or 2 days. I think keeping a guy that's pretty familiar with the NFC North would be smart, but
this Zadarius thing's really throwing me off. If I'm just going to be honest,
I understand why they cut him. There's always one or two that say, "Oh, Jeff, they cut him because of the 6 months." I understand. I just want him back. That's the point. I want him back.
There must have been a conversation.
Like SpongeBob asking for Gary back. Remember that episode? That's what I'm asking for. I don't know why they just popped it in my head, but I want Zadarius back, dude. Bring him back home. Jeez. Just want someone productive, and he's productive. I mean, Judon will be fine, but to me, like, Judon's not a definitive upgrade. Like, I think Judon could have a year, like he could have a year like he had with the Patriots.
Yes.
But I think at his I don't know. I mean,
I don't think, if I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think people realize how good Matthew Judon could be on this Lions defense.
He's got a higher ceiling than Zadarius at this point.
Yes. Like, that's Matthew Judon, and you can't really say it's the injury that put him back this next year. I think it was just the defense and where he was in Atlanta. Everyone seemed to have kind of a little down year, and he still had 5.5 sacks. And, like, if you want to be like, well, the year before, what did he have? Like 3 or 4 sacks in New England? 4 sacks. He played in 4 games. Like, if you look at 3 of his last 4 seasons, Jeff, outside of 2 years ago with New England when he got hurt, the 3 years outside of that, he played in all 17 games, 12.5 sacks, 15.5, and 5.5. And he was basically the only guy that they had, it felt like, in Atlanta. Like, they just didn't have anything on that team, it felt like.
I mean, even Dante Fowler. I see the chats all on Dante Fowler. I mean, Malik and Schiff God and everyone. I'll take that, man.
I'm in on Dante. 10.5 sacks last year for the Commanders.
This comment, Judon had the same problems with Smith. They ran a train on him. Well, that's, oh my God. Okay, let's try and the phrasing.
You put Matthew Judon across from Aiden Hutchinson with DJ and Aleem. That's a scary. That's a scary one.
Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty.
But yeah, I mean, oh my God, Billie Eilish just popped up on my feed. I don't know, that was weird.
Don't worry, we can't see your computer, brother.
Yeah, it's Twitter, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, there's really, I see the Oren Burks one. That's really it, dude. And then Antonio Brown talking about CTE. That's really my whole feed. All right, let's get to some super chats here. I see 501st Legion. He says, bring me Aziz or trades for Kayvon Thibodeau. Well, you're not going to trade for Kayvon Thibodeau, nor do I want him. Remember that Giants fan that I'm close with? Hates Kayvon. Thinks he's one of the corniest dudes in the entire league. So I'm with him on that. I'm cool on Kayvon Thibodeau. But Aziz, I will take. But Aziz, to me, he's a better version of what James Houston is, but he's hurt, which is a problem. You know what I mean?
I don't like that, to be honest.
That's what he would be. He'd be like a third down weapon. But again, if you don't have a guy that can, like a Judon or a Zadarius, I'm not happy with it. You know what I mean?
I almost might be out on Aziz, if I'm being honest.
He's just, and that's the thing, the availability. Now you're talking about him and Davenport both always they're always hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's too many guys that are hurt at this point. You know,
those are your top 2 guys across from Hutch. 2 guys who haven't played a full season in 3+ years. That's what's tough.
So the Panthers signed Tershawn Wharton after Milton Williams went to the so that was like their Milton replacement, basically. After he pivoted and went to the Patriots. Tyler says Dante Fowler Jr.'s production is worrisome. He has zero consistency. Yeah, if you look at his career, it is kind of weird. He'll have some massive years and then just have like a couple stinkers and then a massive year.
Who did he play for?
Like
year?
4 different teams. I mean, he played
this last year.
Oh, the Commanders.
Who's the head coach?
Dan Quinn. Well, I think he was actually with Dan and was Dante Fowler with the Cowboys? I think he was.
Was it the same time as Dan Quinn though?
I'm pretty sure. I have to double check on that. But yeah, he played for Dan. Yeah, he did play. Yep, he was with Dan Quinn with the Cowboys. And he was actually pretty productive there as well. He had 6 sacks and 4 sacks. So it was decent.
Someone said he played with Anzo. When did he play with Anzo?
He played with Anzo. He never played with Anzo.
I thought, is it college? Hold on. I gotta find the chat.
College, Florida.
Yeah, Florida. Malik Blue said of Florida. Okay. Mm-hmm. Call him up, Anzo. Call him up.
Played at Florida with Anzo. That's a good pull right there.
Great.
Yeah, he played for Jacksonville. He was all right in Jacksonville. Went to the Rams, had a 11.5 sack season, signed with Atlanta. Was nothing. He never got back to what he was his last year with the Rams, and then Dallas, okay, and then boom, Washington. So it's like based on trends, it'll be back to like 5-6 sacks, which like is fine based on the trends of his career.
By the way, here's a deal. Wide receiver off the board.
Who?
Darius Slayton.
Oh,
Darius Slayton. 3 years, $36 million with the New York Giants.
You said 3 for 36?
Yeah.
Oh.
12 a year.
Yeah, they like Slayton. Yeah. There you go, Joe Sheen making moves.
Darius. You know who else is a free agent? Craig Reynolds.
Yeah.
I wonder what's going to happen there.
Yeah, that's.
Should we go through the Lions free agent names real quick? Because it's a long list. Oh, Craig's restricted anyways, so.
And he ain't going to get offered, man. And all due respect, but he's probably just going to be brought back.
Yeah, Miles Adam restricted. Shane Zylster restricted.
Let me see. I have all the free agents right here. I deleted it. I'll get it, though. It'll take me a second. It's right here. Let me grab these. Here we go.
Yeah, I think I think they would have to bring him back at that point if he's,
All right, here's that.
Whoa, what a list. So Carlton obviously gone.
Let me zoom in so you can see like names, actually. Okay. So there you go. There's the names.
Davenport signed. Zeitler.
Yep. Zeitler, yeah. He's John the commish.
I'm interested in the commish, man. 1 year, prove it deal. Jeff, what if they give the commish
prove what?
What if they give commish the same deal as Marcus Davenport? $1.5 million cap hit, 1 year.
I mean, then it's yes. I'll say this. And I can't believe I'm saying this.
Go ahead.
I think I'd rather have Levi over him.
Wow. I think I'm with you too. I think I'm with you.
Yeah. So I think I'm there. Levi over John Kaminsky. Chad, am I crazy? Chad, am I weird? Am I crazy for that? Like, is there anyone else that agrees with that, or is everyone on like the commish train? That came out weird, but you get the point.
That came out weird. Pretty good.
All right.
Everyone's saying no.
Chad agrees. Chad agrees. They said no, Jeff. Oh, well, I don't know. I think that's agreed.
I think there's disagreeing with you.
No. Look at Levi's solid. Steve said no. Levi's solid. So no, I said I'm not crazy. They said no.
Oh, okay.
No. Right. Yeah. No, commish can get lost, man. All due respect.
That's so disrespectful, man. Hey, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Telling people.
Yeah, no. Look at streams. Hey, there you go, streams. My guys. That's we agree.
He said we agree.
And then Malik says no to Levi or commish. Judson says no. Levi had a rough start, but he was solid last year. So yeah, they're with us.
I would say he wasn't solid, but he had his.
He had moments.
Yes, and I was big on Levi. I'm a Levi supporter. Like I was big on him.
Look at the numbers.
There it is. Yeah, like he had his time.
That's pretty good though. 45 pressures, 29 hurries, and 13 quarterback hits. That's not bad for a backup defensive guy, like defensive tackle, defensive
again. But it's the conversation. Like, is he a starter? No. So that's where you get into that that conversation.
Yeah, I'm actually cool. Yeah, I'm cool with them bringing him back.
Malik said, or is it Malik?
Yeah, Malik.
Let Levo go play with Quinnen Williams. Oh, let him go play with Quinnen. I thought he was saying let him go and bring in Quinnen Williams.
He ain't lying, man. He might benefit from that. Steve says his pass rush win rate was excellent. That's pretty good. That's the numbers you want to look at, man. Are you winning? Are you winning? Steve Wild says Muhammad will be starter opposite of Hutch. Don't do that shit. Steve, don't say that, because if you say it now, it's gonna be true, and I'm gonna freak out and crash out. If AQ's starting on the other side of Hutch, it's not gonna happen, but I'd crash out. That would be crazy. We are screwed if that's the case. And that's one of the guys I told Caleb I'd be cool with re-signing is AQM. I was like, if you want to bring him back just for depth, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Not to start, but for depth, I am all for that.
Oh my goodness. What was this? Hold on. Oh, never mind. Michael Gallup visiting the Commanders. I didn't even know there was visits anymore.
Like look at you, like makes you think of like college visit or something, like David's like in his living room or some shit.
When I heard that, I was, wait a second, what?
Yeah, I see that.
Visiting the Commanders.
Yeah, this is. I'm gonna say it, man.
You don't think what? Is it what I think you're gonna say?
I'm just saying, man.
I don't think it's done. I think they're going to get a couple guys tonight. I feel it.
You think Brad's like going to be like late night re-sign Levi just for the clicks?
Not even Levi. You know what I think's going to happen?
I think they're done, man.
I don't think so. This is someone said it earlier.
Tell me why.
Someone said it earlier in the chat. Someone had brought up last year during the day that they sound like one person, and then at night it was like boom, back to back to back.
Well, he said afternoon.
No, I think it was night. I think it was nighttime. I remember.
That was Ryan. Ryan, fact check right now.
I was on social. I think it was a nighttime signing.
Are you?
I think Kevin Zeitler was a later in the night. I think it was like a 7, 8 p.m.
Dude, just hitting up Kevin Zeitler you up. It's like midnight. He could. I mean, I guess late.
I mean, it's about every 5 minutes. I'll say this: every 5 minutes, there's a late afternoon. There it is. I think every 5 or so minutes, there's a new deal that pops up. One of them's going to end up being the Lions here. It's going to happen.
I hope. I really do.
It's really going to happen. Like if you look at it here, let me pull up some examples. Darius Slayton was 5 minutes ago.
I noticed they're getting a little more spaced. It's like you know.
They are. They for sure are. 5 minutes ago was Darius Slayton, and let's see, what was the one before that? Hold on.
Shout out nobody for the $2. Thank you for the $2. I guess you boys aren't going on at 8 tonight. Honestly, I think we might just
push
depends.
through.
I mean, I might just do this this might just be like a schedule where I just pop live during the day. I think people enjoyed it today. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially if there's big things like this happening.
Yeah, it's like I'd rather it's tough. I know people are like consuming Lions content and we're usually not live till late. I mean, the boys like hopping in and talking, chopping it up. Like it's good vibes. I mean, we've been live almost 5 hours. It doesn't feel like it. It's been a fun time. So you got to be able to how do you say be flexible. You know, especially during the free agency period when things happen. You got to be ready. Got to be ready to go.
We probably won't go. Yeah, I'm going to say we probably just push through. I mean, we have an hour until 8 o'clock. Might as well just be dogs.
Oh, my.
There we go. Let's Steve Wild.
Steve Wild's dropping a 50 burger. Steve, I appreciate you for that. He says, thanks for all the coverage, Steve. We appreciate the support, my friend. That's what matters, man. You didn't have to do that. We appreciate that. It's big time. Shout out Steve, man. You know what? Actually, I might as well do it. I was going to do it earlier, but it's free agency period. I'm going to give away a couple memberships for people out in the chat. If you're watching, you're still sticking with us. I know we had some people leave. A lot of people still in here. I'm going to give away 5 memberships. So let me drop these in the chat. Hopefully the people that haven't gotten a membership gets one. Let me drop a couple in here, see who can get it. Let's see. It's always like there's always people that don't have memberships that never get them. All right, we got some people getting them. There you go. Appreciate you, Steve. You're the man. You are the man. We got another one, man. Phil. Phil, thank you. Thank you for the $2, my man. He says, does this suck as bad as it seems? What you got to define? What do you mean? What sucks? Does the waiting for an edge suck?
I think it's just one signing and then it was done. It does feel like Brad's just, it's wrong. Like Brad's active. He's active as could be right now, I'm sure. You do get that feeling though, where it's like, is Brad active? Like you're like, knocking on like the fish tank, like do something for me, please.
Oh, Phil, he says free agency. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it sucks yet. It sucks waiting for sure, waiting to see if something will happen. But I will say it sucks by the end of the week if nothing still has happened, which I don't think that's the case. But Phil, that one's to be determined at this point. That one's to be determined.
Oh, another deal. Look at Jeff. Literally every 5 minutes, a new deal's happening. My guy, the Patriots are working today. The Patriots have agreed to terms. This is per Mike Garofalo with wide receiver Mac Hollins. 2 years, $8.4 million deal.
That's the scientist.
Yep.
Grounding Mac Hollins.
Yeah, that's a good deal, I think.
Walking around in his feet with his feet, no shoes.
Literally, the picture I'm looking at right now is no shoes walking. no shirt as well. I mean, he's got he's like shorts and no shirt and no shoes.
I mean, I respect it. I respect it. I really do. Matt Collins of the Patriots. I mean, he's a solid man. He's a solid receiver. They just need depth at wide receiver. The Patriots do. So
yeah,
I don't hate that at all.
I think that's a good for them. Who other wide receivers do they have?
They have Demario Douglas. Demario Davis. That's the linebacker. Demario Douglas. And then they have they drafted 2 guys.
Javon Baker.
Javon Baker.
Javon Baker.
Then they got the receiver out of Washington.
I'll just pull it up here.
Jalen Polk. They got Booty. They got Booty. Like
Keyshawn Booty.
Just said. Yep, Keyshawn Booty.
Javon Baker, Jalen Polk, Kendrick Bourne.
It's a lot of mid.
Mac Hollins.
A lot of mid in there.
Come on now.
They need like an A. They need an alpha, dude.
Mac Hollins.
They need barefoot Mac Hollins, dude. He's exactly what they need.
That's what he's coming in for. He's like, this is my chance to be a wide receiver 1.
Yeah.
That's tough, though. The Bills losing him. I liked him in Buffalo. I wonder if they just didn't offer him a deal.
Booty yeah, Booty, he was making plays, man.
Matt Garofalo said the best game of Mac Hollins' career, 8 catches for 158 yards and a touchdown. You know who he played for? Josh McDaniels. You know who the OC is in New England? Josh McDaniels.
Oh, Josh McDaniels. But where did
Raiders? Vegas.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yep.
Got it. The Raiders. Yeah, I'm curious how the Josh McDaniels thing works with Drake May.
I think he'll be fine, right?
Brady loves him, I assume.
Yeah,
so,
he's a good OC. Just didn't work out as a head coach, man. Just one of those things.
Shift God says hashtag fill the holes. Yeah, we'll get to that. Okay. Yeah, we need an edge in here. That's what we need. We need an edge. That's what the Lions need right now. Steve says, okay, how about this? Steve said, I would have done 19 per year for Sweat.
I think I would have. 19's not that crazy when you look at like an Aiden Hutchinson who's going to get 35, 30.
Yeah, I could see that. I guess it ain't actually that bad. I mean, if you're paying 19 for Sweat, you cut Zadarius for 11. You're basically upgrading for $8 more million, which
years though, how many years was Sweat?
And it's 4. I think it's 4. I'm pretty sure. Or am I crazy? Was it 4 or 3? Regardless, he wanted a longer term deal, so that's where it gets a little tricky.
4 years, 76.
So it's like, do you think Sweat is $8 million better than Zadarius? And 4 more years,
Yeah.
I
don't know.
That's the only thing. I mean, it's not a terrible contract. I thought it'd be worse than that.
I wonder if Brad offered Sweat a similar deal, just less years. So it was like not that enticing.
Yeah, Ryan says no to that. Tyler says arguable. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. Depends, I guess. There's probably coaches that love Josh Sweat. I guess production, if you're only looking at sacks. I don't know. He's younger, I guess. So there's that.
Michael Hotcht. Do you know him? Did I say his name right?
No, I wouldn't. I don't. You probably did. I don't know.
Signed $24 million, man. What a deal.
A year?
Yeah. No.
Who? I was saying Michael.
Defensive tackle. It's another defensive tackle to the Bills.
Okay.
3 years, $24 million.
All right.
It's $8 a year.
Never heard of him. Ryan says should have just kept Zadarius. Steve says played great in Super Bowl. Interesting.
Who?
Oh, Malik says Hoyt.
Michael Hoyt.
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, or he accidentally just typed Hoyt. I don't. Michael says, "What up, though? What up, Michael? How you doing, brother?" Steve says, "Oh, he meant Sweat played great in Super Bowl."
Yeah, for a second you said Zadarius. I was like, I don't think.
No, sorry. Yeah, yeah, that's not me. He meant Sweat. Sweat did. I think he had 2 sacks.
It's all right. You've been live for a little while. You're good, brother.
Streams only says Phil has high blood pressure, blowing a gasket over football. Hey, what's going on in the chat here, fellas? All right,
let's keep it. Hey, we're all on one team here today. We're all working to get an edge rusher. We're working together.
No. Phil says I'm sick of being patient. Phil's not the only Lions fan, by the way, that feels that.
It is. I'll say I am a little.
He's not.
Like, all right.
No, Phil's not alone. There's a lot of fans that are
something.
Frustrated. Yeah, I mean, it's like poking. It's like do something. Which they will do something. I'm not. I think today, if you told me today you ended with DJ Reed and you didn't overpay for Carlton, given the contract, I like it. I like it. Still plenty to do, but I like it so far.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Hufanga, by the way, going to the Broncos is a big.
Yeah, it's a great deal. That's why I was looking at safeties for Kirby. Like he's making, I mean, it's like 15 a year for him, but it's not bad for Hufanga. He was an All-Pro, dude. I mean, he was hurt. He was been a little hurt though, but still, he was an All-Pro at one point.
I think that's good, and you have him and Patrick Surtain. Did they have another corner that they must have just lost? Who was in free agency, maybe? Justin Simmons, safety. What happened to him?
They cut him. Probably just wanted a release. They probably just
too much money.
They were paying him a crap ton. Yeah, that's what it was. That's
fair.
Mm-hmm. Michael says Brad's patience is next level, which has always served us well.
I mean, dude, it's crazy. He hasn't even re-signed anyone on our team yet today.
Yeah.
I'm a little like, what's the word I'm looking for? Flabbergasted.
Yeah, I don't know how that is. It letting them test free agency, or is it just? It probably is. It's probably like, hey, we'll talk like Tuesday. We'll see how it goes. Because you haven't seen any of these guys sign a deal. Like Iffy, Tim Patrick, Kevin Zeitler, Levi. None of them have signed a deal yet.
Yeah, I would just think that they would have an idea in the market.
You know what I mean? I could be wrong. Watch in like 10 minutes that someone signs, but at this
I'm
point,
out on this. Zach said I kind of want a Kuda back. That's tough. That's a tough look.
Zach's. Do me a favor. Grab your laptop screen and shut it. Get the hell out. That's what that is insane to you, Zach's. Don't you? Or if you're on your phone, click the lock screen button. Put it in your pocket. Take a lap.
Got a 5-minute timeout.
Zach's, come on, Zach's, come on.
Here's Johnny said, "Who is all Brad signed?" Well, DJ Reed, but then after that, Marcus Davenport.
Well, are we counting re-sign or are we counting sign?
Re-sign
I guess
too. Yeah.
Okay, I guess
Marcus Davenport.
Ezekiel Turner.
Ezekiel Turner. Yeah, there's another.
That's
who's
your.
the other?
That's your
Derek
germ
Barnes.
replacement. That's your germ replacement, by the way, Ezekiel Turner.
You think so?
Yeah. Calvin loved him, dude. Remember that last year? They loved him.
Yeah, maybe that is the term. Maybe that's why they moved on.
Oh,
from
Pittman.
Oh, and Anthony Pittman. Sorry, that's on me. They love Anthony Pittman too. Got my football, throw a football around a little bit.
Yeah, you just gotta.
Jeff, what's that behind you?
What?
Right there.
There's a lot behind me. What?
With that all the way on the left. Right there.
That is my Grit City premium American vodka.
Is it empty?
It's got. I mean, we a lot of it was on the Washington Commanders loss that one day. We definitely.
Oh yeah.
We definitely. Let me see. I mean, we kind of.
Oh, here we go. Another deal. See, literally, it's every 5 minutes. There's just a new deal that comes through. Running back Javonte Williams is signing a 1-year deal. Guess who with? This is one.
Javonte Williams. Giants.
Or Cowboys.
It's not bad. I mean,
no, it's good. A little depth.
He's always been like an okay back. You know what I mean? He's not a.
He has like those games where you're like, whoa, who's this guy?
Yeah. Like when he came out, I had him in fantasy his first year. He was pretty good.
Hey, that go ahead, take a swig, brother.
I know.
Change the vibes a little bit.
Maybe
Maybe you do that. It changes some vibes. I bet you. I'll make a bet with you. I bet you if you take a swig of that within 15 minutes, Brad Holmes signs someone.
Okay, now you're talking to me. Now you're talking to me dirty right now.
By 7:40, if you take a swig, there will be 7:45. There will be a new Detroit Lion.
All right, you got a deal. Tommy K, what's up, brother? How you doing? Hey, Ryan said Bears. When you asked what team you signed for, the Bears actually. That's a better one than I suggest. I just said the Giants. I don't know.
Bears,
why.
yeah, I think the Bears draft a running back.
I was with you, ETN. By the way, I thought Javonte was going to be good too. I did.
1-year deal for $3 million is max $3.5 million. That's a steal. I feel like
there's not really. I don't even know why I still have this around. I think I love the bottle.
Yeah,
limited edition.
Finish the drink off and then rinse it out and keep the bottle up on the thing there. It's a Lions edition.
Let's see this. Oh, you hear that?
Yeah, I did.
That's the noise right there.
Right. Oh no! Oh man!
All right, you know what? If I'm drinking this, and by the way, as soon as I drink this, I better get a notification on my fucking phone that Zadarius Smith has re-signed.
You got till it's by 7:45. You can do it now. 7:45. There's really, as Zach said, what's the bet? There's no bet.
Yeah,
it's just we're trying. Hey,
putting faith. I'm putting faith.
Putting good juju out in the world right now.
Yeah,
this is good juju out in the world.
I better get I swear to God, I better get something.
If it happens, dude, you deserve a lot of credit. I've got my Uncrustable over here ready to go for Sonic.
I mean, what are we doing?
I'm ready to go.
You're gonna take a swig of liquor. I got my Uncrustable. Is that
you had some turkey? You had some ground turkey over there. Typically, I have like dinner before the show and everything. I left my house. I was working. I left. I was like, I need to grab something to eat for dinner just in case I don't get to go back for dinner. I grabbed an Uncrustable and ran out the house in the water. This was my dinner. I grabbed an Uncrustable.
You have an Uncrustable, like comparing to. Okay, how about this? You take a bite of the Uncrustable, and I'll have a swig of this liquor. I guess that's all we have in here. So, hey, right. Malik says I got an Uncrustable by me too. What's up with the Uncrustables, man?
Bro, Uncrustables are
they? I mean,
I
buy
like what I do.
Ones. I like the strawberry ones.
There are some good ones. I buy
Jason Uncrustables next level. What are we moving?
This is next level free agency. When we're talking about doing a show all the way through the night, we're doing like a 9-hour show. How do you get through it? I mean, Uncrustables and Jeff's vodka.
No, those are two different things. I won't survive on mine. You'll literally just get a stomach ache on yours. Here's Johnny says having homemade Mexican bean and veggie tostada.
What?
And he's got Modelo's. Okay. All right. You know what? Yeah.
I'm telling you, I go to the store and I just buy one of those massive boxes of Uncrustables. Yeah, there's chocolate hazelnut. There's honey ones too. Have you ever had the honey? There's honey ones. So good. I literally just buy a big box, throw it in the freezer, and whenever it's like a good snack, you know? You just got to take them out. I had these frozen. I took it home, or when I left my house, let them on freeze for the last hour, and they're good.
Detroit supremacy. Quit swearing. You're on Fox.
Oh no! I used to love on that when it was a Fox thing and someone swore Fox.
Yeah. Shout out. I haven't seen Detroit supremacy in a while, man. Appreciate you.
Legend,
nobody
dude.
Says I got to dip out, but hopefully you guys are still live in 45. We'll be live, man, in 45 minutes. We'll see you back here, brother. Tommy K says there's Nutella ones, I believe. Leo says, Jeff, get your man. Edward says Jeff has an empty bottle under the desk to break a seal. Yeah, I'm gonna hook up something. Get a water bottle. All right, you know what? You got your Uncrustable?
I just took a bite.
Have you want to cheers? You do the Uncrustable. I'll cheers the whatever the hell this is. Premium American vodka, limited edition, Grid City.
Look how good that was.
I think actually Lex's mom got me this. Shout out, Miss Julie. All right, there you go. Cheers. There you go.
Cheers, brother. Oh,
by gosh.
Hey, look at this.
Yeah. Zadarius Smith better be a fucking lion. I swear to gosh. Kool-Aid and Uncrustables. Booner has the same diet as my 8-year-old. Salute. Oh.
My favorite food is mac and cheese too. Not really mac and cheese. It's just really pasta. But I do love a good mac.
I feel like mac and cheese is a pretty like. I feel like it's pretty consensus. Everyone's got to love mac and cheese.
Oh, it's the best, dude. Especially if it's done right. So good. I'm just waiting for like I don't know. I'm just Dante Fowler to the Detroit Lions.
By the way, if I'm the only one drinking in this entire room, like in terms like chat too, like someone out there's got to be having. I saw the Modelo from Johnny. Like someone else has to have a brewski. Someone's got to have a beer. You know what I mean? If you don't drink, that's fine. I'm not forcing any pressure on you, but someone out there's got to be having a good time out here. Right?
I don't really have anything.
I must be enough. If I'm the only one drinking in this entire, we have 430 people in here. That's sad. All right, that's actually sad. And Booner's chomping on an Uncrustable.
Yeah, Easy's not wrong. He said one time me and Boon went to a fancy bar to try the food, and I ordered a chicken tender. There was a time where I wanted to do chicken tender reviews, but then I realized it was like how different can chicken tenders really get?
They don't. They don't
You
get
know,
that
like there's some good ones and there's some bad ones, but like when you're really breaking down a chicken tender, they're pretty similar.
By the way, if you guys are smoking, that's fine. You know what I mean? Whatever. It's someone you just can't be sober. If you're not sober, that's fine. It's all right. We'll meet halfway. You want to smoke? Great. Doesn't matter. Do your thing, man. You got some doobies?
So Rico Dowdle just no more. Rico Dowdle, is he not coming back to the?
Is he he's a free agent?
Dowdle contract.
They're probably
That's a good question.
Probably going to draft him back. I mean,
and by the way, I was thinking about this. Probably tomorrow night, our show tomorrow night, we do mock draft Monday. That's my thought. Since we aren't tonight.
Yeah, I was gonna. That's what I told this morning. I'm like, I don't really want to do a mock draft before free agency begins. It's like,
guess like we can just do a normal show tomorrow, and we'll just do mock draft Monday, mock draft Tuesday, and then we have Doc Wednesday. So it kind of all intertwines, works out.
Mm-hmm.
Rico Dowdle, yeah, free agent right now. He got paid $1.25 million last year.
That's crazy.
Jason said Boone has a break glass in case of with an uncrustable in it if we don't sign a new edge here. That's great. I love that. That's funny as hell. By the way, can I just throw something out there? That's funny. I usually don't ask for it, but if no one follows me on Twitter, if you're in here and you don't follow me, I'm 9 follows away from 4K. But trying.
Oh, you got to follow the man.
9 away.
I get it.
9 away. I've never usually asked, but I'm just like, hey, just go follow me today.
Yeah,
and I put out everything. Like I literally put everything out, all these updates. If it has to do with the Detroit Lions, if there's any connection to it, at Booner Sports.
Edward said, "I love the last mock." Yeah, listen. We look forward to it. I mean, we look forward to mock drafts. It's just like tough. I mean, that's why. I was thinking. The more I was thinking about it, I don't want to have like 12, 13 versions. Then it ruins the. You know what I mean? Then it just gets like, you know what I mean? You want it to be somewhat, sometimes quality, like I say, quality over quantity. Maybe it's a little better. We skip like a week or a couple days and then do it when the Lions wrap up free agency. We could do like a post free agency mock draft.
Yep.
But yeah, today would have been weird if I put out a mock and then they signed DJ Reed or something. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you have no clue what's going to happen. Like, imagine they go get yeah, it's tough. I don't know.
I don't want to do that.
Nothing yet.
Daniel says, Joseph says Jeff is the Jared of podcasters, very underrated. I'll take that. I'll take the golf.
That's funny.
Daniel says if the Lions don't re-sign Patrick, could Amari Cooper be in play for a 1-year deal? You literally brought that up probably 20
Amari, Keenan,
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp. I think I know a lot of people don't like it because they're kind of old heads. I do think some of these old heads are going to have an opportunity to sign some short-term deals and get on a football team that's looking to win a Super Bowl. I think the Lions are one of them. Yeah, and I think Amari's in that picture there.
I'm surprised the Bills. I know they went out and got Josh Palmer. I don't think you were here for this, right? The Josh Palmer thing.
No, I did see it was like 30-something million.
Why wouldn't they re-sign Amari Cooper? You know what I mean?
I don't know. He wasn't that. I mean, if we're being honest, I think Amari's a great receiver. I was shocked how, I'm not saying bad, but like how unproductive he was in Buffalo. I thought like he was so good in Cleveland for the time he was there. Gets to Buffalo. He struggled in Cleveland at the end and then got to Buffalo and didn't really give him much, to be honest. It was weird because Amari Cooper was so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think it just seemed like a perfect pairing with Josh. That's why this year it was weird.
I tried to just blame it on he just got there, but yeah, they didn't even, he's still a free agent. I mean, I don't know. And then the Bills basically traded Mac Hollins for Josh Palmer, which is actually, I like Josh Palmer. He's a good player. Josh Newman says, Kupp to replace Patrick will be solid. People are getting on your side with this Kupp stuff. I think Kupp's probably, among Lions fans. I'm going to put a poll in the chat, actually. You know what? Let's do a poll. We haven't done one all show.
Yeah. I mean, I could pull this up. I mean, we could do that too. I'm just going to pull this up real quick.
Here, I'm putting a poll in the chat for the audience. Are you in on Cooper Kupp if he were to become a Lion? Let's see. I want to get an actual grasp.
Because I tweeted this out, and we could pull up my tweet. I have about 8 or 9 responses.
I'll get it right now.
I want to pull up. Yeah, I just put a tweet out. The first response I don't understand, so maybe we can all work through that together.
Let me see. Yeah, I see it.
Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. Let me do
Whoa.
this. Let me do
Whoa. Whoa.
Wait, why
What's
isn't it
happening
working?
here?
Oh, there you go. All right. I think the people can see this. It's been
Yeah,
lagging.
thumbs or yeah, I guess could people see this?
I know it's been my recording. What we were used to record's been kind of messing up, but if you guys can see this, that's a good thing. All right, polls up. So you guys can vote, but I think they can see it. We'll just roll ahead with it. But he tweeted out the breaking the Los Angeles Rams are planning on releasing wide receiver Cooper Kupp when the new league year starts if no trades come together. What do people say on this thing?
Let's hear. Well, this Gibbs season, shout out Gibbs season. It's not cool to pose as someone that's cooler than you. Do you understand that?
It's not cool to pose as someone that's cooler than you. Oh, okay. I am Carbolt says wouldn't hate it if he's not too expensive. If he isn't too expensive? Anthony says yes, no, yes. So it's like, again, I think that's kind of going to be this poll too. I mean, I put the poll's live and it's already 52-48, 52-48, 51-49. Yes. So it's damn near 50-50 right now. Oh yeah. I mean, we kind of expected it. Lions Troll says no because I'm tired of relying on injury-riddled players.
Yeah, I don't know.
Guys, this is assuming the deal makes sense. By the way, like obviously, if he's released, the deal wouldn't be expensive. I want people asking about the money. Just assume the money is affordable. Would you like him? Is he a good fit to you? And people are leaning yes.
And I don't think, too, at the end of the day, I know someone's like the injuries, but like Tim Patrick was off 2 seasons of like major injuries, couldn't stay healthy, comes to Detroit in a good position, stays healthy. I just think I mean, if they're both, let's say they're both healthy, right? Who's better for you?
Cooper Kupp.
There it is. That's your answer.
I mean, he's better. He's the better player. I just think better fit Tim Patrick, but I mean, am I going to be mad? No. I like what Tim Patrick brings. I like that he's big. And
why don't you draft a big body, bring Cooper Kupp in, draft a big body receiver, and move on from there.
Which you can still do.
Our guy out of Illinois.
Yeah, Pat Bryant.
Draft Pat Bryant, bring in Cooper Kupp. That's your offense. You're set.
I mean, yeah, they can do that. People saying keep TP, but the poll's saying 53-47 in favor of yes. So the poll says different. There's 100 votes on it. There's over 400 people in here. Vote on that poll. I want to see as many as we can because it's close.
Oh, shout out to the people. Click on my profile real quick.
Oh, what happened? Oh,
bang! Just now. It was at 39. It was at 3999.
Look at that, dude. Hit the
there we go. 4,000. I've been working for the
people come through when you need them the most. Look at that. That's big time.
They just step closer to the 10K. Here we go.
People showed up. The people showed up today.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint, man.
it's a marathon, not a sprint. Zach says maybe Elijah Moore instead. But he's a smaller receiver too. I'm pretty sure he's a slot receiver. I think Elijah.
I think so. Yeah.
So I don't even know if that's not even really the ideal fit for what you're looking for. You know what I mean? It's. I mean, we're almost halfway to 12.8. So the people have been showing out today. We're at 12.7, climbing up. So the support on this stream has been incredible. And we should just keep doing it because people obviously enjoy it. Steve says, anyone sign Drake Greenlaw? No, honestly, though, you know what makes a good place for him, though, is the Texans with D'Amico. That was his old DC. I was thinking about that earlier. But Drake Greenlaw had some interest from a couple different teams. He hasn't signed anyone yet, so he's still available. I know that's your guy, Steve. You've been talking about him. I don't think Josh Reynolds has signed anywhere yet.
No, he hasn't.
What if?
That would be something.
Imagine you bring Josh Reynolds back.
The people would be mad. I'm just gonna say that.
Think about that.
The people would be a little frustrated.
Oh, Broncos just signed him. That's actually a really good signing for them. Broncos signed Dre Greenlaw. I did not know that.
Oh, literally, as we're literally breaking news.
Oh, whoa. That's a good signing. I like that.
Jordan Schultz, Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos. That's a big get.
Joins Hufanga.
That's an already good defense, too. A big piece for them.
Hold on a second. I think I have something interesting for the people. Hold on a second. This is very random, but check this out, Boon. Aaron Wilson.
I did see this.
UC Davis running back Larson, a Walter Payton Award finalist who rushed for over 1,400 yards and 17 touchdowns last season, visited the Lions per league source. UC Davis running back is a 4-time All-American selection and Big Sky Conference Player of the Year, rushed for 3,600 yards, career yards, and 41 touchdowns. So they're looking to what we were talking about earlier. They're looking at an RB3.
Yeah, that was the conversation we had at the combine.
So I mean, Craig Reynolds might be out of here, man. They might be trying to upgrade that RB3 spot.
Yeah, I had that conversation at the combine because how deep this class is, and I'm not familiar with him. He was not at the combine. They must have gone to his pro day. And obviously, I mean, production wise, those are guys that I know. Like you look at smaller schools and be like, can they translate to the NFL? But like production wise, if you're putting those numbers up, you have to take a look at it and do your due diligence.
He had 1,400 rushing yards and he had 850 almost receiving yards. So he almost had 1,000 and 1,000.
That's insane. We'll pull it up.
I mean, look at these dudes. You just see that? These kids. Did you see these kids?
Yeah, I did. Definitely.
Am I going crazy?
1,400 yards and 847 receiving yards.
I'm being stalked right now by
23 total touchdowns. Yeah, I would be interested to see how this guy pans out in the NFL.
Yeah, I should have known. I saw Lan. He's a white dude. So there you go. With a hell of a mustache. Hell of a mustache.
He does. Great mustache.
Yeah, I promise I'm not Diddy here. I don't know what these kids. There's like 5-6 kids outside. I just disregards that.
Jeff's on that thing.
Yeah, I'm not. So okay, that's not funny. Actually, I shouldn't laugh at that. Nope. Don't pull that. Nope.
I can't believe the Broncos added Dre Greenlaw. Got Hufanga today, now Dre Greenlaw. And they are that defense, man.
Remember you brought up to me at the combine that the Lions might look for an RB3?
Yeah. We just talked about that. Are you all right over there?
No, I'm just thinking that might be a real possibility.
I text you and the doc, like as soon as the running backs were up at the combine, the first thought that popped in my head is like, this is a deep class. If you were ever to get an RB3 in this class or an RB3 in the draft to replace Craig Reynolds, it's in this class. It is like,
yeah, I mean, it's a stacked group. You know what I mean?
And I know a lot of people are saying Sione Vaki, but like Sione Vaki, it's up in the air. You don't know what you have out of him yet. If you can get an absolute dude, and like to me, my RB3, it's like potentially to replace Jamal.
What's up with Zach's today, man? Jeff Okuda, now he wants Jamal Williams back. Yeah. Imagine that. Jamal RB3.
I think whoever your RB3 is, like all right, Atur, you can roster a third running back Lavaki on special teams, so I get it. I look at the running back 3 as this. David Montgomery's deal is going to be up in the next 2 or 3 years, correct? Who's going to take that spot? Are you going to be able to find a guy that's like able to step in there? That's how I look at it. Kyle Mahonegi from Rutgers, Mark said. Like, these are guys at the combine. I said Taj Brooks the other day. I literally talked about Taj Brooks the other day for RB3. Like, these are guys where it's like they could be solid running back 2s in the NFL. And if you bring them in now and then let a couple years go by, boom, you have your next dude.
I saw the deal. I mean, someone just put it in here. Coach Walk, what up, Coach? Yeah, sorry. Coach is probably like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah,
we've been live since 2 o'clock, 2:30. So we've been live pretty much all day. We've just been live reacting to NFL free agency with the Lions, what's going on with the Lions. So, I mean, it's been fun.
Wow.
So, yeah, we have been live early. I was live this morning, but definitely all day pretty much today, 5 hours.
I got some news.
Give me the
news.
news.
It's not a done deal, but it's kind of the conversations are happening. The Chargers are pursuing Steelers running back Najee Harris and hopes to close a deal, per Ian Rappaport. The deal is not done yet, but potentially, and if all goes well, that's a big addition, obviously, for them. That'd be huge. I like Najee.
I got to see what he signs for. But I'm going to be honest. I love Najee. Like, he has stories great. I don't know if I'm a huge to me, he's always been he's solid, but he's always been a little overrated.
I disagree. I think he might be one of the most consistent backs in the NFL. He's played for 4 seasons in the NFL. He's rushed for 1,000 yards in every single one.
Tell me the yards per carry.
4 yards per carry this last year, 4 the year before, 3.8. So basically 4 in 2022, and his rookie year 3.9. So he's basically at 4 yards per carry every single year. That's not bad.
He can catch the ball,
and he's good out of the backfield. Last year he had basically 300 yards out of the backfield.
Yeah, he can catch the ball. He's not bad by any means.
I think that's a great.
Seems like a Charger. He seems like a Jim type of guy. Jim guy, hot character.
Yeah,
he's not a bad football player.
I think that's a great get.
They got a good offensive line at least. I mean, the Steelers never really had that. So there's that. So the Dre Greenlaw, someone said it in here. Dre Greenlaw, what was it? 3 for 35?
I believe so. Yeah. I just saw this tweet from Field Yates. Shout out Jeff. He put a tweet out here. 49ers departures in free agency so far. Starting guard Aaron Banks to the Packers. Starting corner Travarius Ward to the Colts. Starting safety Hufanga to the Broncos. Starting linebacker Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos. Tackle Jalen Moore to the Chiefs. Elijah Mitchell to the Chiefs, and Josh Dobbs to the Patriots. They've lost. Oh, and Deebo Samuel, obviously. They've lost a lot.
That's what happens. They had their window, they couldn't capitalize, and now they have to basically restart. Not restart, but I mean they got to build out some positions because they have to pay Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. They got to pay that man. What they have to pay him. I don't know what he's going to be worth. But they got to pay up.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's fun watching the 49ers downfall. I will say that. It is fun.
Coach Walk asked, any edge news? Zero edge news.
Zero edge news.
Zero
edge news.
Nothing, man. We're waiting.
Yeah, there hasn't been anything so far. I mean, there's guys being signed, but nothing the Lions have done. So
it's got to happen. I think I took a bite of my Uncrustable, and you took a drink of your vodka over there. to get news by 7:45. We got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I literally got slapped in the face. Lions, I don't think they're going to do anything, man. I'm serious.
Do we have to re-up it at 7:45?
Well, I'm out now. That was the rest of it.
You drank the whole thing?
There was only one like shot in there.
Let me see. Oh, you drank the whole thing. Wow.
Well, that's
okay.
I mean, that's what we had left from the good old Commanders loss.
Wow.
That Commanders loss, man, did something. It did something to the boys. I mean, that night we were live. I think we were live till like freaking 3 a.m.
Should we text the doc just to hop on just for fun? Just talk. We don't have to ask him questions. Just hang out with the boys.
Yeah, he can come hang out if he wants. He's always welcome.
Let's see.
Doc's probably just. I wonder what he's thinking right now. Zach says DJ Reed is more of a splash signing than other teams. I mean, it was up there. It's a good signing. Can't even hate on that. Michael, what's going on, brother? Welcome. He says, what up, boys? You guys are on early. I hate the fact Sweat went to the Cards. I know. I get it. Trust me. We're with you, man. We are with you. Josh Newman, hilarious. Dak still highest per year quarterback. Yeah, that is crazy. 49ers, Scott says 49ers shooting blanks instead of bang bang. It's click click. Yeah, they are. I think their window is closing here. You pay a quarterback that much money. That's Brock Purdy. Yeah, that is tough. Geno and Darnold swap jobs for $33 million. It's going to be hard for Brock to ask for more than 40. I mean, that's probably what he's worth. To what you're saying, I wonder what the 49ers will give him. It's probably better to stay in that range. I don't think Brock's a guy worth 50. I just don't. But sometimes it's not always about who's the best. It's about who's up to get paid and how good your damn agent is and how stupid the organization is you're negotiating with. So you never know.
So I can't believe the Geno Smith stuff, man.
Yeah, I know.
Heading to Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Reuniting with Pete Carroll. That's an interesting one. What is this? There's one that just happened. Oh, Colts re-sign Ashton Dolan. 2-year, $8.5 million. What has Ashton Dolan done in his career? Does anyone know?
He's been all right.
Feels like a Klotz guy.
He is.
Oh, for sure, is a Klotz guy.
Yeah,
2
he's
catches,
actually brought. Like, I'm not even
yards.
kidding. He's brought him up to me before. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 2 catches, 67 yards. 200 year before 200 yards. Year before 170 yards, 53 yards, and 17. I don't. The man's never had over 200 yards in his career. That's a Klotz guy.
That's a Klotz guy. Yep.
Man's got raw talent.
I think Klotzy died. I think.
I don't know what's happened with Klotz.
I'm going to assume.
Yeah.
I think he saw Isaiah Rodgers sign with the Vikings and he just disappeared. Deep Space says, do you guys like cheesecake? Okay, what a random question, Deep Space, but hell yeah, who doesn't like cheesecake?
Cheesecake's good, man.
It's elite. Cheesecake is like, it's just one of those things. It's like everyone likes cheesecake.
You know? Oh, you know something I didn't talk about? I don't even know if you guys did.
What happened?
I drew a blank there. Chris Godwin, Baltimore.
Get him
not Baltimore. Yeah, I might need a bite of the crust ball. Get that going again. Some energy. Chris Godwin, though.
Yeah.
Passing up $20 million to go back to Tampa.
Isn't that crazy?
That's a lot of money. That's shocking. And I did see a lot of people talking about, oh, well, the taxes in Florida. I don't think that $20 million.
That was with the Patriots, right?
I don't know who offered it.
I bet it was.
It might have been Patriots. I don't know who offered it, but that's just so much money to pass up to go back to be with Mike Evans and them. Like that. That's a lot of money. Because remember, you guys kept telling me there's no way Chris Godwin goes back to Tampa because of his money. Remember, we kept saying that they were going to draft a wide receiver in the first round. Every single mock draft had wide receiver. Now, I mean, you know what? That's a if the Lions want Jahad Campbell, guess who will take him? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's a great spot for him. So they don't need a wide receiver anymore.
Yeah, and he knows like Baker and him have. I mean, he knows when I get back, I'll put up he was putting up numbers. I mean, when he knows.
Yes,
I'm sure he knows.
so
Like, I'm going to put up numbers here and get paid eventually. Sometimes, and I saw Ocho talking about this. Shout out Chad. But he was talking about how important sometimes just having. It's obvious, but guys take a bag to go to, like, for example, DK. Like DK took a bag to go to Pittsburgh. But sometimes, man, you take that bag, you go to a place where the quarterback position isn't really secure. It's tough. You know, you get paid, but it's tricky. At least Godwin will have a quarterback, you know?
Yeah.
He has Baker. Like, Baker's going to throw for 4,000 yards and get him his 1,300.
I like that Bucs team, man. Just like last
Bucs
year.
Are good, dude. Yeah, Bucs
I think they win that
good.
division again. I'm not.
I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say.
I was on an island last year going into the season with the Bucs, but they're gonna be good again. They just know how to win too, and Baker's very good.
Yeah, Kirk stinks, man. I was way wrong on Kirk. He stinks. I think he's going to get released. So we'll see. But yeah, he stinks.
Kirk
from the Falcons.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I think they're like holding him hostage, dude. That's such a crazy situation in Atlanta.
I mean, they got a lot of shit for drafting a quarterback, but
I was at the front
smart
of that.
thing to do. Like Kirk looked washed, completely washed.
Yeah, I can't remember who said it. Someone just mentioned like coming off an Achilles, like year one after an Achilles. You saw Aaron Rodgers struggle, Kirk Cousins struggle, and it's like I guess it takes time. Yeah, I think it takes time. Whether like I mean, they might be able to get back to close to where they were, but it just like year one after that is tough. Like you got to get back into things. So I think Aaron Rodgers this year will be better, and I think if Kirk gets a chance, I think he'll have a good shot.
Let me see. It's quieting down, huh?
Nah, not at all. Come on now.
He said, nope.
Take a bite of my Uncrustable real quick. I think, listen, there's something's going to happen here very soon. I have a feeling.
Talk to me.
No, I just have a feeling. That's about it.
Yeah, well, I need more than that.
I've got nothing.
I need
got nothing else.
I need more than that. Is it because I don't think anything's going to happen, which is okay. I'm not mad at it. I mean, there's going to be something. I think like I said, an edge, guard, wide receiver, and maybe a defensive tackle to fill in for Aleem. That's what I think happens this week. I just was hoping more would happen in the first day, but I get it.
I didn't even know
marathon, not a sprint.
100%. I didn't even know Marcus Davenport spoke in media. I forgot about that. The hell is happening?
Yeah, I'll say this on Marcus Davenport. He's a little different. He's a little more quiet. He's an interesting guy. I think he's a little nervous. I don't think he likes talking to the media. I don't think anyone does. But
did you watch the video?
Yeah, he's a little awkward.
Okay, I didn't watch it. He was like that when he signed last year.
When he ended the press conference, he's like, "Am I done?" And he's like, "Okay," and he laughed. I was like, "Okay." He hated that every second of that.
Yeah, I remember last year when he came and did his press conference at the start.
He must have a little social anxiety or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, some guys
a little more quiet,
a little shy.
Yeah.
Just because you play in the NFL doesn't mean you can't be shy. Like, I know a lot of people, there's flashiness and money and
he's
dogs out there.
Here. Hey, I'm just trying to get a bag, man.
For sure.
He's just, you don't have to be like a media mogul. But yeah, he's a little different.
Sure. A lot of people say you have to play ball to be able to talk it.
Yeah. I mean, some people say you can't talk any ball at all unless you played in the pros.
Yeah, who are you?
Unless, and then there's people that talk about other sports that didn't play in that. The same people that say that talk about other sports they didn't play in. It's weird.
Oh, is that a thing actually?
Yeah.
Who does that?
I don't know.
It's interesting, man.
Yeah.
No one's allowed to have their opinion if it's a weird thing. Just because you make videos doesn't mean you get to have an opinion.
Detroit, Davenport strange. Dude's always smiling and seems clueless. Maybe kind of lazy or something. I'm not sure. Hopefully those incentives motivate him.
Sure they will.
Yeah. Mark says Lions could get DN Dante Fowler.
That's what we've been talking about, Mark.
Yeah.
10.5 sacks last year.
Yeah. I mean, again, Dante Fowler would be awesome. I would still rather have Zadarius. I think Zadarius, I don't know. Maybe I'm just psycho. I look at the edge class, man. He's literally, I mean, arguably, but I think he's the best, if not one of. He's about the same age as Dante Fowler, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I guess it would have to be the price. I don't know. I can't believe this Zadarius Smith thing. This is shocking to me. I mean, if you end up not getting an edge, I can't stress this enough. If you end up not getting an edge and you opted out, that's a tough look.
For sure. No, it for sure is. Let me see here. Man, I am trying. There is nothing popping up. Randy says, no fear, Jeff Seaman's coming back. I hope so, Randy. I really do, man. I really do. I hope he's back. I'm holding out hope. Let's see here. I mean, you'd think he would be. He hasn't signed anywhere yet. I feel like he'd be one of the fastest people off the board. But I guess he isn't in a rush.
Yeah, I guess it's just like, what the one thing with the free agency too, kind of look at is like, who was it? I saw an example today. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. It's just like seeing, like you said, I think you tweeted it out with Kirby. Kirby's not a free agent, but re-signing. You have all these safeties. Like, let these guys get their deals, like a Justin Simmons. Like, let some of these dudes' deals work out. And then you're able to kind of go off that. I think that maybe was Zadarius trying to see all these different deals that happen, and then we're able to, hey, this is the price. Could go both ways too. The Lions are like, hey, go ahead. You think you're worth more? Show us.
I mean, yeah. I guess it could be the case. Oh, wow. This is crazy.
We also might have the Doc hopping on in a little bit too. Sent Doc a link.
I will get him a link.
Told him, I said, hey, we won't even ask you a lot of questions. We'll just, let's just chat. Let's have some,
Let me see. We'll get the Doc in here. See, the people that leave early don't get to see the Doc.
Yeah. It's like that's the boys, man.
You got to hang out. You got to hang out to see the Doc experience. Let me see. Let me get him in here. All right. By the way, Isaac, World of Isaac, shout out Isaac. His visitation is today. So.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Isaac.
Shout out Isaac, man.
He's a fucking legend.
Shout out Nate in the chat. Nate Paulson, man.
All right, I sent him a link.
There's been remember I was saying every 5 minutes there's a new deal. There's been no new deal. Nothing.
So maybe me having the shot.
We might have slowed it down.
It slowed it down.
The uncrustable slowed down deals around the NFL.
See, it had like a reverse effect.
Yeah, maybe we have to. I mean, Might have to puke it up.
You got to puke it up. I mean, I get it.
Michael Daly said, shout out TJ Lang and Barnes in the chat. Are they watching? Are they here?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be awesome.
Are they here? Steve Wild said, shout out. Is TJ Lang here?
See, he's gatekeeping.
Did I miss something?
Gatekeeping opinions about contracts because I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, just because you do videos and you work really hard to grow a platform and you work, you work hard to try and be successful, like, people that play football or do different things and you work hard in your field. That means you can't have an opinion on what you work hard to do. And that's, I guess, the rule around. Some people don't believe in freedom of speech. Some people aren't American. Some people also work with Mike Valeni. Some people also work with Mike Valeni, who has opinions and didn't play football at a professional level as well. It's weird. It's a weird thing how it works. Gatekeeping at its finest. It's a real interesting thing, huh? Might be saying too much. I'll step back.
No, we're gonna have an intervention, I think, with him.
I would love to talk to him. I think that's crazy that people aren't allowed to have opinions and conversations about things, especially when we've built and worked hard to have a platform.
Yeah, shout out Klotzy, man. He stood on business. I love that.
Yeah, as he should have. I mean, that was TJ. That was just weird, very weird behavior. Very weird behavior.
Dr. Detroit says there are no players who make an instant impact this year. They're running it back. ROFL. So glad I'm paying 400% more for my season ticket.
Dr. Detroit.
The season tickets thing is always hilarious to me. They just, I got to see the canvas. I got to see it. I know I keep using that corny ass term, but it's true. I got to see what happens. I got to see what it looks like. I don't want to freak out. And then tomorrow I'm like, oh yeah, they got Zadarius. Oh yeah, they brought back this guy. Oh, Zeller's back. Okay, I kind of like it.
Yeah, I think it's more so. You're spot on with that. It's just like
I don't want to overact right now.
Yeah,
I don't want to jump. I don't want to overact right now. But I don't think Dr. Detroit's wrong. I'm just going to wait another day and then I'm on your side, Dr. Detroit. Give me a day or two.
You just have to see how it all plays out. I mean, there's nothing else to it.
Boys,
Klotzy, how we doing?
How are we, fellas?
Klotzy?
We're just waiting for moves. To be honest, we're at that point.
We've been bullshit.
Oh, and we got it.
What are the odds? What are the odds?
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, we've been live for 5.5 hours. The people are loving it. The people are supporting. We got the doc joining.
Oh yeah.
This won't be. We're gonna talk to the doc. We're gonna save a lot of the juicy stuff for Wednesday. But I just want to get Doc's just kind of where his head's at.
Just chat it up. We don't have to do anything. Just have a conversation. Just have fun.
Let's just talk to the doc. Let's get him in here. Mr. John Macru covers the Detroit Lions and Sports Illustrated. Do I have to introduce the guy? I mean, he's apparently in the background. He's on television. He might go Hollywood. There's talks, there's negotiations joining the Michigan State basketball staff. I mean, he's a wanted commodity.
That's crazy.
Mr. John Macru. John, how are you doing, brother?
Fellas, what's going on? 5 hours. I'm proud of you guys. You guys are hanging on, waiting to see what goes on. It figures right. Brad Holmes might make another signing like at 10:30. But real fast, Lucas, what's going on?
Hey, Doc.
You're looking a little butthurt. What's the deal, brother?
Yeah. Hey, shout out to you, Doc. I appreciate the support there.
Oh, man. I mean, talk about bringing down the vibe. I mean, Derek Barnes, the free agent signing linebacker that they brought him back. And there's Lucas out there crapping all over it. And
that's tough.
Man, that was tough.
Crapping all over.
I actually consulted. I'm like, do you write at this? I'm like, you know what? He actually replied to you guys. So it was a fair, legitimate topic. And listen, man, I'm proud of you guys. You guys are sharing your opinions, and there's a lot of things to be said. And that's the number one thing is if you got something to say it. And you get more respect for doing that than carrying anyone's water. For sure.
It's tough. 48 hours later, Klotz has been proven wrong instantly with Robert Spillane signing a $13 million a year contract. Instantly proven wrong from Klotz,
apparently.
Yeah.
No. You look at it and you say there's a lot of good talk about that when you have a guy like Derek Barnes. They ask him to do a lot of things. But Lucas had a good point, which is you need more talent to get over the hump. These teams are not just going to gift you a Super Bowl. So you need talent all across the board. And Derek Barnes has some limitations, but he does a lot of good things as well for that defense. So I could see where you could say, well, could you get more athletic, somebody a little bit more adapting coverage a little bit better across the board. Guys, remember, this is the NFL. Bigger, stronger, faster. They're the athletes that are showing up in college and in free agency are unreal. But typically the strategy is, in free agency is that if you're going out and getting a lot of guys in free agency, maybe your team is not that good. So I know it's free agency frenzy, but Sports Illustrated told you, I told you, the free agency class is not all that great to begin with, and they got to go out there and plug a couple holes. And I think they probably will, maybe not tonight, but I do think that maybe the offensive line might be an area they target as well. But kind of a quiet day, but still a good day, at least to replace Carlton Davis, who I think got Carlton Davis got himself paid, man. First and foremost, too, guys, remember that just because the general manager pays a JC Horn that money doesn't mean he's worth it. So that's why there's not a lot of great GMs in this league to try and find good talent and then value. Brad's in the mix. I just think he needs to be a little bit more aggressive with the talent, but you can't knock the team for how it's been going so far, 15 wins. But I do think they get a little bit of credit for 15 wins. They're going to try to run it back. But yeah, when you start with, I would have just said, hey, Marcus, look, we're going to sign you, but we're just going to let it ride for a couple of weeks. You're our guy, but we're not going to announce that first. We're not going to announce that one of the first signings. Like, come on. And today when he talked, he did not want to talk. Like, he just was pretty serious. Like, I just want to kind of prove what I'm about. And that was about it.
He's a quieter, little antisocial type of guy.
Yeah, more business-like. When you get him one-on-one, he's a little more open to talk. But in that group setting, he was not down. He was like, "All right, I'm good, guys. Bye."
Yeah, at the end, he's like, "Am I free?
Am I free? I'm out."
I can't believe that out of all of the only edge that they've addressed so far is just Marcus Davenport. Like, that's the most shocking. I know, Brad, be patient, be patient. That's just still the most shocking thing in the world for me.
Look, it's not shocking because I think the Kuntz contract was probably going to be the max you would ever do was a year deal on a prove-it guy. Because, guys, the draft class is so deep, and you have an opportunity to get two good defensive linemen. And unfortunately, you guys we got to keep it realistic that there's only so many dollars. Aiden's getting $40 million a year, and Kirby is going to get a hefty contract. So it's one of those deals. If you're a wrestling fan, it's kind of funny. I joke around, Heyman guys, if you're a wrestling fan, Paul Heyman, he's a world famous manager and he's got his guys. That means that they're over and they're popular. Well, Brad has his guys, and his guys are those that he drafts. So if you're drafted, if you're a Brad Holmes guy and you get drafted, there's a chance big money's coming your way. If you're an outsider, if you're, someone coming from the outside, you might not be so prone to get the fat dollars from Brad because, they do a lot of work and investment on their own draft picks, their own people. So he was damn near in tears talking to a team reporter, talking about how much he loves his own guys. And those guys get rewarded. And if you at least produce Derek Barnes, Kirby Joseph, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson, that's a lot of mouths to feed and many more to come. But I until they don't have a period of success in the regular season, it's hard to argue with draft and develop. But I know everybody's wondering, okay, are these moves enough to get them over the hump? I sit here going, I would like one or two more pieces, but I could see where the draft, the model that the Lions are using has a chance to be successful. And you got to remember too, guys, there's still more stuff going on. It's still early. So I'm not, mailing it in. It's still a good day. You picked up DJ Reed, you replaced Carlton Davis, but yeah, at this point in time, it stinks too when every 5 minutes it's like Broncos and Commanders and Bears and stuff like that. But everyone's making moves. It's
at least the Eagles are quiet today. Chiefs are for the most part quiet today. I feel like to your point, what you were saying earlier, I feel like the Commanders, because they were so ahead of schedule, they got that rookie quarterback. Like they're in a position where they can go out and sign. But to your point, if you're out there making a move like the Patriots,
and the Patriots,
is that a good one?
Yeah, so and look, it's early. It's still early. There'll be some moves to be made, but guys, the Super Bowl for the Lions is the draft, and it's gonna be that way for, I think, the foreseeable future. The big dollars are not going to be for free agents. It's just not the way the Lions are going to roll, because it's a lot of work too. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of negotiating. It does kind of stink though, because to me, and then, I'm pessimistic. I kind of feel like the Lions, when they get the call from a free agent, their agents kind of like using the Lions just to kind of get a little bit more money from someone else. They're kind of using the Lions as the number 2 option or the negotiating ploy, because it's pretty clear the Lions and the free agents, they're not giving out, big time dollars to free agents when they have so many. I think everyone knows it. And so I think that it would have been intriguing to see, what they'd really tried to offer Carlton Davis, because he wakes up today and he's like, jackpot, JC Horn.
20 million.
Jesus, Carl, you can't pay that for Carlton Davis. I like Carlton Davis. I'm more of a individual that likes bigger cornerbacks, but I'm okay with DJ Reed. But it's one of those things with him. I gave it a B+. Sports Illustrated also has been grading every single move. You can check out SI.com. They're grading every move, and I'm just grading the Lions moves. And we both graded a B+. It's not he's not a world beater. He's not like a lockdown cornerback, but I think in a mix, opposite of Terrion, you guys, we got to just hope that Terrion and Ennis Rakestraw kind of develop in year 2. But what I think DJ Reed can do is he can be a stabilizing force, pass breakups, be very competitive and physical. I think that you just get a competitive, I'm curious. I know everyone says that, hey, DJ Reed played a lot of zone with the Jets, but his game translates when you look at it on film. I just watched a couple games while at the office. It just kind of looks like, he's somebody that is a professional cornerback. I think if you get him in the right system with the right defensive line, he can make plays, but he's not going to shut down people. He's going to draw some flags. He's a little bit against better competition, as all corners are, because it's impossible. He's a little bit handsy, so he's going to compete with Terrion to see how many flags they draw next year. But I do think he'll make plays. I think Saleh got a lot out of him, and I think that in Detroit, you got to give credit to Deshae Townsend. I think he'll do a good job developing these guys. But that money for a cornerback, I wouldn't even. $16 million a year is some serious money for a defensive back when the receivers in this division are pretty sick. But you got to remember, Amik at his size was able to shut down Justin Jefferson. So it can be done, but you definitely at this point still need that key piece. Everyone's waiting. Who's that person opposite of Eden? It's not good enough. It's not good enough as we sit today. But it's still to me, if you rate the day, it was good, B- kind of day.
I did put it out there too, Doc, like on Twitter, especially in the corner market right now. You saw JC Horn, what was it, 20-something million, whatever it was, 25, and then you see like Travarius Ward got 20 million a year. He got 60 mil as well. Carlton got 60 mil and 20. Paulson Adebo to the Giants, he got 18 million. And then you have DJ Reed, who ends up getting the lowest out of all of them. That's why I do think it's like a little bit higher of a grade for Brad, because if you probably rank the top 4 corner, I said the top 3, but like even if you go 4, these are all 4 guys that we've talked about on our show that everyone in the NFL is like, these are your top 4 corners in free agency. And you could almost argue maybe the 3 guys are all almost on a similar level when it comes to production. And Brad ends up getting one of them for 16 mil instead of 20. Which is like, okay, that's probably the best deal that you could have gotten if you are looking at him. So that was where it's like, okay, here we go, Brad.
Yeah, I think that he was a name that everybody talked about as being one of the top cornerbacks. I think he'll fit. Look, the Lions have when they look at the free agents, they have a checklist. And one of them for sure is, hey, you make sure you play good against the run. Now, there were some games against better opponents that it wasn't as great, but playing with the Jets is challenging in and of itself, but his numbers are good. His numbers are good enough to warrant the contract that he got. Now, the question mark that everyone's going to wonder is, all right, if you're going to go in the draft, a rookie, you're not going to count on a rookie to just carry your football team. So I do see people wondering, well, why'd they cut Zadarius Smith? Well, you cut him because he's due, a bonus of $7 million, a cap hit. You didn't want to pay $11 million for a guy that you probably are going to assume his production is going to dip as he gets older. And it's a young man's game, guys. You're not paying these guys when they're getting up there in their mid-30s. And I know people wanted to see maybe what it looked like. Maybe they bring him back on a smaller deal, but I doubt it. I feel like for what you could do in the draft, you could get two edge rushers that can do the same kind of thing combined with Marcus Davenport. So we'll see. We'll see how collectively this defense looks. And I'm curious too, because we have yet to see how Calvin Shepard wants to deploy this defense. And I don't think they're going to blitz as much, but they're going to bring pressure. And I do think that, this defense has a chance to continue to shine. But yeah, it's not elite. It's not, as we speak, championship level, but you got to draft.
I don't think it's close.
No, it's getting there. It's getting there piece by piece. But you do need some development. You do need, some guys that you drafted to step up a little bit, and we shall see.
Doc, something to kind of flip to the other side of the football now, and I'm not sure if Jeff and Boone were talking about it before I joined, but I think something that can quietly kind of flip this offseason upside down is if Kevin Zeitler signs somewhere else, because he hasn't been brought to Detroit yet. What do you think is going to be made of the Kevin Zeitler? Do you think, he's going to be entering year 13. He announced that he's playing. When he made the post and everything, it seemed like it was going to be in Detroit, but day one, no Kevin Zeitler extension re-signing. What do you think is going to happen there?
Man, you see, I'm biased in that once you turn 30, 31, look, Taylor Decker, he's up and down a little bit. His contract doesn't make it so that you're going to make a move with him this year, but starting next year, you're going to hear whispers from people that I talk to. You're going to hear whispers. Maybe they're going to, make a decision on Taylor Decker, start to have the conversation, because you get some savings versus the dead cap. It's not worth it this year, but next year it might be something to look forward to talk about. Is Gio going to be ready this year? Probably not. But most people are thinking, okay, you flip over Penei Sewell and you have Manu play the right side, or you draft somebody this year. So I would not be shocked if the Detroit Lions drafted the replacement for Taylor Decker, a utility offensive lineman that can play tackle guard, that's athletic, that can do some things. I would not be surprised to see that. Now, Zeitler, look, he's a good player, but again, older. I'm not either way. I'm not committed. I'm not passionate either way. If he comes back, great. I think that you made a decision to bring in Mahogany. I thought he acclimated well, and I think he's going to be just fine to have that. I know the swing lineman is key. You probably can upgrade from Dan Skipper if you need to. The reserves can be upgraded. I'm curious to see. Remember, their own guys. What they think of Colby Sorsdahl as he continues to develop another offseason, what he could do. Awosika has been reliable in that spot too. As a starter, probably not, but I do think Graham Glasgow. Do you run it back with him again? He had a
depth piece, Doc. As a depth piece.
So I think Zeitler's one of the. I think if you ask me, I think that maybe he does come back, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of older players after 31, especially linemen in the trenches. I think that's a position from the age of 24 to 30 max, and you get your most opportunity. I know you get value from experience and things like that. And definitely Zeitler had a good year, but you start to break down. You start to, in critical moments, not be as ready to go as possible. It's a young man's game, and especially in the trenches.
Do you even think too? I brought this up just offensively, and maybe I said I'm crazy, but there was actually a lot of people in the chat who were on my side with this. Say Tim Patrick doesn't come back, and honestly, I think this might almost be a more realistic possibility. Lions go out and pursue a guy like. No, I'm just being serious, because if you look at some of the signings from Brad, like the Marcus, or not Marcus Davenport, the David Montgomerys, like the Kevin Zeitlers, like Brad goes out and gets dudes with names who are like in the league. And I think guys like Keenan Allen, we just saw Cooper Kupp is going to be released when this league year starts. What's another one? What's his name? Amari Cooper. Like there are these names out there who are looking for their next spot. And they're actually like, yes, they're big names, but they're actually guys who will make a difference. And they really are at the point of their careers. They don't need to get 1,000 yards. Like they just need to come in and produce and help win a Super Bowl. Those are three names that I said earlier, Doc, like mark those names and like keep an eye on them. Cause I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it came across my screen. Hey, the Detroit Lions just signed Cooper Kupp, or Keenan Allen's heading to Detroit. Are you with that, or am I crazy?
Yeah, I think Tim Patrick, if he didn't get the opportunity yet, he's probably weighing a couple offers that he could potentially take. But I think Tim Patrick is your best option. I think that he wants to prove that he can stay healthy another season and do well. I think he fits. I think John Morton would love to have him here. So I would be a little bit surprised if he does depart. But it's all about the dollars and cents. It's all about who's going to make him that crazy offer. And there's a lot of GMs. You just need one team, one GM to be like, hey, I'm going to give you some money in additional years, and they take them off your hands. So I do think that, it's interesting too when you look at what kind of, big-bodied receiver. I would have loved, and I know I got crapped on because of the money. I just wanted to shop. I was like, yeah, bring DK Metcalf. I'm like, Vito, just write that. And he's like, sure. And he made it.
30 mil, Doc.
I thought, when I said to Vito, I said, man, you're looking for that big body. Go after the biggest big body. And DK Metcalf, I know people feel like he's not a lion per se player, but I feel like in this system, a big bodied X like him that could benefit from Gibbs. And sometimes too, people always kind of have this narrow vision of a player based on what they've seen with another team. But when they come to this team with this recipe, you open things up because J-Mo will give him more lanes to run through, to have open lanes and opportunities. You have a great running game. That just makes everybody better. But his cost was just, again, too high. It's just too much. That contract, oh, my God. It's too much. You can't pay everybody. You can't do that. But, yeah, you're absolutely right, Booner. A role player, but I think Tim Patrick's the best option. And you can get some good receivers, too, in this draft. Remember, you're probably going to get 6-7 players, and 2 or 3 are going to be on the defense. You probably are going to add another wide receiver probably in this draft as well. But, yeah, if they go out and get a free agent, I think it's going to be a low-end deal, $4 to $7 million, maybe a prove-it deal. A lot of these receivers, are finding that, maybe these teams are starting to invest again in running backs. And we'll see how it plays out moving forward.
Because it'll be interesting. Do you think that, let's say they do bring back Tim Patrick, do you think they try to find that kind of predecessor to Tim Patrick? Because I'm assuming if they do bring back Tim, 1-2 years max, because if you let him go, like the Keenan Allens, like I'm not saying those are bad, but you're still looking for that big body type of receiver. So say they do bring Tim Patrick, where do you think in the draft they try to go to find that kind of wide receiver 4 or 5 to go with Khalif Raymond? Because Leaf, you're not going to put on the outside.
Right. You look to Iowa State, you look to where Stanford, you look to where some experience lies, to where some of the coaches were. Texas, they always got, the receiver class is interesting when you look at what's going on here. We did an article too just recently. My guy looked at someone from college. We do them regularly. We do these profiles, and I know it's funny too, because whenever we bring up offensive players, it's crazy. People are like, oh my goodness, you're looking up the offense. We need defense. We need defensive line. But my guy looked up Trey Harris. People think that he fits the mold. He's out of Ole Miss. So I would look at it from this perspective too. Where does Brad like skill players? The SEC. So I look at it, the South, they got good players. Check out his tape. We title him typically, hey, is Trey Harris the next receiver of the future? He had a decent, collegiate career. And I look at it collegiately, with these wide receivers. It's one of those deals with Jared Goff. It takes time. It takes time. So nobody's going to come in is going to have an immediate impact. That's why I'd go with the veteran. But, I feel like when we look at the opportunity for the traditional X, it's been interesting because they've tried. And I think Tim Patrick has the chance to continue to thrive. I think he's the prototypical, but bigger, stronger, faster. Why don't you keep looking, keep stocking? And it was interesting that they went with Allen Robinson last year, just to keep him on the practice squad. I feel like that spot could have been a little bit more competition out there. I'm disappointed because it was weird that you had 2 guys kind of in the mold of a Allen Robinson and a Donovan Peoples-Jones, but none of them really broke through to get a whole heck of a lot of playing time. So it'll be interesting to see which type of receiver they do bring in, but look to the South, look to the skill position, look to those opportunities. And again, Maybe if it's another guy that I've seen that I liked, I don't know that the internet didn't like him too much. Little Jordan Humphrey kind of seems like he's a young 26-year-old.
Where did that come from, Doc? I don't hate the fit for like what he'd play, but just
because John Morton was there. John Morton was there, so he knows them. So you look at it and you say, okay, a lot of times you start with the premise of where are the players at that the former coaches were at. So John Morton was at Denver, so he had a chance to see what he could bring to the table. And then you say, okay, he at least understands what Morton would want to bring. And I thought that, when you look at some of the opportunities that he's got, size, young speed, the frame that he's got kind of fits what you're looking for. So it's interesting, but we shall see how the Lions look on offense. I don't think it's going to be a major priority outside of the trenches, but if you just saw, our tracker is live. They brought in an outside name there from a running
That was
back.
interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting to see a running back brought in for an official visit as the second one reported outside of the Georgia linebacker. But check it out. Our tracker, we're updating live every single day who's visiting. And now there's 2 names on the pre-draft top 30 visit list. But, somebody that could be interesting as a special teamer.
Man. Oh.
Boon?
No, Jeff's back. I thought he had something. He just popped in out of nowhere.
Yeah, the bladder here. I've been holding the bladder for a while.
Yeah, that was a long
5 hours, guys. My God. What have you guys been talking about? What did you guys talk about? You talked about Reed. What did you guys talk about over these 5 hours?
We've just been chatting it up.
I mean, we talked all the we've been really talking every NFL transaction, essentially. I mean, we talked about re-signing guys. I know you. I mean, like when the
which name bummed you out when you saw? Of course, Kuntz. I love that deal, Raiders 1 year prove it deal. I reached out to the guy's agent, didn't reply back to say, hey, did the Lions reach out?
You were early. You told us Kuntz like 2 weeks ago, and then
he got a 1 year prove it deal. He wanted to stay with the Las Vegas. I felt that was a perfect number for the Lions. 1 year prove it deal for a guy, but he's coming off of a bad injury too. That's a rough injury. So we'll see which name when it went off the board bummed you guys out.
Mine was for sure Paulson Adebo, Doc.
Yeah, that was like, a lot of money
because this isn't like, again, I really like the DJ Reed signing, but I feel like Paulson through his career has shown spurts of being like a cornerback 1. And I felt like this was an offseason where he's coming off an injury. And what was it? A femur, boys? Is that what he broke?
Yeah, broken. Yeah.
Broken femur. So it's not like a tendon. So I'm not as concerned about him like having like regression returning from an injury. He's 25 years old. You look at the fit that he had in New Orleans, would fit perfectly in Detroit. And if you could get him on a multi-year deal, why he'd be cheaper than normal, I thought it'd be perfect. But then again, like they brought in DJ Reed on a cheaper contract. So I'm not going to complain about, you didn't get Paulson. That was just the guy where I said, New York. Like, you want to go to New York instead of winning a bowl?
Said it too. I saw the report said he wanted to be in like the big market. He was like, I want to be in New York, which is.
Hey, that money will make me want to be anywhere. If you get paid $18 million coming off a broken femur, that's pretty good for him.
To be honest,
and then real fast, the whole Sweat thing was never serious. Like, I know everyone was watching TV. I was watching the same thing. Like, guys, I think sometimes people, when they start writing stuff, like they conflate rumors and seriousness. Like they were just speculating, like how we are. They're like, Josh Sweat would be great, and I think that. Whoever overheard what they were overhearing might have been hearing another transaction, might have been hearing about Reed, might have been hearing about.
Yeah, it sounded like Dan Orlovsky said, like, it wasn't even Adam Schefter from the clip I saw.
Yeah. And so I think that people just wanted to get serious with it and things like that. And so I never really took that to be anything serious. I know that people want to play up the need for edge. And look, if one person says it, that's fine. But you'd always hear too, like, hey, this person's interested. Schefter doesn't like speculate on the air, like, he'll just going to say, hey, the Lions signed Sweat. You know what I mean? He's not the one that's going to be the one to kind of drop the hints. You know what I'm saying? He's more like, I know that Sweat signed with the Lions, and that's what he's going to deliver from the information. He's not more of a speculator and give out rumors type of person. So I never took that seriously. We never wrote that. I'd love the opportunity, but that money that he got, I don't think the Lions were going to commit. I just think that once you start to see the trend, I never thought the Lions just yet are going to commit big dollars to a free agent edge rusher, knowing that they got Aiden, they got Mekhi Wingo, they got Broderick Martin, and they got 2-3 more guys in the draft that they could add. The draft class is rated pretty well deep for the defensive line. And I think the free agent class just hasn't rated collectively as being that deep. So I think that the big names were going to command the big dollars. And I never thought Josh Sweat would be somebody that would be a fit here in Detroit. So I never took it seriously. So for those of you that read, I'm sorry for those of you that, because I've done it before. I've written rumors and stuff like that, but I've just written it from a perspective of somebody that said, hey, usually the code is someone will tweet out, pay attention to this person going to the Lions, and you write it. So I never took it off a television show speculation.
Yeah, well, the thing that frustrates me, I at least so far, because I think there's still a chance. Like, I'll say I completely understand contractually why they released Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
But it's ironic that he's in free agency and he's probably the best edge available. Like, that's what makes it ironic. And it's a position of need, and he played here and they know him. Like, so I'm left to assume, Doc, that there is a high likelihood, not that I know anything, that he has to be back, right? Like, he hasn't signed anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, you need an edge, and he's like a perfect guy.
But when you look at the depth chart, like, do teams typically have a Marcus Davenport and a Zadarius Smith? It's kind of the same deal. So the Lions are kind of taking a chance that Marcus is the same caliber of deliverance that Zadarius is. So that's what stinks, is that they have belief in that. So that's why for the price, you go, well, you weigh it out. Yeah, I do think Zadarius is better, and I understand. But the age factor, the wear and tear over the course of a season, playing with Aiden. So I know, guys, but you can't pay it. You can't pay everybody. You got some of those dollars that you wanted to give Zadarius are going to Kirby Joseph, and they're going to Aiden. Like, guys, here's the problem. When you started, you probably thought Aiden was around 35. Well, that got shattered quickly with Myles Garrett. You're like, oh no, because Aiden's going to be like, oh shoot, I need 41. I need 42. I need a lot more guaranteed dollars. So I just think that I know Zadarius was good, and he got pressures and he got there. But collectively, I think you can get that combined with Davenport and a draft pick. I think you can match the production with a young, if you get the right guy. Remember, if you go, if we just say fast forward to the draft, if we get at number 28, the first round guy, you're expecting to plug and play him.
He's supposed to play right away at 28.
Play him right away. So I would say if Zadarius doesn't come back, you almost have to target 28 as being the edge rusher, or whoever it is, they feel like that it's not going to be a project. I don't believe any of the draft picks this year will be projects. They will all compete to start, and you can draft two defensive linemen in this draft class and be okay. Guys, it's Zadarius Smith, but he's not the key. You're talking about the position, and that position still is needed to be filled, but you can fill with somebody else.
But the thing that frustrates me, Doc, is you had a guy in the building that you probably, and like, I get why they cut him, but if you were to bring him back, I would assume it would be like a 1-year deal, whatever.
Yeah.
Which they could afford while everyone's cheap. I know like Kirby's contract would kick in, but just 1 year. The dude had a sack every 2 games in Detroit with no defensive line. All right. Like, we haven't seen anyone but Hutch accomplish that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh yeah, cool. Thanks for your services. All right, Marcus Davenport, even though we know how this story ends every year.
Yeah. But guys, he's a year older, guys.
You wouldn't know it though, Doc.
Hey, they're going to practice hard. You need a young, listen, guys, let's go young. Okay. Listen, Zadarius did what he was supposed to do. We paid him. He did his job. And unfortunately, the injury bug hurt at the worst time. He was going to be, listen, if he posts thank you on social media, he was told, he was told, you are here for this run. That's it. And he understood it. He knows it. And the Lions are not lying to these guys under any false pretense. They told him, hey, you're coming in and you're getting released. That's it. You win it. You win great. If you don't, it's just one of those deals. It's business. You got to go younger at that position. Guys, come on. You got to go younger. You got to go in the draft or get somebody in that 26 to 28 range at that spot. It's a dog position. And I do think that pay attention to the draft because
this rookie better get like 9 sacks.
And also, too,
that's the big thing.
You're
like you have to produce. Pressure's on.
Campbell, you get a force there. You can line them up in multiple spots and have more flexibility. Guys, you got to remember, Zadarius is a kind of a one-trick kind of deal. Go rush the quarterback. He's not going to do a whole bunch of other different things. The Lions want a little bit more flexibility from their guys.
That's what they need, though, Doc. They need guys that can get after the quarterback, and even like, okay,
you got that. You got Aiden. Now the crazy part is, are they going to bring back Levi? I would be shocked if they did. But if they bring back Levi and they say, okay, we believe he's healthy, I think all of us are going to be like, ah. But I think they believe that they got the guys in the building to do that. We don't believe it. But
I'll say if you run it back, Doc, with the same edge rushers or same defensive line you did last year and expect the same result,
you're not. You're getting. I almost okay.
I will rookie though. Even with the rookie, like
you're not running it back. You are getting a young stud. Like they know who it is, and they're going to try and get him. If they find him, they are getting him, and he will produce. All right, let's have a little bit of faith in Brad Holmes. The edge rusher they get.
Why not?
They will
Doc,
get someone.
Why not go out and get a Matthew Judon and then draft someone? Like, why not add one more piece? Like, you just saw what happened. Injuries. Like, the injuries were so bad. It's like, what happens if one guy, if Davenport, like, we're rolling the dice on Marcus Davenport to be some of your depth. There's an 80% chance Marcus Davenport doesn't play next year. So if that happens, you're just rolling with the rookie. You just have a rookie on the other side. What happens if your rookie isn't as productive as you would like him to be year one?
You're boned.
You're screwed. You're done. Season's over. You're not winning a Super Bowl, and it's because you have, like, in my opinion, like if they don't sign an edge in free agency, that's like a Matthew Judon or Zadarius or one of these guys, Dante Fowler. I think that might be the biggest miss that Brad Holmes has had in his time in Detroit.
It could be one of those positions that he struggles with, the edge opposite of Aiden.
He played it too.
Right.
Yeah, he's defensive line.
It's just not easy to do. So we shall see what veterans or not. But guys, and the other thing too, we got to make sure that you got to find the right fit to complement Aiden Hutchinson so that he's not getting all the attention. And unfortunately, DJ Reader, didn't have the best of season. So we'll look at that and see what his contribution will be this year. Ali McNeil's got to come back. So listen, I know you guys are clamoring. We're all clamoring for it. So I'm going to depart, but I will say this, have hope that the defensive end position will be addressed with somebody, whoever it is. I'm going to put out the number because it just popped in my head. The rookie that pops up will have at least 6 sacks, and the linebackers will contribute as well to the pressures, and you'll try to find opportunities as well. And fingers crossed, because we got to do it. You just got to hope that if Davenport plays, there's a chance he'll be productive. So you just got to do the voodoo and hope that he's the guy that can stay healthy. He'll get you 6 sacks as well. So that's 12. And then you got to find the veteran that you guys want to get the next set of sacks. So it's the biggest question mark. I know everybody's clamoring for it. It will be identified. It won't be where everyone's like scratching their head because, great things come to those who wait. And I know we wanted it today. I wanted it today. But if we drag it out, let's see what happens. But I will keep until it ends. He's on the clock. He's got 48 more hours plus a little bit more time to see what's out there. And also, too, guys, remember, there could be some cuts that he finds from a team that gets the draft. Sometimes
you can
draft, the young player pushes out that 27 to 28-year-old that's on a roster that has a spot that's comfy now. So there's still time that it's not all lost if it doesn't happen. But I really believe the defensive end spot, the draft will hit that for you where you guys will feel the excitement. And look, they just can't. They're not going to do it. I mean, I asked him, hey, what do you think about? He's like, he told me to my face. He's like, why don't I get 3 edge rushers? He's like, I can't do it. I can't pay it when Aiden wants $40 million a year. So if you want the other star edge rusher, tell Aiden, sorry about your extension. Sorry. It's just, it's
doesn't have to be a star. Maybe just a Zadarius, like
Matthew Judon, 2-year, $12 million, 2-year, 14.
I was like, I like what they did with Carlton. They brought in a vet on an expiring deal, and they had a rookie, 2 rookies. I look at that. Okay, you have Aiden, great. I would like someone, okay, because I don't want to rely on a 21-year-old to produce 8 sacks, 10 sacks to like get us over the top. I'd rather have someone you can lean on a little bit, like let's say they don't make an addition. Besides the rookie, who's going to be second on this team in sacks with how many? Aleem with 6? Like, they're fucked. You know what I mean? They need more than that. I'm not asking for Trey Hendrickson or Myles Garrett. I'm asking for a cheap 1-year flyer. You know what I mean?
You guys got a great point. And no, I'm not butthurt. Brad can make all the points he wants. I asked a question. I asked him directly. There are fans in this chat that want you, and there are 3 guys I'm talking to that want you to get the guy. And hey, you never know. Maybe Brad's cooking on Trey Hendrickson. You never know. He might be cooking. So we don't know. So Brad is free to share whatever. Listen, you guys think that in the chat that think that when you get pushback, I'm not. I'm just bringing it up because I brought it up to the man directly. Like I've said to Brad, hey, we all think, and if you would have asked me, I said, I think you're one guy away. I think you're potentially could have been a Myles Garrett away. But he said, I can't think like that. I have to look more globally because what happens if these guys get hurt like we did? He's got to look bigger. He's got to look in a spot where he knows he's got money allocated somewhere else. So he was honest and he said, we're not going to ignore the trenches. It's a priority, but let's see, because I don't want him to have that reputation of great general manager, but couldn't find the defensive line. It won't be that way. He will deliver. Let's just be patient and find out who's next. Your guys' names are great. I can't wait to recap how it shakes out on Wednesday, and pay attention to these guys. These guys are legit. They're bringing the noise. They're bringing the heat, and they're drawing attention. So I can't say anything more than keep doing what you guys are doing. You're making noise. People are like, hey, they're tagging you every day, hating on you. So it's great. Yeah. And real fast, if they ain't talking about you, you ain't relevant. So it's a good sign what you guys are doing. And anytime you have a reaction opinion, share it. And if you catch the attention of an NFL player, which was weird at that time of the night, and Lucas is right there with them at 2:30 in the morning, like, yeah, let's do this. I'm like, what the fuck is this? You guys are debating at 2:30 in the morning. I'm like, these guys go to sleep.
Wild times, Doc.
Wild times, but you're catching the attention. That's a good thing. And I thought you handled yourself well with the pushback. You weren't disrespectful in any way. You just said, I just think better. And that's how a GM should always think, is that, hey, there should be some guys that you could always look to bring in to make your football team better. But I think Derek Barnes is going to be a part of the future, and a good leader too. He has some great strengths. I think that he'll be the Anzalone role when he has the opportunity of being a leader, locker room guy, and the sum of the parts, a guy that you can plug in at different spots. But let's go. Free agency. It's frenzy.
I'm now, Doc.
Let's go, boys. Let's talk soon. I can't wait.
Go. We'll see you Wednesday, Doc.
How long are you guys going for? We'll
go till about 9 o'clock. We'll be at about 6.5 hours.
Nice. Keep it going. Keep the grind. Always hit record, boys. Keep it going.
There you go. Love you, Doc.
Appreciate it, Doc.
And the myth, the legend, Mr. John Mack, joining the boys. Off shift. He just joined us just because.
Text him. Say, hey, the boys are on.
That OT.
Just talking. Just chatting it up.
Hey, appreciate old Guapo. He says, Walleye. We are cooked.
Wallahi.
It's like a Arabic term.
Say
just like saying like seriously. It's like Wahili or Wahal. I can't pronounce it, but
he said we are.
Hottie says it all the time. Don't know how to pronounce it.
Oh, Guapo.
Either way, saying we're fucked.
Yeah. Well, okay, and I want to make sure again that I don't want this to be the last thing people remember if you're leaving now. Brad did a great job with the DJ Reed signing.
Unbelievable. That was unbelievable.
It's just, I think it frustrates me hearing, it's not even it's just the trigger words of it's just the possibility that it's well, you got Davenport. And it's not Doc, but it's that being a realistic thing. I would just oh my God.
I do think
dude.
I do have confidence, and I hope you boys do too. I do have a lot of confidence that Brad gets, because I think we all know the main needs of this team is edge and corner, right? That was the conversation we had was, if you don't get Carlton, you better sign another corner that's able to get to that production or close to it. And 2, an edge. You need someone over there. And it's not like a Marcus Davenport, and you need to upgrade that position. It's not just, hey, we love the guys that are in the building. We'll just keep running it back, man. This is awesome. No, that's a position that needs to get upgraded you need to get to the quarterback. Like that's been something for years now with this Lions team. Even the 2 years ago when Brock Purdy had all the second half, like no pressure on Brock Purdy. Like you need to get pressure to your quarterback, and they just haven't done it. So like to me, it's just that's a priority that needs to be done in free agency. I would actually be shocked if there isn't like Aziz or Dante Fowler, one of those guys aren't a Detroit Lion at the end of free agency. I would be shocked, and I would be honestly, just like I told the doc, that would probably be the worst. I think that would be one of the worst moves in Brad Holmes' career as a GM. If you get out of this free agency and there's not you lost Zadarius, and then you didn't bring on a new edge rusher, and all you did is walk out of here with Marcus Davenport and Levi O. Like that would be it's an understatement to say that would be disappointing.
Yeah, because I agree with everything you were saying with Doc. Like, you need that other guy. Like, even if you bring in a Chase Young, like, you still need that piece because you have Aiden, you have Marcus Davenport, you're going to have a rookie. That's 3 because AQM, he's a free agent. They have a lot of guys that are free agents. I guess if you want to count Pascal, but talk about true edges, you got 3 of them. So now, knock on wood, hopefully Aiden doesn't miss a game next year because who's going to step up behind him?
Someone's going to miss a game. That's inevitable.
Yeah. All 3 of them could. Like, you're talking about a rookie that's starting for the first time. Like, the NFL is a completely different thing. Like, especially defensive ends going up against elite offensive tackles. You look at the offensive line in the NFC now. It's going to be a tough battle, and it's to the point where my concern doesn't come. Like, Brad is going to address the position, but we've seen, especially in the draft, like, he'll pass up on those obvious needs to go get the best player at that spot, where I don't think this is a year when you look at how important a pass rush is and you look at how much of a question mark it is on outside of Aiden Hutchinson, especially right now. Like, if you walk in there and you are just waiting till the second round, like I say Jordan Birch, I like Jordan Birch a lot, but I don't think this is a time when we can go take another position outside of edge in the first round. Like, I love Kenneth Grant, but at this point, you need to be spending that first round pick, moving up and going getting a guy that can get to the pass rusher right now, not waiting to see, okay, let's get the best value here. Like, this needs to be a win now pick. Again, it's just, you're going to get what you pay for. And I think Marcus Davenport, again, will be that same type of thing where, okay, you're paying a guy 1 year, $1 million. Don't expect a $5 million contribution out of him when it comes to production. So they need to make a move in that draft, moving up for an edge, I think.
Shout out El Guapo. He says edge of the D. Yeah, that's the motto.
Need it.
Yeah, little did we know it was Marcus Davenport all along.
And if that happens, dude, I legit would. That would be like a crash out.
Dr. Detroit says, let Brad cook. You like the same fucking meal every year. You're going to love Brad. Well, okay. Again, I get people, man. I get it.
I would like a better end result of that meal. Okay.
Yeah. And I think I still have faith we'll see something. It's Monday. You got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We got let's see how it pans out here. Okay. But I'll tell you this. We head to that draft in late April. And we got Davenport and El Muhammad. I'm gonna crash out.
You don't even got Muhammad. He's still a free agent, or did they resign?
I'm just saying, like, that's the other guy they
Yeah.
bring in. I would crash out. I might have to buy another 5th of that Grit City vodka that I finished off earlier. So,
oh, you finished it off?
Yeah, it was only a shot in there. Me and Boon had a
shot for shot.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Boone's shot was a bite of an Uncrustable, and mine was the actual shot, and nothing happened after that. So, yeah, that's
literally we were like, let's go shot for shot here, and maybe we'll get things kicked off again. Maybe something, and then literally there's been like 2 moves since we did it.
But you know what? You know what's inconsistent to me? Like, if this happens, it hasn't happened yet, but if it happens, what's inconsistent to me is the Lions' motto. They like to bring guys along slowly. But then this year, it's like, well, you're going to, and again, I'm not saying what Doc's just reporting, but if it was the case, it's like, okay, so you're going to draft an edge and now he has to come along quickly. It's like this whole time, it's all about grooming guys and letting them play in spots and letting them improve. And then it's like Terran Arnold, he's a CB2 his first year, you know, and I get this would be edge 2, but you just need pass rushers, man. You see the importance of it. You just do.
Yeah. I wonder, do you think because...
And I'm not even asking for like Trey Hendrickson. I'm not.
Like, at some point, and it doesn't even have to be Trey Hendrickson, but do you think Brad should go out and like trade a 3rd-round pick for a solid defensive end. Like, again, doesn't have to be a household name, but you traded for Carlton 3rd round. Go and do that for the defensive end spot. There's going to be teams trying to move off contracts, especially ahead in the draft with this many defensive ends that could be drafted in the first 3 rounds. Like the Lions have cap space. Like I feel like Brad Holmes right now, and this is, again, we've seen this every year, so we don't want to speak too early on it, but it's like Brad's very careful with his money, which is good. But at some point it's like we can open up the checkbook a little bit here. We still got a lot of money to spend.
But here's the thing, because people, if they hear this live, they'll be like, well, Lucas doesn't understand. They have to re-sign all these players. They have money for this. You can sign a 1-year deal.
Or you can just get an expiring contract.
Like a Carlton.
That's like a big thing. Yeah.
Just get let's just keep them under the books. If it's Judon, if it's Zadarius, if you trade for someone and they have an expiring deal, you don't need a long-term commitment. And if that's what it takes for Zadarius, then like I get it. But like if you have an opportunity to get a 1-year deal, I think it makes perfect sense. You know
and that's where too, like I will just say this, like, and this is where it's a little bit like, all right, we need to calm down a little bit, and I'll be the one on the other side. Corey said it earlier when he hopped on. Like, it does take kind of 2 to tango here. So like we could say all we want. Hey, get this guy. Let's get this guy. Let's do this guy. And we could be like, hey, 1-year deal. Let's be honest. Like it's day 1 of free agency, right? So a lot of these guys, Matthew Judon, Dante Fowler, a lot of these guys are probably initially being like, I want 3 years. I want 2 years. I want 4 years. And you have to sit there and wait and like let the market settle a little bit to where those guys realize, hey, I'm not going to get what I want. And the agents then go to these players and go, hey, like you're at the point you just might have to take a 1-year deal right now, and you have to go prove it. So that might be exactly what is happening at the moment, to where Brad's like playing a little bit of a longer game, where he's looking at it like that, to where it's like, hey, we could pound the table all we want. If it was just a 1-year deal and it was a good cheap deal, I'm sure Brad would have already locked someone in at the end of the day. Like I think Brad's probably thinking a similar thing to us. I think it just might take a little time. Again, I don't know when he's got till, but let's say till Wednesday, he's got time, 2 more days to be able to kind of feel this thing out a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like even just going, again, not a household name, but like look at the moves other teams are making. Like the Cardinals are bringing in Sweat, bringing him in for a hefty payday, but they have a guy like with Zaven Collins, who's a 1st-round pick. They're going into his 5th-year option with the team right now. Like you trade him, he had 5 sacks last year, 2 forced fumbles. Like that's all you need. Like send whatever that would take pick-wise. Maybe you got to pay a little bit more, and you got to send a 4th instead of a 5th. But just get somebody in there that has some juice that can get after the quarterback. It doesn't have to be the Trey Hendrickson at this point.
Yeah, that's why I'm pretty content too. A lot of people are like, Trey. I've been pretty content over the last week. Like I'm not really over here waiting for the Trey move or anything. I think it's more so just get a couple dudes in here, huh? That's all.
1 or 2.
Yeah, just get some dudes in here, man. I mean, just a little more depth. I mean, it is, and that's why I do think the Lions will sign someone, because Brad literally mentioned the importance of depth, and I don't think depth is like John Kaminsky. I just don't, because if someone gets hurt, you have John Kamish starting at edge, you're fucked. That's just how.
Yeah, that's to me. It's like, have you guys looked at Marcus Davenport the last few years? He played in 6 games in 2 years, and before that, he had like 1 year where he played in a lot. And then it was like 10.
Got
10,
a half
10,
a sack 10. In that season, though.
Yeah.
Bro.
And it was like 10, 10, 10, 11. Oh, it's like there's an 80% chance he misses half of the year. That's not an exaggeration either. It's like, okay, if we're running it back with him, like what really makes you think that's good? Oh, because we gave him an incentive deal? Oh, that'll do it. Oh, he's hurt again.
That'll help his elbow heal.
It's like, don't touch the stove. It's hot. Touch the stove. You get burnt. You're confused. You know what I mean? It's like,
but again, we might listen. We're 9 hours into free agency, boys. So
it's gonna something will happen. I think I'm just broken by John's comments because I love John. He's my friend. Dat Boy Roy.
I love the doc. He's probably listening right now.
I love the doc. He broke.
I love him.
My
the comment the doc made. Get a rookie in here. Get you 6 sacks.
That's not. That's
Eagles,
like if
Eagles
Marcus
have
Davenport was able to stay healthy
on top of everyone else. Sorry.
Yeah, like you need someone that can win one-on-ones consistently, and be able to get, it doesn't have to be 12 sacks. Like, you don't have to have a dominant duo, DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller over there. But if you're talking about 6 sacks, like, think about what that is over the course of a 17-game season. Like, I think you need somebody like on the other side of Hutch that's not going to sack every game, but at least get a sack get 8 sacks.
Right.
Like, and you're not over, like, there's a couple guys around in the NFL, in the free agency, that can do that for you. So to pass up on that and be like, hey, rookie, here we go. Like, no, go do both. Like, we're acting like they don't have the money to do that. You got to have a constant rotation.
The Cards got to steal. The Cards got to steal in Josh Sweat. They paid almost, I mean, Khalil got 18. They paid Josh 19, and he's 10 years younger. Like,
yeah, but I just, the thing is with Josh Sweat, it's like, there's never a season that you can remember where it's like Josh Sweat earned his money that season. Like, there's never been, like, he's had really good moments, but consistently, like,
he had 11.5 sacks like 2 years ago.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, where's after this? Like, you know what I mean?
What about the Super Bowl?
But again, go back to our conversation we've been saying about Milton Williams, like all these guys. It's like, okay, you did it on Philly. Now you're going to Arizona. Like, name that. Where's Jalen Carter in Arizona? Like, I think, like, again, he's not a bad player, but I think in the long term, like, he's not going to live up to the 19 million.
Fair,
now they're in a
19 million. He doesn't have much to live up to. Like these guys.
That's 8 sacks a year.
Not even. Yeah, like 6 to 8. Like Josh Sweat, they're not bringing him in at 18 million for like, go get me 15. Like, no, that's not it.
But I think when you,
I would have paid
like,
the 18
he's getting,
to get.
If he doesn't have that Super Bowl game where he's getting those 3 sacks, like, he's probably not getting that. And I think Josh Sweat is more likely going to be the non-Super Bowl than he is the Super Bowl Josh Sweat.
Well, look at it. Dat Boy Roy gave us $5. Appreciate you, Roy. He says you can also flip a guy if you can't sign him or restructure a contract later. Cap is not real. Well, I'm afraid it kind of is.
Yeah, hey, I'm with that boy Roy, man. I don't think the cap is real.
No, the thing with the cap is
Brad Holmes.
The thing with the cap is not real. Crowd is
the Eagles.
They're going to pay that bill at some point. It's just how
people keep telling me that. I've been getting told that since their first Super Bowl. Howie Roseman just somehow, some way.
Well, they got a second-round quarterback.
Buddy, cap isn't real, man.
And they hit on every first-round pick. It's crazy.
Break it down for me how the cap's real. We can have that conversation. I want you to do a whole presentation for me.
I think I'll just say a sentence. I'm not going to do a presentation. I think when people hear the cap's not real, they see restructured and cleared up $43 million. It always comes back.
Like JM said,
they push the money down. They free it up for him. They have immediate relief, but then it pushes it back, and then they have to eat extra money later. There's no such thing as it just poof, and they free up money.
Even the Niners right now.
Like, the Niners are a perfect example. They can't afford. You know what I mean?
But the Saints, they're just 22 million under the cap space, and there's just like, okay.
Well, they literally dumped.
They can't. I mean, they're fucked.
Exactly, but it's just like, it's cool. They can just be 22 million under. What's their punishment?
You're not signing anybody.
Well, you end up losing draft picks. I don't know what the exact number is, but like if you keep abusing the cap or whatever it is, they'll end up taking draft picks away. It's just how it is. I don't know.
Can't bring back Paulson Adebo. Can't bring back Tyrann Mathieu. Like, they're not going to. You got Derek Carr as your quarterback.
El Guapo also threw us $5. Appreciate you, El Guapo. He says, think what you said made sense. Maybe Brad is waiting for people to settle before doing a 1-year deal. Yeah, I mean, we're not rolling.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah,
a second ago. It's just like there's all these people who Matthew Judons who are like, give me a 3-year deal, 3-year deal. You might like. Are you like? Can we do that? And they're like, I don't know. And then it's like 2 days go by, and like the agent's like, hey man. We got a 1-year deal. Let's just knock this thing out here real quick. That's the best opportunity. Boom. Things coming to fruition.
Hey, what a fun stream, man. I mean, this is
shout out you have been holding it down for a long time too.
Yeah, no, it was I felt good. I had teammates coming in.
Were you on 6.5 straight hours?
Yeah, besides my I had to.
There we go. I know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little like I'm ready to be done. I think I got on at 5. I'm 4 hours.
And then I was live an hour earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did 4 hours, and I feel a little like, here we go. You did basically 3 more. That's
But I love it, man. This
Fun
this
time.
ain't nothing. Like there's people working like fucking like people are like out there doing labor. You know what I mean? Like
what's it doing labor?
this is an easy job. This is easy. Like,
honestly, I wish we could have
I'm
gone
very-
longer.
Yeah, this is an easy job.
Well, don't worry. Right when we end this, Chase Young or somebody's
We're
gonna
gonna have
sign.
to hop back
Somebody's gonna
on.
sign. Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna like
we'll
get
probably
home,
back soon.
I'm gonna get home, eat dinner, and it's like, oh, gotta hop on, boys. It's
Yeah.
like
If for whatever reason, boys, in the next like half hour, Boone, you get home and everything. If somebody signs, we'll probably be either back on or drop a video just to
Yeah.
get it out.
I'll
Well,
probably
there'll
hop-
be
we're gonna
content.
hop
So make
back
sure if
on
anything
live.
happens, we'll be putting out the content. You know where to get us. Check out the reactions at Crunch Time Sports, baby. Come on now.
Yeah.
come on out.
Come on now.
Steve. Steve,
What's
I
Steve
mean,
say?
I don't even want to read that. It's just.
And we'll be back to live tomorrow too, 8:00.
Yeah, the only
Mock
thing
drafts,
probably
too.
easier than this is probably OnlyFans models, right?
You were saying that earlier this morning. I think I was like, "Yeah, money equals character," or something. You and Boone were going at it in the chat. You're like,
yeah.
until it comes to OnlyFans. I mean, look at that. I was like, Jeff, bro, what are we doing right now?
Yeah, where was that
Good
argument?
content.
Someone said something about money.
Hey,
I
you,
was
you
like,
hang out with me for 6.5 hours, you're gonna get some views.
I
All
want
right, I'm gonna
my
share some views
character.
with you. Yeah, that's just it. I might sneak out a couple little gems. You got to catch them though. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Doesn't
he's gonna
happen.
try to start dropping bars here in a second. Boone, watch.
Yeah.
He's gonna.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Smith,
dropping
man.
jewels like a drunken pirate.
Yep, there it is.
I
How many
don't
times did he say
understand
that
that,
in
to be honest.
Indianapolis?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good one. To be
Oh.
honest. I think that's a bad one. If I'm
That's
being
it.
honest.
It
Come
was
on.
good the first time you said it, but
Yeah.
now you're just. It's like, what's a good comp? It's like
It's
Vince Carter when he
overused.
did the dunk where he put the elbow all the way through, like
The honey
cool
dip.
dunk, like it was amazing. But now you look, okay, 20 years later, like, come on, is it really?
I
Time
thought it's a
is
pretty
passed.
good line.
Time
I
is
think it's a
passed.
good line, man.
I think
mean,
it's
I think-
good, but it's like, man, you've used that a lot now. Like you have to come.
I
up with
used it
something new.
twice. I used it at
No,
the
you've
combine, I
used it
now.
100 times.
Yeah, it's bro said twice. I remember at least 3 times in Indianapolis hearing that.
More than that, dude. Especially when Jeff got a couple drinks in him, and he
That-
started
oh,
seeing
so
all. He
big,
started.
so
Yeah, he
big.
started seeing all these NFL coaches and stuff, and then it was like, I'm dropping gems like a
Yeah,
drunken
he
pirate
goes-
out here.
He goes up to Sean Payton and he goes, "Hey, Sean."
Yeah, Sean Payton. He was. Yeah, I
That
thought he
was
was with
funny,
it.
man.
Thought he was with his daughter. Ended up being with his girlfriend.
his
She's
wife,
like
I think.
30. Yeah, his wife actually. Excuse me. She's like 30. Good for him. Let's see. Devon Dice, Lions for the 4th best scoring offense of all time this year. How the lesser Commanders outscored the Lions. I see. Okay.
Don Burr calling out Don
Jesse
it's
says,
fine.
my
Real
buddy and I
question.
who were talking, who's a Bears fan. I know, fuck him, but he goes, we can do whatever now at 10. I said, yeah, if they take Grant from Michigan, I'd be so pissed
They
off.
can do whatever. I think they go. I wouldn't be shocked if they grabbed Ashton Gentry and they just said like, let's just have a team because their offensive line and Klotz. Earlier, I wasn't.
Nah.
I hopped on just a little too late to have the conversation about the Bears with you. And I know we want to end because, but Bears are up to something. And I've been one for years to sit back and be like, I feel like I get a pretty good feel on some teams in the offseason. And I've always been like the Bears. Like I was up against you guys with the Justin Fields stuff. I have a good feel on it. This is one where you went into the offseason and I said, hey, if they built the trenches up and they've tried for years and Ryan Poles has refused to do it. Ben Johnson walks in and goes, if you don't give me my offensive line and defensive line, we're going to have a problem. And they did it. And they didn't just do it. They did it. Like they have they just signed the best center. They just signed the best center in free agency. They got an unbelievable guard, Jonah Jackson, if he stays healthy, and they could draft a tackle, and they will be set. And you get Caleb Williams. That's literally their only problem was Caleb Williams just had 0 time. Nothing. You couldn't play. Couldn't play ball.
They'll be the best 3rd place team in any division in football next year, Boone.
They might be the second.
I'll stay at
Brad.
3rd.
He's
It'll
bro's
be
going to
close
be using
division
Aaron
again.
Banks as his argument all offseason.
I did remember Klotz earlier a couple weeks ago. Klotz said they're rebuilding. They're only going to win 4 or 5 games again. All of a sudden, I hear Klotz today. All of a sudden, I hear Klotz just slip in. He slipped it in earlier. He just goes 10 wins. Whoa!
No,
you went from
Boone,
5
to
to 10.
To say that I said the Bears are going to win 4 to 5 games is ridiculous. I said for a rebuilding team, they just won 4 to 5 games. They're going to be 3rd in the NFC North. I can see them winning 8, 9, 10 games.
A
Go
month
rewind
ago.
it. Go
A month
rewind it.
ago. Not
Go
today. I'm talking about a
rewind
month ago.
No, I guarantee if after post Ben Johnson, I would not have
Jeff,
said they're going to win 5 games. No.
Jeff, you kept saying
I
he's
said
a
that
first year
they
head
are a
coach.
rebuild, and I still stand by this, that this is a rebuilding football team. They're just 5-12. They just got a new head coach. They're about to fire their GM.
Hey, Boon,
but they can have a. You guys know where I stand on
It's
it.
a pointless battle.
It's a pointless battle because
He'll
he's going to have
never
the
admit it.
Packers at like 10-11. He's going to have the Bears at 9-10. It's like, okay, it's a win. Like,
yeah, but I just love how it's
It's-
switched up now. It's a
no, I'm glad we're on the same side on this, Boon. I'm glad we're on the same.
I see. I think I get I have a good feel for the offseason, you know. I've been off the Bears for 2 years now, saying prove it to me, and they proved it.
See, I'm working from a different perspective because I had them at 8-9 last year, Klotzy. So I thought they won what 5?
Yeah.
I think they should have gotten still like 8 wins. Like they were on pace. So I'm basing it off of like what they should have jumped there.
Breaking news.
What's the breaking news before we end here?
This isn't a signing or anything, but this is actually a big one. The 49ers are releasing 9-time Pro Bowler Kyle Juszczyk.
Oh, it's the death of the it's the death of the fullback position. It's
not the death. Lions bring it. Lions love fullback.
No.
Fullbacks
are done, man.
Lions
done.
Dude,
they literally
they line him up at tight end, Jeff. He's making catches in playoff games.
Jeff,
boy.
they literally during the combine, they literally asked, I think it was Johnny Morton, and they asked Dan Campbell and Brad. They said, "Do you guys still love they asked them about fullbacks, and they go, "We love them. We love fullbacks."
Fullbacks are dead. What happened to
love
Kabinda?
fullback.
He takes up a roster.
Kyle Juszczyk is like one of those.
Kabinda.
He's not even like a fullback because if you look at him, like he's not Jason Kabinda. He's almost kind of like a gadget offensive player. Like he's not a Taysom Hill, but you use him in a certain type of way where he's a tight end that's too small, but he's a running back that's not fast enough. He's like a Patrick Ricard.
Does he play? I'm with Michael. Does he play edge?
Oh my God.
That doesn't mean you can't just go edge or nothing. You could say another player. Hey, another breaking news here. This is another big one before we sign off. Out of respect here, I want to make sure I say this. Breaking news: James Winchester is returning to the Kansas City Chiefs. Long snapper, 1 year, $1.65 million.
Child, please. Hey, child, please.
Hey, that's respect the long snappers. I had a really good conversation at the combine with an agent, and we're going back and forth a little bit. And I don't know if it was disrespectful or not on my end, but he goes, one of his first clients ever in the NFL. He's like, yeah, the long snap, shout out ETN, the Los Angeles Rams long snapper. And I was like, oh, dude, that's the sickest thing. Like, and we talked probably for 15 minutes. As soon as he says that, I go, dude, on our show, we have a joke about me being a long snapper in the NFL. And then when I said that, I was like, that felt disrespectful. That's on me. You know what I mean? Like, just like,
it's still respectful long snappers. By the way, everyone that's listening, before you leave, we'll be live tomorrow. So around the same time, we'll be live. So be there, hanging out with us, recapping free agency, reacting to all of it. Come hang out. It'll be a lot of fun. Appreciate you all. Great day today. The support has been amazing. Shout out to all the super chats, the comments, the love, the support. It's been awesome, man. I had a blast today. Appreciate you, fellas. Appreciate the doc. Appreciate Corey Woods. We will see you guys tomorrow, where hopefully we'll have another signing or 2 or 3. But until then,
right when we log off, there's a big deal.
Peace.
Love you guys.